This meeting is officially called to order. Right now it is 9:04 a.m. We'll now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer, also in memory of former Stockton Fire Chief Jeff Pichera and one of the two people killed in a plane crash while monitoring the Cedar Basin fire in Arizona. Please keep him and his family in mind. Thank you. I'd like to ask Fire Chief Ed Martell to please come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. I know you were busy yesterday doing a fire out at our airport, so glad you were there to take care of everything. For the record, this is the regular board meeting of July 13th, 2021. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Chairman, Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen.
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Here.
Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
And Chairman Patty.
Present. Thank you. Now we have a moment for, Madam Clerk, we have recognitions, I believe.
That is correct, Chairman. Our first recognition is of the San Joaquin County Youth Leadership Academy, and I would like to invite District Attorney Tori Verber Salazar to introduce this item.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Madam Clerk, CAO, County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be present. It's the 21st year of the San Joaquin County Youth Leadership Academy. We have 50 students from across the county. They're amazing, powerful, brilliant, and kind-hearted individuals who are going to change our community for the better. So instead of listening to me today, I'm going to ask each one of them to come up and say a few words about what the Youth Leadership Academy has meant to them, but also gratitude to each of you. We would not have the Youth Leadership Academy if it was not for the support of the Board of Supervisors, and every department head in the county stops what they're doing and helps us. They present, they engage, they're here with us. It's just nothing short of amazing. So I want to tell you how proud and grateful I am to be a member of the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office and a member of the County Employment, but also thank these young, beautiful, powered minds, but also every department head who helped us with this journey and did such a great job. So I'm going to go ahead and have the first one come on up.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Scott, and I'm currently a student in the YLA program. When I first joined this program, I was the least bit interested, and I truly asked myself, why am I here during my summer break? But the more I came engaged, and I've learned more than I have in my middle school year. I was introduced to problems in our community, all the different things connected to the justice system, and life skills that I will actually use as I get older. Being in this program has made me want to become a lawyer or even looking into being an FBI agent, which I've never thought about. We should continue this program because you're allowing the youth to become exposed to all these different things and one day be sitting in your seats. You're also allowing the youth to have something to do productive during the summer instead of just staying home and possibly being introduced to drug and gang violence. And isn't that what we're trying to prevent? But this is truly turning us into young women and men, and soon the future. Thank you.
Tell them your name and your school.
I go to Stockton Collegiate.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Zach Shee, and I represent Lincoln High School, and then I'm currently a student at the Youth Leadership Academy. The Youth Leadership Academy has been tremendously helpful in both teaching me about the criminal justice system and corrected some misconceptions that I had about it, as well as the district attorney's office. It's also been great at making new friends. From discussing domestic violence and human trafficking to meditating and taking a tour of the Family Justice Center with Nala, this academy has a wide curriculum to give you a crash course about the criminal justice system and just to teach you stuff about it. Every presentation was helpful in our understanding of the system, different professions, and even just raising awareness about problems in our communities. And I believe the Youth Leadership Academy has been tremendously helpful in teaching me life skills needed to be an effective leader. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Angelina Fagazi. I'm a senior at Lodi High School this coming year. I was accepted into the Youth Leadership Academy program at the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office in June of this year. Since my entry into this program, I have gained an exceptional amount of knowledge regarding the criminal justice system and my community. I believe this program is a very beneficial and highly motivating program for teenagers. It has greatly inspired me to pursue my career in the criminal justice field. I'm excited to attend this program because I quickly wake up in the mornings so that I arrive timely to the program. I enjoy learning new things concerning my community and other aspects of the criminal justice system. I especially enjoy the officer-involved critical incident training because it gave me a better perspective of how quickly law enforcement officers must react to highly stressful situations. I also enjoy the human trafficking, domestic violence, gang, and FBI presentations. They were all very interesting. I learned to have more empathy for people and to be more observant of what their life experiences may be based on their physical appearances. When I listened to the 6-year-old victim named Lisa making a 911 call regarding her stepfather abusing her mother and younger sister, I became angry and sad because it was such an abusive situation, and based on Lisa's message, it was apparent the abuse was a common experience for her. When I started this program, my goal was to become a licensed attorney and then go to work for the FBI. Since having attended this program, my determination and drive to pursue my career goals have increased dramatically. This program has increased my motivation and excitement to achieve my goals. I'm so grateful to have been accepted into this program and believe it is a huge asset to our community and the young students, especially the ones who wish to pursue a career in the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Should I talk from here? Okay. Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Samantha Yang, and I am a 16-year-old this summer. And this summer, I had just about nothing planned. Joining the YLA program was on a whim because my cousin told me it would be a good experience. So I joined, not really knowing what I was getting into. And also not knowing anything about the justice system in general, I thought this would just be something to do during the summer. And today, I stand here before you today to say I was wrong about how I thought it would just be something. Because honestly, it was more than just something to do. Saying my experience was good would be a huge understatement. The environment was comforting. In my personal experience, this was just about my first person-to-person event outside of my family because of the effects of COVID. Not to mention, I made new friends along the way, as cheesy as it sounds. I'm being truthful when I say I felt like I belonged. Because I didn't just feel like a student, I felt like a friend in the class. I got to hear from professionals who I would have never heard from otherwise, such as Dr. Malu, whose charisma truly reached me, lawyers, advocates, judges. And I got to hear what they do. I got to hear their stories of hardship, success, and job experience, giving me a person who doesn't know what they want to do as a career in the future. More roads to possibly walk on. In the YLA, us students also got to hear about the hard and ugly things about the world. Things that, because of the internet, I'm sure we hear about every single day. Drug driving, teen dating violence, gangs, to name a few. And while it's easy to hear about these things on the news, it's a whole different thing to hear about it from real-life people who have experienced these things. Because I got to hear these things from a first-person view and not a second-person one. Personally, when I hear things like how there's another school shooting, it would fly by my head. I guess there was another one, that's bad, would roll through my brain. I was numb to the violence going around because of the news. It wasn't related to me, I thought. I felt disconnected from the fact that these were real life people in these very real situations. And YLA brought these people to share their very real life experience. You have an officer, a teacher, a student who were survivors of a school shooting, a survivor of sexual abuse, of human trafficking, all these people from different backgrounds come to speak to us instead of being these 2D people on the news, on the internet, is huge. We in the YLA didn't just learn, we experienced the feelings of those who we usually just see as people on the news. We saw and felt that ripple it had not only on the survivors, but the community of those who were involved. The ripples these events had on everyone. Having someone speak in person of what happened to them would ground any person. It grounded me. It made me feel compassion because sharing their perspective gave that human connection, something you truly can't feel when you happen to hear or read it while scrolling on a phone or a computer. On the news, on the internet, you can hear, you can read, you can see what's going on in the world, but you can never really feel it because if COVID's taught us anything, person to screen is worlds apart from person to person. YLA changed that for me. I got to meet new people in an environment where I felt like I belonged, learned the inner workings about the justice system, and most importantly, opened my eyes and heart to the tragedies that occur every single day in the world. I just wanted to thank you, members of the board, for not only listening to me, but also helping support YLA. Because without it, I wouldn't even be here talking to you today. Although, promise me, if I had more time, I would be able to speak for days about YLA. But I know my time is limited. So thank you again.
Good morning, board. My name is Shania Donaraj, and I am a rising senior at Mountain House High School. My first experience with the criminal justice system was when I read To Kill a Mockingbird years ago, and I still remember the quote, "You never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view, until you climb inside of his skin and walk around in it." While COVID regulations might make literally doing that a bit tough, the Youth Leadership Academy has helped us step into a new person's place each and every day for the past 5 weeks. We have heard from FBI agents, investigators, former gang members, prosecutors, law enforcement, judges, felons, and death row exonerees. In some cases, we were actually able to go through simulations of their jobs. Considering the events that have occurred last year, I felt powerless in how I could help a community so many miles away. However, this program has opened my eyes to things that happen in our own backyard, but more importantly, how I can use my privilege and experience to help others. When we visited the Honorable Judge Cronland, she mentioned how education is the one thing we take with us for the rest of our lives, essentially another tool in our toolbox. That's what this program is. I want to thank Jamie, Lisa, the YLA board, the District Attorney Tori Verber Salazar, and you, the Board of Supervisors, for giving us the tools that will last a lifetime. And I truly believe that my peers in this class will be the ones to use these tools to fix what is broken and ensure that progress is made. Thank you.
Thank you. So it gives me an honor on behalf of the county's Board of Supervisors and our entire county give this certificate of recognition to the District Attorney's Office for the Youth Leadership Academy, providing a 5-week intensive course to over 800 students in San Joaquin County for the past 21 years, introducing students to all facets of our justice system, inspiring students to effectuate change in the community, just as we've heard from just some of you, but I know for all of you. So it's very meaningful that not only are you here, you've participated, and we recognize this great value in your lives and in our community. So we thank you. This is, of course, presented on July 13th of 2021. I'd like to ask that everybody comes on up. We take a picture. I'll also ask the board to come on down and join us for a picture so we can celebrate this completion.
guys. Good job, guys. Good job to our speakers. You want Tori?
Chairman, if we could give this to Jamie, Jaime, and Lisa Madrigal, who are key to this program. So if Jamie and Lisa could come down, this Board of Supervisors Certificate of Recognition goes to you two, who are the backbone of YLA. So thank you both, Lisa and Jamie. You two are responsible for this, so thank you both. Thank you. Chairman, these two ladies. They do everything. And still go back and do their other job.
Yeah. Ooh, get out of the way.
And they do it with their love.
Next up, we have a proclamation. Do you want to introduce it?
I will, Chairman. This is a proclamation to proclaim the week of July 18th through the 24th, 2021 as pretrial, probation, and parolee supervision week in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Probation Chief Steve Jackson down to the podium.
Excellent. So I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas community correction is an essential part of the justice system, and whereas community corrections professionals uphold the law with dignity while recognizing the right of the public to be safeguarded from criminal activity, and whereas community corrections professionals are responsible for supervising adult and juvenile offenders in the community and are trained professionals who provide services and referrals for offenders. And whereas community corrections professionals work in partnership with community agencies and groups and promote prevention, intervention, and advocacy. And whereas community corrections professionals provide services, support, and protection for victims and advocate community and restorative justice. And whereas community corrections professionals are a true force of positive change in their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim July 18th through 24th, 2021 as pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week, and encourages all citizens to honor these community correction professionals and to recognize their achievements. This is passed and adopted on the 13th day of July 2021. Chief Jackson, we thank you, appreciate you here. Oftentimes we do these proclamations and they're in consent, and it's just one of these things that just happens. But so many of you and your staff and the team and the people you work with and the people that are engaged to better their lives, they're really unsung heroes, and oftentimes there's much that goes unsaid. So I wanted to pull this out of the agenda and speak on behalf, from this a grateful county, on behalf of the board, and some board members may like to speak to pass on a positive message back to your entire team. But perhaps you share a few words first.
Yeah, thank you, members of the board, Chair Patty, CAO Wilverding, Mr. Miles, Madam Clerk. It really is a privilege to stand before you and recognize our pretrial and probation staff. As you know, we really set the standard and benchmark in our pretrial assessment and monitoring program here in San Joaquin County. And, just more importantly, to recognize the many hats that our probation officers wear. It just really can't be understated, the fact that they provide community supervision and accountability to our clients. They provide assistance to our victims, their teachers, mentors, and role models, and really the linkage to services for our clients to make better choices and turn things around. So I couldn't be more proud to lead such a fine group, and I appreciate the recognition. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Jackson. Supervisor Rickman, like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And Chief, thank you very much for being here. And thank you to all the men and women in the pretrial, probation, and parole. And, they do a great job, not just working with us here in the county, but our allied agencies throughout San Joaquin County and beyond. What a lot of people don't realize, maybe some of the the academy realizes now after you come through your class is that, probation and parole, they're subject to phone calls 24/7, all hours through the night. In fact, I think I just woke one up here a few weeks ago. So thank you very much for all the work that you do, and God bless you guys.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Chief, I just want to thank you and your staff and everyone involved in law enforcement. Everything you guys do for our community. You guys do a great job, and appreciate everything.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, thank you, and thank you to your staff. As was said numerous times by the Youth Academy leadership members, you can't really understand what it's like to do their job as a probation officer, et cetera. And as Supervisor Rickman touched upon, they do wear many hats. And they have to play a variety of roles up to the enforcement side, which I know can be very challenging. So again, please pass on from the board our gratitude and appreciation for what they do on a daily basis, because they do make our community safer. So thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Chief, thanks to you and your entire team. You do so many things, and you are constantly having more and more things assigned to you. I know there's been tremendous increases with juvenile justice reform that has fallen squarely on your team. And so thank you for all that you do in our communities to keep everyone safe, your clients as well. So thanks. We really appreciate it.
Again, thank you, Chief Jackson. If you come over here, I'll get a photo, please.
All right, next on our list is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda or minutes. Appointments, consent calendar, and closed session. We request that you fill out a comment form, and if you plan to address the board in person. Madam Clerk, do we have any submissions for public comments in addition to those that we've received in-house?
Yes, Chairman Patty, we do have several written public comments that I'll begin now. The first one is anonymous and writes, "One positive aspect we experienced during the pandemic is the fact that it forced us into this century regarding technology. In March 2020, the San Joaquin County government agencies were quickly forced to become fluent in the language of teleworking. We sent staff home with newly purchased computers and trained them to do their jobs from home. New policies and procedures were written, methods of productivity and quality reviews were enhanced, and after the first 3 months, absences reduced, quality improved, and quantity increased. Traffic dropped like a rock, the air quality improved, staff reported greater job satisfaction. Now staff is being asked to return to the office full-time. They will bring their equipment back with them and it will not be used, wasting all the money that was spent on it. There will be greater numbers in the work areas, the break rooms, and elevators, putting staff at risk again for new viruses. Traffic will resume and the air quality will suffer. Since most other county agencies are still working from home, staff might be more inclined to work there. Why can't the board and Mr. Wilverding see the benefits of something born out of a disaster? Is it too much to ask to have a hybrid work schedule, including some telework and some in-office work? This would likely result in greater job satisfaction and staff retention at the very least. Please rethink your plan moving forward and allow teleworking. Thank you. Anonymous. The next comment is by Melinda Spear, who writes, "As an employee of Public Works, I believe the department has been exceedingly successful during COVID-19. We have proven our teleworking schedules work. We have continually received kudos from our director, including but not only for our hard work resulting in both the 2019-2020 and the 2020-2021 budget approval. We have received multiple awards, CTF Transportation Award for Local Street Project of the Year for the McHenry Corridor Project, and our fleet department ranked in the top 50 leading fleets in the country. All of this in addition to our day-to-day processes being carried out without missing a beat. All of these accomplishments over the past 15 months with most of the department on a WFH schedule. In conclusion, I ask that you exercise your trust in and leave the decision of continuing the teleworking option to the department heads. They have their finger on the pulse of their departments and know what works best overall. San Joaquin County departments are all very different in what they do and how they perform and should not be considered as a whole, but individually. The next comment is submitted by Dwayne Sabignano, who writes, Dear Honorable Members of the Board, I have been a loyal employee with the San Joaquin County Department of Public Works for the past 35 years. In that span of time, I have experienced to be expected technological changes as well as changes in working conditions. But nothing compares to what we experienced this past year and a half with the ongoing pandemic. The silver lining with what I have observed this past year or so is the many benefits of working from home, teleworking, without sacrificing the level of service to our constituents, and would like the board to grant each individual department head the authority to allow their respective staff to telework that is benefiting their departments post-pandemic. Some of the proven benefits include, but are not limited to, cost savings for the employee, fuel, car insurance, vehicle wear and tear, commute times, etc., as well as for the county, office energy, supplies, environmental, minimize emissions, traffic, transportation, infrastructure, maintenance, increased productivity and morale, acceleration of paperless filing and digitization of daily tasks at an accelerated rate. We also have become resourceful during this time and have mastered the use of new tools and techniques to maximize the efficiency of working remotely and will continue doing so moving forward. I believe this new way of work environment will be beneficial to all parties, employer, staff, and constituents, and is conducive in general civil service business philosophy. I hope the Honorable Board will take my thoughts and request this into consideration. Thank you. The next comment is submitted anonymously and writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I would like to ask that the decision to offer remote work be granted to the department heads. I am in my 5th year working for the county, and throughout my years of service, I have observed many positive changes in my department. We are placing the old attitude of, quote, that's how we always did it, end quote, with updated processes and procedures, and are creating a culture that can adapt to a dynamic environment. The remote work technology deployed during the pandemic provides many benefits, such as a better work-life balance, resulting in higher productivity and improved morale. With a healthier lifestyle, both physical and mental, the use of fewer sick days and the reduction of work-related stress benefit the county in return. We have an opportunity to continue to allow telecommuting to redefine how we work, live, and interact. These past 15 months have shown us that it is possible to maintain quality service and reduce costs while working remotely. I feel that returning to the way things were before the pandemic is a step back. Let's continue to move forward into the 21st century together. Thank you all for your time and consideration. The next comment is submitted by Jim Shoemaker, who writes, Supervisors, SJRA raised a concern when we saw the FFSJ announcement sponsoring the May 25th rally to defund the police. The announcement also mentioned that lunch would be provided. Where did the money come from to pay for this event? If you review the FFSJ website, you will note that the organization has been involved in promoting many partisan activities. 209 Times has also reported on a number of financial discrepancies. We know that 209 Times received a CPRA letter from Mike Martinez on June 22, 2021, pointing out a review of financial records in the period from January 1, 2017 to May 1, 2019, revealing a misappropriation of funds. The specifics on the audits have provided in an attached letter from Regio M. Ochoa of the Probation Department. Regarding the January 1, 2017 to May 1, 2019 period, Mr. Ochoa refers to this as the, quote, course of this audit, end quote. This is a 29-month period. How does this reconcile with your comment on twice yearly audits? Please place our request on the agenda for an outside comprehensive audit of FFSJ and for the BOS to make an appropriate recommendation to the state AG regarding the overwhelming need for DA Salazar to recuse herself from the prosecution of Sammy Nunes. Finally, an investigation should be initiated as to why County Council claimed for several months that an attorney-client relationship exists between Sammy Nunes and DA Salazar. Jim Shoemaker, SJRA President. The next comment is submitted by SJCO employee of 20 plus years who writes, Board of Supervisors, I am almost certain there will be many responses provided to the board on the issue of remote or hybrid workplace models for our county offices. To be clear, no two departments or county offices, etc., are created equal, and there are advantages and disadvantages to working in any of the three possible workplace scenarios: in office, remote, and hybrid. In my department, during the pandemic, we were provided with the tools and software needed to perform our jobs effectively and efficiently. Many of us possess the skills to work individually and collaboratively when needed using county-provided platforms, especially those of us who do not work directly with the public. To my understanding, there are a few employees who are afforded flex schedules. A countywide approval would be appreciated. I am an advocate of a hybrid workplace model, which many companies of all sizes and industries are working diligently and collaboratively with its employees. The goal is to provide a workplace that incorporates the best of both ideas, centered on the belief that the future is to step forward into a new normal post-pandemic. Leadership and the understanding that a hybrid workplace is not a matter of if it will happen, but rather when. We've learned, operated, and have demonstrated successes in the remote and hybrid models. I believe when should be now. Thank you. The next comment and the final one for public comment this morning is submitted anonymously with regards to general government consent item number 2. And they write, it was good to see this item on the board. Seeing 2 members of the board of this item was concerning. Some board members have been self-serving, positioning themselves for campaigns and future political endeavors. This is in particular to Tom Patty. The writing on the wall is that Tom Patty will place himself and Rickman on this committee to name themselves on public buildings, even though they have both been in politics for a short period of time. The new hospital wing should be named for individuals who have made strides in the medical field, in the community, and the new public health building should be named after those who have dedicated themselves to the health of the community, Dr. Maggie Park being one of them. I have submitted public comments in the past that have not been read. To make sure this item is read, I have also sent this comment to local media and will post to make sure this info is out there. And Chairman Patty, that concludes the general public comments that we have for this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have no idea my name's going to be put on a building, so that's news to me, but that's very informative. So next we have people present, and I'll call out some names for those of you that have turned in a card. We have public comments are limited to 3 minutes. There will be a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red. Red means stop. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks, which nobody abides by anyways, during your comments, and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. First up, I have on my right in front of me, Kathleen Gapusan. Did I get it right? Finally, thank you.
Oh, I'm embarrassed now. Okay, homelessness is worse than ever. The leaders at the will of many agencies tasked with community aid have gotten richer. COC is a prime example. Mendelson Jr., head COC, and his father's Central Valley Low-Income Housing is a recipient to major funding. Exuberant costs for temporary housing, promoting self-sufficiency, and a one-room apartment has had a cost average of $450,000 in San Joaquin County. The housing first model is a bust. The disenfranchised have not benefited like nonprofits and state agencies. With the flow of funding, COC and many others don't want to fix homelessness. They wouldn't have a job. There are many approaches, and San Joaquin County's is not working. I want accountability and results. Show me the money. We already know mental health and addiction is major barriers to homeless folks succeeding. We already know certain county supervisors held up pre-existing structures that could be available in a matter of months. Instead, we wait. Worse yet, the disenfranchised do without. The humanitarian need is critical. We need you to pass a vote allocating the $12 million to partner with Stockton, Lodi, Manteca, and Tracy. End the corruption now. We still have some stand-up shelters. Now we need some stand-up leaders. Years, literally years, have come and gone, creating this humanitarian crisis in our cities and counties. Time to act is today. I really don't care whose ego or work I bruise. It's not about you. It's our money and the immediate need to alleviate human suffering. Chair Patty, I support you. I refuse to write a scripted letter against you and TAB in regards to redistricting. I think it is a stinky effort against you. Diversionary politics in many other areas by my Democrat Party. Supervisor Wynn, 2 years have gone by, but the TC in ripping water and soil remains. Don't you think more could and should be done for the children with cancer? It don't take a scientist to realize there is a direct correlation. I appreciate all your efforts. I respect the many committees that you are on, but there's some things that take priority and that we need to attend to and adjust. And if our approaches are wrong, we need to revise them. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mr. David Mendoza.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is David Mendoza. I'm the field engineer for Public Works. My role is to oversee construction of county roadway projects. It is my job to understand what we are doing and why we are doing it, so I can communicate this information to inspection staff, contractors, and the public. On May 14th, 2 residents appeared before the board and spoke in opposition to the Pershing Avenue widening project. At the May 18th board meeting, Supervisor Miller pulled the Pershing agenda item approving the project plans and specifications to thank Public Works for their efforts on the project. She stated she had met with the constituents, and so had the Public Works Director and his staff, and the opponents were now project supporters. Approximately 3 weeks later, the Public Works Director released an addendum which changed the project plans and specs to add a special surface treatment to the sidewalks. Due to the questions raised by staff and contractors, I asked Public Works Management why we were doing this, what was the justification, how the additional costs would be paid for, and if this was going to be made available to all residents where sidewalks will be constructed. I have asked multiple times now and have not received answers to those questions. There has been a lack of transparency in this process of adding these special features. It appears only the director and the deputy director were involved in the decision-making process, as heads of divisions impacted by these changes were unaware of them. In my 17 years I've been with Public Works, either designing or constructing sidewalk projects, this type of special surface treatment has not been used or paid for by the county on any project. Not only is this sufficiently more expensive to construct, it will also require costly routine maintenance. There have been other projects that have had opposition by the constituents, but offering to give away taxpayers' funds for a treatment that is unnecessary has never been a solution. The additional funds that will be used for the special features on this project could be spent elsewhere to benefit more constituents. For example, the picture I showed you that you have in front of you is a direct path to Franklin High School in eastern Stockton, which is in Road District 2. As you can see, the area has asphalt sidewalks with weeds growing through it. How does one justify doing special features on a sidewalk in North Stockton when other areas have not received even standard concrete sidewalks to benefit their communities? As elected officials, you represent all the people of the county, and should not allow such favoritism. The award of the South Stockton sidewalk is on your agenda today. As a result of the special treatment given to constituents in North Stockton, the residents of South Stockton are requesting they receive a special surface treatment on the sidewalks that would benefit their neighborhood with this project and other futures in the area. The guidelines for activities under our Public Works principle states a service will not be provided to a single constituent unless it could be provided to all constituents. According to our own policy, if we are giving special treatment to one, we must give it to all. Therefore, I'm submitting you the petition from the people of South Stockton for your consideration. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. Next up, we have Mr. Alex Alafaris.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alex Oliferis. I live in Lodi, and I do support Tom Patty's effort and his leadership to fund the construction of large transitional homeless shelters with beds to pull off our homeless from the streets and our waterways. We can't continue spending lots of money on continuum of care, which is expensive permanent housing that helps a fraction of homeless. In the last couple years, but the last year, doing private security, I challenge everyone to do it. I really saw how many homeless I got to contact. Doing private security in a plaza, I have been in contact with a lot of homeless people in Lodi. And let me tell you, over 90% of them have a drug addiction problem or an alcoholic addiction problem. Very few are the ones that are sober and living in their cars and that need a house or a place to live. We have an out of control drug addiction problem. And this is also fueling store thefts. You know how many store thieves I've caught in a small little plaza? A lot. I call the cops. What do? They let go because of Prop 47. And I know District Attorney Torrey Salazar is not prosecuting crimes committed by homeless. That's another matter. But we need to address the drug addiction problem. We need drug rehab. Didn't now Senator Eggman, I think she sponsored a bill in the past that basically gave taxpayer money to give needles to homeless people. Now there's a thought running around the state of California, cash for junkies. Let's pay people that have a drug addiction problem to go to drug rehab. In the past, when a homeless drug addict committed a crime in the county, wasn't he ordered to go to drug rehab or a detox? What happened to that? Can we bring that back? So I do commend Tom Patty's leadership. We do need this type of transitional housing, what's going on in the discussion item number 2, and with the other cities. So, unfortunately, I can't be, here for the whole discussion for the other matters, but let's do it. This is out of control. I've been to other countries, folks. In Europe, there is no homeless problem in Switzerland or in Greece. But I come back to the States, I'm like, I think we live in a third world country.
Thanks, sir. Next up, I've got 2 requests to speak, and I'm uncertain if you want to speak now or perhaps when we are discussing the homeless items. Mr. Wilson and or Benz, do you guys want to hold your thought or speak now? Come on down.
Oops.
Please state your name.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Robert Wilson. I live in Stockton. I'm here today because you have an item on your agenda today in discussion general government that's being sponsored by Tom Patty to approve a large low barrier homeless shelter project. This is urgently needed. Okay, you have the continuum of care going on here, which is basically a housing first policy. Housing first policy will never work no matter what you do, even if you had unlimited money to spend on building housing, which you obviously do not have. You have a budget just like everybody else, and the money needs to be budgeted to get maximum efficiency and bang for your buck. And it's not getting that with housing first and continuum of care policy that you're doing now. And it's an absolute disgrace that people cannot be removed from the street because of a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision, but you have to have a bed to stick them in. And it doesn't need to be fancy. As far as I'm concerned, it could be a giant tent with facilities inside and people to, do triage and see what the problem is and see if they can do something. But what you need to do is like the same thing basically that Rudy Giuliani did when he was mayor of New York City. They got rid of their housing problem when he was mayor because they had vans roaming around at night with social workers and police. They saw a homeless person sitting on the sidewalk or somewhere. They say, you got a place to stay? Because if you don't, you're coming with us to the shelter tonight. It's mandatory. It's not optional. You can leave at 6 in the morning and do whatever the heck you want. But this is what we need to do here. We cannot tolerate any of this crap anymore. It's abuse of lawful citizens' quality of life to have people with their pigsties all over the place, just throwing their crap around and just sitting on the sidewalk, stoned out of their gourds and drunk and everything else with their, everywhere you see these homeless places, they got garbage all over the place. Doesn't matter what it is. They look like absolute pigsties. You see them everywhere. And that's a disgrace that we're allowing that to happen until something can happen with either the state legislature, which is not likely or anytime soon, or reversing the decision of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. You need to take action and approve the item you have in your budget today for a large facility to provide transitional beds for homeless to get them off the street. It's not compassionate for the homeless, and it's certainly not good for the citizens of this fair county. Please take the right action and approve this measure today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Benz, did you want to come down as well?
Howdy, sports fans. I'm going to speak just very generally at this time. We'll speak more specifically with regard to the item on the agenda later. As a Vietnam veteran and a retired federal officer, I'm offended every time I walk into a public building and they tell me I'm not safe with a pocket knife. You guys are not entitled to any greater security than I am. And that's an issue that needs to be discussed more frequently. Open government. The damn government's been shut up for the last, 17 months? The state's still closed. I can't even go and talk to a game warden. They don't even issue written regulations anymore. I didn't know I was required to have a computer in order to be a citizen of the United States. I don't use them intentionally. The law requires you guys to give us this opportunity for public comment. But we've been shut out of public meetings for the last 17 months at the state and federal level, and I thank you for opening up locally. Later on the agenda today, you're going to have a $4 million retroactive consent item to provide drugs for junkies. For crying out loud, can't we do better than that? You know, I used to work that caseload, and as long as you provide the drugs, they'll keep using them. I promise. They'll cheek them too and sell them and go get the real stuff. Homeless junkies are a curse on us all. The junkies have been removed within 150 yards of my home 5 times this year. Last night, I walked both sides of the freeway, and they're there again. They were just removed 2 weeks ago. It's a health and safety issue. They crap, they leave their needles, they destroy the quality of life, they steal in the dark. We've got to find a better way. The government effectively has been closed. When I hear government employees asking that they be given special consideration so that they don't have to come to work anymore because they haven't come to work for the last year and a half, well, when does the public get served by the government if the employees are not here? And lastly, I'm an officer in a 501c3. We've been denied the opportunity to have public meetings to raise funds where we actually assist people in the community. I created a program for homeless veterans some years ago, and my charity needs the opportunity to raise funds in order to continue that program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to come forward for public comments at this time? If not, we'll be moving on. I see some finger pointing. Someone come on down. You are heading in the wrong direction. So they're not coming down. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Then moving on to through our agenda, we are at a point for approving minutes. But let me state for the record that the minutes of June 8th, 22nd, June 23rd are postponed until July 27th meeting. So this will be looking for a motion and a second to approve our board meetings of May 18th of 2021.
Make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Five zero. What unity amongst the board. Fantastic. Next is appointment to boards and commissions. I'd like to ask Vice Chair Nguyen for a review on the appointments and a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Make the following recommendations in the form of motion, starting with Advisory Water Commission, one position, City of Stockton Representative, position 1007.6, Kevin Lincoln. Agricultural Technical Advisory Committee, two positions. One is for Building Industry Association Representative, position 1202.2, Matthew Arnez. San Joaquin Farm Bureau Representative, position 1203.2, Nick Vigardis. California Correctional Healthcare Facility Citizens Advisory Committee, one position, Board of Supervisors nominee, position 6801.2, Armando Valero. Commission on Aging, two positions, at-large representative, position 2306.2, Joe Curtis, and at-large representative, position 2306.3, Dwight Williams. Redistricting Advisory Committee, one position, second district alternate, position 7302A, Isao Hernandez. And then Retirement Board, one position, fourth member, position 5501, Michael Duffy. And San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control Citizens Advisory Committee, one position, Agricultural Industry Representative, position 5801, Roger Haftel. And again, I make these in form of a motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second. Please vote.
Chairman Patty, before the vote, I need to make a correction, and I apologize to Supervisor Nguyen's office. I believe that we were anticipating receiving information regarding the Advisory Water Commission. However, we did not receive it in time for the final agenda, so that is not on the agenda this morning.
Thank you.
Do we need to amend anything with our motion?
If the first and second could just, agree to that the Advisory Water is removed.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, please vote. And a quick pause for a moment, Madam Clerk. I know that for the redistricting alternate position, my office had submitted someone. Has that been approved? I don't remember seeing it come across the agenda.
I believe that's scheduled for July 27th, but I'll confirm that and get back with your office.
Okay, thank you. All right, then moving on, we are at our consent item. I'd like to note that consent item number 13 is postponed until the July 27th meeting. Is there any board members that would like to pull any items under consent? Starting with Supervisor Rickman. Nothing. Supervisor Villaputua, nothing. Supervisor Nguyen.
No.
None at this time. Supervisor Miller.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull number 30 and 32.
30 and 32. Pulling 30, starting off with you at number 30. Please proceed.
Actually, if I could, I'd like to ask if Mr. Balaji is here to answer a question on item number 32, and then I will make a brief disclosure on the two items. I don't know if someone is here from Public Works. Well, perhaps not. I was going to ask Mr. Balaji about some of the questions that Mr. Mendoza brought up here today in regards to the sidewalk resurfacing. I would just like to look into that and get an update from Mr. Balaji on that sidewalk project in relationship to the Pershing Avenue widening.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so I can wait. I just want I wanted Mr. Mendoza to know that we'll follow up on that with staff. And secondly, on 30 and 32, I just want to make a brief, this is strictly for disclosure purposes. DSS, DBA, Knife River have contributed to a few of my campaigns in the past. There's no ongoing financial relationship. We have never discussed any contracts, and we certainly haven't discussed this one. And I was not part of the process, the RFP process on the selection for these two items. But just in the interest of full disclosure, I wanted to make that statement. And I see Mr. Balaji's now in the back. Mr. Balaji, if you could come forward.
Did you fly over here with a cape or something? What happened?
Good morning, Chairman Patty, supervisors. So whatever you mentioned, everything is correct, actually, right? You know, you had no involvement on any of these kinds of stuff in there. This is a multi-million-dollar project. And there is a thing called a context-sensitive solution that we, strive to accomplish on every project that we do. And this project has been in the works for a long time. And, it has been delayed for 10 years for lack of funding and such. So when you restart the project, right, the project has been designed based on a previous, decades ago input that was received by the public. And when we go to restart it, and we had excellent suggestion by the members of the public, we do these projects for them, right? It is the project that these people are going to live with for years and years and years to come. And as the representative of those people, right, they come to you asking for any modifications or the suggestions. And we weigh the public benefits again, and also we look at the cost, how much incremental cost it is going to be, and what would be the public benefit we would get. So, and I'm proud to say that, the cost, what we are incurring, yes, there is an additional cost, no doubt, right? And it's very, very insignificant compared to the overall cost of the project and the satisfaction of our customers, right? We're not the government here to say that, we're going to do what we're going to do and you're going to live with what we provide. That's not what we practice in here, and that's the leadership that you provide, you board members, to us, and that is the inspiration with which we do the work. So as Supervisor mentioned, that our constituent was extremely pleased with the solution that we worked with them, and I'm proud that our staff came up with that suggestion, and if it pleases the board, we'll continue to provide that solution to the customers and keep them satisfied.
So my question is, the board was given this petition, it's up here on the dais, from the residents in South Stockton in regards to this item number 32. Have you seen this before? Has anybody come to you?
No, not at all.
Nobody contacted my office in terms of this project. So this is the first that I've seen it. And the Pershing Avenue widening project that you discussed and this are both in my district. So I guess at this point, I would just ask you to follow up with this. And I'm not exactly sure where this was generated or what folks are objecting to, or if they are only requesting the exact same surface treatment. But if you would follow up on it, I would greatly appreciate it. And I know the public would appreciate knowing that we follow up on all of these.
Absolutely, Supervisor. As I mentioned that, we apply the context sensitiveness to these projects, right? Pershing Avenue and South Stockton are different, neighborhood characteristics and stuff. We'll take a look into it, and if it fits, if that, applies to this neighborhood, we would certainly be, bringing back a suggestion to you. So, yes, we stand behind, giving that service that we provide to one customer, we provide that to everybody the same way. So we'll be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me, Chair. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much. That completes any other questions for Public Works? Yes, Supervisor Wynn.
Just a comment. In my district, I probably have about 60% of the roads in the entire county. And I've commented previously that, I probably ought to put a desk in my office for Director Balaji because he and I have, and my chief of staff have a lot of discussions. One of the things that I would add in regards to Public Works is that we've had a number of town hall meetings. We've had a lot of meetings individually with residents on a variety of projects, whether it be water, road construction, et cetera. And I guess one of the things that I have greatly appreciated, certainly representing my constituents, is Public Works' willingness to work with the neighbors in regards to making sure that their concerns are addressed. And yes, not every project is the same, even though they may be of similar type. So I just want to make a comment that I think that Public Works and reach out to the residents and making sure that they're satisfied, because it is ultimately their money that we're spending. So again, thank you, Mr. Balaji, and certainly thank your staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Wynn. Words mean a lot to the staff of Public Works. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
You always do an excellent job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We would be now looking for a motion to approve consent items 1 through 39, excluding number 13 that's been noted and removed.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a first and a second.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Was that Supervisor Rickman or Wynn who seconded?
Supervisor Wynn. We are adopted 5-0. Next up, we have our COVID discussion. I believe Dr. Park would be present, and perhaps Mr. Dietrich, if he's available as well.
He's not
Mr. Dietrich is unavailable, but I believe we should have Dr. Park present or somebody. Here we see Dr. Park coming down.
I am on the line.
Yeah, Mr. Dietrich, you're online?
Yes, I am. I'm remote today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Glad you're present and we have a good connection.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Park.
Thank you. So if you were to look at our San Joaquin County Public Health Services website, we now have a weekly report that is available, that has some information that is of interest to the public, and will be produced and released every Tuesday afternoon. So this is a snapshot of what it looked like last Tuesday. By this afternoon, these numbers will be updated. And really, total confirmed cases to date is now at 75,752, and our total deaths are at 1,447. And something that might be of interest, and I've just put this up really briefly, but anybody could really access this on our website, is deaths by comorbidity, and you can see that diabetes stands out as well as cardiovascular disease. We continue to track the numbers that the state had used when we had the colored tier blueprint system. Many county local health departments are continuing to track case rates, adjusted case rate, test positivity countywide, as well as the test positivity for that lowest health equity quartile. What I did here was I tried to show the last few weeks before the state reopened on June 15th so that you could get a reminder as to where we stood. We had come down progressively in our case rate into the 3s and had moved into the orange tier. A month has gone by and our case rate is now 4.7. Our test positivity numbers have gone up as well. So this is not completely alarming, as we were expecting some of these numbers to increase as the state reopened, and as we've known and we've seen in the past that as things reopen, people are having gatherings and there's more risk, more opportunities for transmission. So none of this is too surprising, but some of it might be also attributed not just to reopening, but to the new and scary Delta variant. So the state of California, case rate has also risen. We had gone down to the twos and had been very nice and low, and now the statewide case rate is 3.7. The test positivity rate was really the first thing that we started to see rise across the state, and it's now 2.6% statewide. It had gone as low as below 1%, 0.7, 0.8% just a few weeks ago. So this is all being monitored very closely, and I would say it's not unique to San Joaquin. This is happening across the state. The other thing that's increasing is the number of patients in our hospitals. And so I just took a piece of the numbers that are given by EMS daily, and these are the numbers from the start of July. And you can see we had gone down to as few as 25 people in our hospitals in the county, and as of yesterday, we're at 43. So we had stayed in the 30s for quite some time, and as you might recall, the last time I was here, I said that we had been below 40 for a good while. This number is also on the rise regionally, not just in our county. The R effective, as I said in the past, is a measure of how the virus is moving and spreading, and of course the goal has been to be under an R naught or R effective of 1.0. We had statewide been below 1.0 for quite some time, and now even the state's above 1, and we're at 1.3, which suggests that COVID is likely increasing rapidly again. The map at the bottom, I want to tell you, just a week or two ago, we were one of the counties that was in the green for having a very nice low R effective. Transmission seemed to be slowing down, but again, as I said, the Delta variant is here. We are now, unfortunately, in a red color, so that has changed dramatically just in a short time. So, of course, our biggest tool against all of this is the vaccines. And in the state of California, the percent population of 12 years old and above who are eligible for vaccine and have received at least one dose is now at 70.6%. In our county, that's 58.6%. So continuing to work to get our local numbers up for vaccinations. Week over week, we do increase that by about 1%. It takes a lot of work and a lot of people out there trying to educate others who are not vaccinated about the benefits of vaccination. This is just a graph to show you how many vaccines have been administered month over month in our county to residents of our county. And so as you can see, we did have a lot of people getting vaccinated back in March, April, even into May, and that has slowed down considerably. June went down quite a bit by half. Of course, July, we're only halfway through the month, so hopefully that number moves upward as we continue to work with vaccines. So if anybody is still looking for a vaccine, really what you can do is go to the myturn.ca.gov website, and you will see that there are lots of fixed locations still, like at Stribley Park and at pharmacies where vaccines are being offered. But these are the 4 mobile teams. I just wanted to give kudos to them and let people know that they are out and about daily still, working at a ground game level. So again, myturn.ca.gov. Stribley Park's hours have been reduced due to less foot traffic. It's not open daily, but it is open Thursday to Saturday now. These teams in the upper right corner, that's Joan Sing Song's team from San Joaquin County Clinics, and a very recent picture of them at the El Pescadero Park, which is a homeless encampment. Of course, permissions are given for these pictures. The upper right, that's Mr. Chris Rogers, the Director of Nursing from Sutter at Manteca High School in Lammersville Unified. Both the teams have been moving around the county a lot. Both the San Joaquin County Clinics and the Sutter team have done many school sites. And then in the lower left is my own small public health strike team. And then right there in the bottom right corner is the fourth mobile team, which is called the SNAP Nurse Van. This is a van that is provided to us and funded by the state and has been in our county since about a month ago. And we have 2 staff members at Public Health that are really working with this group on their scheduling, and they're around 5 days a week, as many as 2 sites per day. So I don't think that a lot of people are aware that we have those ground level efforts still going on almost on the daily. And so I wanted to share this with you just so you could see some of the past events that have happened in July and some of the events that are still to come. Some of these dates have 2 and as many as 3 events going on because of those 4 teams that are moving around. So lots of schools in here, and some of the schools and some of the sites where you might see a repeat are actually not repeats because they're second dose events. They're actually repeat events of first dose events where a particular place is offering us to go back again and do more first dose events. So vaccines are effective still and effective against the variants. We have study after study coming out, and what studies have shown us is that they are working. And this on the right side is just a graph coming from the Commonwealth Fund, which shows a prediction of how bad things could have been on the red line with our deaths in the United States had we not had the vaccination numbers that we had. But of course, deaths have fallen substantially because of vaccinations. CDPH says that out of over 20 million fully vaccinated Californians, only 0.003% contracted COVID-19 and needed hospitalization. So this is key, is that we might see that some vaccinated people can get COVID, especially with this very transmissible Delta variant. However, those people don't tend to need vaccination, don't tend to need hospitalization, and are not the ones who are dying. So incredibly so at the national level, what we're hearing from the CDC is that 99% of people requiring hospitalization and dying are those who are unvaccinated. The state has also shared with us that the case rate, as I might have shown you, statewide is now at 3.7 cases per 100,000, I believe is what I showed you. Although that might be the overall case rate for the state, really for unvaccinated, it's 4.9 cases per 100,000, and vaccinated people really only make up for 0.6 per 100,000 people in the state. So a lot of proof out there that the vaccines are working. This is also going to be available in that weekly report. So this is just the naming system and the Greek alphabet names for the variants that are out there. You know, in the beginning, we had a lot of the epsilon variants, the 1427 and 1429, which were called the California or West Coast variants. And back in January, February, that was the predominant strain in our state. Then the alpha variant, which was originally detected in the UK, B117, seemed to take over and became the predominant circulating strain. And now it's really the Delta variant, which was first detected in India, the B16172. And you will see this on our website, that we are tracking month over month which variants we have detected. And of course, not every person who has a positive COVID PCR test goes on to getting their sample sent to the state lab in Richmond and having the whole genome sequencing done. It's just a sampling. But as of July 6th, last week's report, you will see in the pink, we had the Delta variant, 8 cases in May and 8 cases in June, for a total of 16 confirmed Delta variants in our county. And this will be updated today, but what my EPI shared with me yesterday, if you look at B1617.2, that is the Delta variant. That's now up to 25 from 16. So as of yesterday, so that number keeps moving up. Statewide, the Delta variant is now the dominant strain, accounting for 43% of cases sampled. Next in line would be the Alpha at 30% of cases sampled, but that Alpha variant is on its way down. We know that it's very transmissible. The Alpha variant was about 50% more transmissible than the original wild-type coronavirus, and the Delta variant is considered to be perhaps 60% more transmissible than the Alpha. And this graph was shared with us by the state just to show that it doesn't happen in any one particular county. We're hearing about lots of hospitalizations in the LA area, but the Delta is everywhere. And this was just to demonstrate that really counties across the state are experiencing dramatic increases in this variant. And really, I think I will end there at that slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park.
Questions? Thank you.
Any questions from board members? I see one request so far. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Dr. Park, we're hearing a lot about potential boosters for the vaccine, and I know there's conflicting information right now. Pfizer came out and said that they believed a booster 6 months or so after being fully vaccinated dramatically increased protection and provided much greater protection against the Delta variant. But the CDC is not recommending that at this time. And I know the statement yesterday was, well, they're making decisions based on a much larger pool of data. So how will this discussion impact what we do here in San Joaquin County and what will be offered to folks?
So what we're going to do here in the county is we're going to wait for the signal from the CDPH, the State Public Health Department, and they were awaiting news from the CDC as to when it is time to offer boosters. At this time, we don't feel that immunity is waning, and we're listening to the CDC very closely. So as I said, the vaccines are effective even against the Delta variant, and so the game right now really is to get more people vaccinated. The more people who are vaccinated, the less the virus has hosts to find, and the less chance it has to keep mutating because it's not survivable when it doesn't have hosts to jump from one person to another. So really, at this point, there's no evidence yet that people who have been vaccinated have a waning immunity and that they're not contributing to herd immunity anymore. So we're waiting to see, and I don't think that boosters will be happening anytime soon. It's hard to say. Perhaps next year. I do think at some point we will be getting booster shots. I don't think that it will be in the next coming months.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
I think I was second. I think Supervisor Rickman is next. Is that correct?
I've only got so far electronically. I only have Supervisor Miller's request. So next, Supervisor Rickman.
All right, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Wayne. I was kind of hoping you would go first to see. But Dr. Park.
Yes, good morning.
Good to see you again.
Thank you, Supervisor.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Just a few questions. You mentioned the percentage of vaccinated folks. What about those who've had the virus? I know at one time it was, I think you said 75,000 people in the county have had it. Do we have a new number on that? That have had the virus.
You mean who had the vaccine?
No, that had the virus and had the natural immunity side of it. How many people have been affected with the virus in this county?
Oh, yes, sorry.
I believe it was 75,000.
Yeah, we're at 75,752.
Okay. The reason I ask this, we're talking about, the vaccine of folks with immunity. Why don't we ever hear about natural immunity? In fact, I don't know if you're familiar with, and I spoke about this before, several different studies that have came out and talking about the natural immunity and the duration of it. I think the state was 3 months. Studies have came out and said it could be as long as 8 months. And new studies have came out that says, they found T cells or whatever it may be in bone marrow, which would, of course, that study goes on even further along than the 8 months. And then now there's another study that came out and said it could be years. And the last study that I've seen was the Cleveland Clinic study. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not, sorry.
Cleveland Clinic study of approximately over 50,000 employees showed unvaccinated people who have had COVID-19 have no difference in reinfection rate than people who have had COVID-19 and who took the vaccine. What do you have to say about that? Because, the science, again, right? We're told follow the science, follow the science, follow the science. Science is telling us this one thing, but we never hear about it.
Right, and I don't, and it's not that I don't mean to bring that to you, but I don't have solid numbers on that. So, and that's a great study, and I think you've brought other studies, to this meeting, Supervisor Rickman, and so it's very encouraging. The only thing I do know is that the state does run some numbers on seroprevalence, which is the percentage of people who are giving their blood to blood donation centers or getting their antibody tested for whatever reason at their primary care providers or other clinics. And the seroprevalence seems to be high. In fact, high within every region of the state except for the most northern California states, which is great news and probably is contributing to the fact that even though we have very low vaccination rate, that we're doing okay and that we're stable. I don't know how much it's contributing. I can't quantify that, but it's certainly a factor.
When we're looking at herd immunity, and I know you had a slide of San Joaquin County, I believe it was 47%, and the state was 61% of vaccinated folks. Now, if you add in the natural immunity you get from the virus, where would that shift us? Would we be over that 70% threshold?
Yeah, I can't do calculations like that, but that 70% vaccination goal was set knowing that there would also be some natural immunity, which is why we don't set a goal of 100% immunization. We set a goal of 70%, knowing that on top of the 70%, we will have some natural immunity going on.
But are those numbers of 47% in San Joaquin County and 61% taking affect the natural immunity at all, or is that just the vaccination?
That's just vaccinations.
Okay, so if you add the natural immunity side of it, then that number would be higher, good to believe.
Right, I'm just showing you how many people have been vaccinated, but as far as the number of people who might have immunity, certainly I would hope that that would be higher, yes.
All right, and then my last question for you, and the thing that we're hearing a lot about, and at least, I have teenage daughters of my own, 2 of them, in fact. And what we hear on the news and reports, and CDC came out on June 23rd, an article that I read said there's a likely link between rare heart inflammation and young people after a COVID shot. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Right.
Because as a parent of teenagers, that makes
certainly
me worried.
Yes, this was something that was noticed, maybe about 4 or 5 weeks ago through the VAERS reporting system, which is our vaccine adverse event reporting system that the CDC has used for years with other vaccines as well, in which any provider who sees somebody who seems to be having an adverse event after vaccination must report that to the CDC. And they tracked that, and it came to their attention through a group of physicians who were noticing that they were seeing people getting hospitalized for myocarditis or pericarditis, which is inflammation of the heart muscle. This is now being tracked closely by the CDC. Last I saw, there are maybe 1,200 cases amongst maybe 12 million people who have been vaccinated. I'm sorry, there have been about 1,200 cases total. Out of all vaccinations. So not just any particular vaccine type, but out of all vaccinations. It seems to be happening in younger people, maybe the 18 to 24 age group, and more males than females. Certainly the majority of them are experiencing a very mild case and recover fully, requiring just a short hospitalization or no hospitalization at all. So the last I heard was maybe 80% have a very mild case. Looking at all the numbers, the CDC did decide to move forward with a statement saying that the overall benefits to vaccination still outweigh the risks. And so that's where we stand right now with the statement on that.
What about the Johnson & Johnson, too? They just came out with a warning label, right?
Right, that's the 12 million that I was thinking of. About 12 million for Johnson & Johnson, and out of those, there's some reports that there have been a little over 100, I believe, cases of people with, who have developed Guillain-Barré. which is also usually a temporary neurological deficit. It happens with viruses in general. So that's a new warning label that the FDA is going to be adding to the Johnson & Johnson packaging.
All right, thank you, Dr. Park, and I appreciate that. Again, it makes you got to know all the risks and benefits, and in order to make an informed decision for yourself or your children. So thank you. Last question I have for you, Counselor, Mr. Miles. Where do we stand on the PRA with the state?
We're going to discuss that in closed session today.
All right, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and I'll yield my time.
Sure. And to Supervisor Rickman's point, I did read that same Cleveland study, and it coincided with a study that came out of Israel where they have 6 million cases that they've tracked where people have automatic immunities, and they provide that information to the CDC, and the CDC said that they would change and amend and include that in their messaging, and they have not. So if you care to follow up, it's just for your own information, but those are two very conclusive studies that if you've had COVID, such as I have, you do have an automatic immunity to reinfection. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice seeing you again, Dr. Park.
Thank you.
Always appreciate your presentations. I don't want to cover the same ground that Supervisor Rickman did, but I do have a question in regards to the rate of cases that we have. Currently, based upon the numbers, how do we compare with, for example, a normal year where usually the main concern are flu cases? So numbers-wise, are we probably within the area of the number of flu cases in a flu season? Are we higher or lower? Do you have any idea where we stand on that?
Oh, no, definitely we were lower, but I don't have exact numbers as far as the number of cases of flu, but I do know that we had 0 deaths from flu this past winter, which is incredible to have nobody die of the flu. And clearly that has to do with the masking, the hand washing, and everything that we're doing for COVID, really affecting our flu rates. The year before, we had 17 deaths, the winter before COVID. So, but 0. I don't have actual numbers on cases in front of me, but we do have them back at the department.
Okay, thank you. And as has been mentioned previously, and frankly, I think everybody knows that there is a ton of information regarding COVID, the vaccinations, the lockdowns going on and on and on. I think the one thing that I think is lost in the discussion is these are still experimental drugs. Is that correct? They're not approved by the FDA. I mean, on an emergency basis, yes, but usually it takes about 8 to 10 years to verify the safety and effectiveness of these drugs. So is that correct?
Well, that's a very good question, and I think it depends on semantics, really. They've been through the same rigorous trials and phases that any other vaccine would go through. So no scientific step was really skipped in the development of the vaccines. So to my mind, although they have an emergency use authorization from the FDA, they're not experimental in the sense that the trials were done on real people and they were proven to be effective and safe overall. So the issue is that it takes months and months of logistics and paperwork for any new drug or vaccine to have that EUA, to have a final formal approval from the FDA. And really a lot of that paperwork type of stuff was skipped in order to get the vaccines into arms. It doesn't mean that these vaccines are going to be re-engineered or made differently after the EUA is released. It will, to my mind, it will still be the same vaccine. Maybe boosters will look a little different down the road to cover more variants. But I know that a lot of people consider them experimental, but I do not.
Well, I understand that. My point is, though, that as was mentioned earlier in regards to Johnson & Johnson and the 100 cases out of 12 million, there are still adverse effects that we're not aware of and didn't come out in the trials. Obviously, otherwise we would have heard of them. And so as we go down this path, my concern, I guess, and I'm not, I mean, I am a parent, but probably more importantly, I'm a grandparent in regards to my grandchildren. I think that one thing that we ought to do, and I say this collectively at all ages, is to consider whether or not we want to get the vaccine because, frankly, every vaccine has had adverse effects. You mentioned the VARS, and I won't go into that, but there's a number of cases that have been shown with adverse effects. And so when we talk about, risk and the risk of not getting vaccinated as opposed, and I'm not advocating not getting vaccinated, don't get me wrong. However, I do believe that every individual, every parent, needs to make their own assessment in regards to how they want to proceed. And if they choose to ask their children to get vaccinated, et cetera, that's fine. If they're 18 or older and they want to make that decision on their own, that's fine. But I want to say that I think that this aggressive effort in regards to encouraging, or I hate to use the term, but shaming people to get vaccinated, I think is wrong because there's a number of individuals, especially in our communities of color, that are resistant for a variety of reasons. And so I think that we all ought to be able to make that decision based upon where we get our information and what we think is the best avenue for us to continue to protect ourselves. And going to Supervisor Rickman's comments in regards to it, we hear a lot about vaccines, but we don't hear about those who've actually, like Chair Patty, contracted it. And the assumption is based upon previous viruses that he is at least immune for a period of time. And we don't know. And we don't know a lot. But every time I open, whether it be the internet or newspaper, whatever, I see another study. And whether it's talking about lockdowns or masks or whatever, there's a lot of information. So all I'm saying is I think that we ought to allow individuals to make a conscious decision as to whether they want to proceed. And heaven forbid, and I wouldn't want to be in a position where somehow I was indirectly or directly, I want to say, forcing individuals to get vaccinated, because once you do that, then you are, in my opinion, you are part and parcel to the outcome, whatever that happens to be. And obviously, if it's protection, great. But if it's not, I certainly think that belongs with individual choices. So anyway, I thank you for your presentation. I would just add that this is new territory. Yes, the vaccine is effective. One of the things that I think concerns a lot of individuals is, we understood that, there were 2 doses with Moderna and certainly Pfizer. Now they're talking about 3, possibly 4. And now the question comes up, especially with a third, is, and I didn't get the one of those, but my point is that if, for example, the experience of a lot of individuals who got those shots in the second dose was basically the flu for 24 hours, what it happens to be, but my understanding is the third dose can be even more debilitating in regards to it. Again, this is information that's out there, but I would encourage us, our leadership in regards to this particular, and certainly with your advice and direction, that we ought to encourage individuals to make their own decisions, because they're the only ones that will, I won't say suffer, but benefit from the outcome. And therefore, whether it be people my age or young people, et cetera. And I see, for example, people in my age category definitely would benefit from being vaccinated, because we're the segment that are most likely, if we contract it, to die. If you go down the age bracket, so to speak, it gets lower and lower as far as that. It becomes an illness, but it's not necessarily a death by simply contracting it. So anyway, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And I do wholeheartedly agree with you, Supervisor Wynn, that people should be able to make their own decisions. And, and that's why we just try to put the facts out. And I do believe that the CDC, by releasing VAERS data, is very forthright. And so people know what's out there and what's going on. And I wouldn't presume to make that decision for anyone. And so luckily, I think we have facts, and what's really lucky is that we have all 3 vaccines available in our county, so that if people decided that one might work out better for them, for their age, for their ethnicity, or whatever they're researching, we do have all 3 vaccines.
I appreciate
Thank you.
that.
I do agree with you.
And I would add one thing is, unfortunately, as we all know, there's been a political bend to this, which sometimes influences those who would make one decision or other. So I appreciate that you're presenting the facts, because that's what people need to make decisions on, not based upon political rhetoric that comes out of a variety of sources. So thank you.
Thank you.
Question for you, Dr. Park. I've been contacted by a multitude of parents when the new CDC or the California guidelines came down about masking for kids mandatory in school. And we've seen recently, I've brought it to the attention of County Counsel's office, but El Dorado County issued a declaration saying that for medical reasons, there was all sorts of declarations as to the adverse effects of children wearing masks nonstop in the school, even if they're not allowed. I think the new guideline perhaps allows them to take it off when they're in a playground, outdoor area. What's your position? Where will you be? What will you be championing throughout the state, being an experienced pediatrician and an expert in the field at this point? What position are you at when it comes to children and having to wear masks? We all know that children have, I think, but the mortality rate for children, which any child dying, of course, is tragic, but the mortality rate was like 0.000046%. There's something very minor with a bunch of zeros in front of it. So where are you at with this mandatory maxing for school children in the state of California, and what allowances could we create here in our own county?
So thank you, and I did stop short of my very last slide because it was going to cover and review the new guidance that just was released by the CDPH yesterday on schools, but I stopped short of showing it because there's some new news coming out this morning that it might be transfigured again. So I hesitate to say what that will ultimately look like. The CDC did say that fully vaccinated staff and students can be without their masks in schools this year, and the state of California had gone in a direction where they were going to ask that there be universal masking indoors, but not outdoors. But this with the caveat that they would release some of the stricter physical distancing requirements, and all of this with the priority goal of getting kids back into school. So this is a tough one because really the goal is get kids into school, get them in their seats. Let's have full in-person instruction because we know that that's more beneficial to their learning. And how do we do that? And the approach that the state was going to take was to say, we know that kids less than 12 can't even be vaccinated. Kids older than 12 might be vaccinated, but do we make the teacher the mask police and figure out how many kids are vaccinated and which ones really get to take their masks off? They tried to simplify it, try to get rid of some of the stigma behind kids looking at each other and saying who's masked and who's not masked, and are you vaccinated and are you not? And just because of the Delta variant being such an unknown variable right now, there was going to be universal masking. I will see what ultimately comes out because I don't know if that's going to be walked back after what came out in the news this morning with the LA Times and somebody from the governor's office walking that back a bit. So we'll see. It is really difficult not knowing how bad the Delta variant is going to get. So I am going to keep my eye on that. But, you know, at the very least, whatever we do will be in line with the CDC as much as possible.
All right. Well, I would like to ask, and I appreciate that. And it's a lot of moving pieces, as they say.
It's very fluid right now.
Yep, I understood. I would request that perhaps County Council works through you, and we create a declaration that we may want to wish to adopt if it's may not be as ultimately empowering, but it may send a statement, as El Dorado County has. So I would ask again, County Council, let's work on that through with Mr. Dietrich and with Dr. Park, that we can craft the language that's suitable for San Joaquin County as it relates to mandatory masking for children, just in the event that that we need to make a statement from this county to the state, as there's universal support that I've heard, an incredible swell of support against mandatory masking for children. And that would come back, of course, before a declaration is established. That will come back to the board for discussion if we wish to adopt that or not. But I would suggest that we at least get that prepared and ready to discuss with this board. I think that's all I have from my notes for you, Dr. Park. Anybody else? Any final comments, Dr. Park? Mr. Dietrich, we appreciate you also standing by and being ready. At this time, we'll move on to our next discussion item. I believe we have our Public Works. This is a public hearing to consider adopting a franchise ordinance to grant a pipeline franchise to Lodi Gas Storage LLC. This said ordinance was introduced and waived on April 6th of 2021 in the 4th District. Mr. Chris Palagi, come on down, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Patty, members of the board. This is the date and time set for the public hearing to hear testimony regarding the Lodi Gas Pipeline franchise. Actually, your board held a public hearing on this item on May 4th, but due to a procedural issue related to the noticing of that hearing, we recommend reopening the public hearing again to receive any public comments the public may have. Today's public hearing was noticed in a newspaper of general circulation as required by the Public Utilities Code, and there were no public comments received during the May 4th public hearing. And of course, as I mentioned before at the last meeting, this franchise was established in 2000 by the Board of Supervisors and includes over 13 miles of pipelines in the San Joaquin County's right-of-way. My apologies for repeating what I said at the May hearing, because since it is a hearing, I just wanted to make sure that the public gets to hear the whole spiel on this. These pipelines are a component of a larger natural gas extraction, storage, and transmission project that extracts and transmits natural gas from San Joaquin County to a PG&E facility on Sherman Island in Sacramento County. The total length of the pipelines is approximately 35 miles, with 60% of those pipelines on private property and public right-of-way within San Joaquin County. The pipelines have existed for over 20 years without any issues, and the owner pays to the county a franchise revenue as prescribed by the Public Utilities Code. We recommend approval of this franchise, which essentially renews the previous franchise for an additional 20-year term. No new facilities are proposed as part of today's recommended approval, so the staff recommends approval. And of course, you opened the public hearing, receive any comments, and pending any questions that your board may have, our recommendation is to approve the franchise.
Very well. Let me first ask any questions from the board at this moment. If not, I will open up the public hearing. It is open. And Madam Clerk, do we have any comments from the public?
Chairman Petty, we have not received any written public comments for this item.
All right. Is there anybody present that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none. Is there any other questions, any comments from the board? All right, well, call for a vote, I guess. Nick, need a motion to approve and a second.
So moved. So moved.
Have a first and a second, please vote. We carry 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Blasi.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have a general discussion. This is a presentation from Supervisor Miller discussing the success, strengths, and weaknesses of a system-wide review of homelessness response in San Joaquin County according to HUD and local performance measures report presented by the San Joaquin Continuum of Care. Supervisor Miller, you're up.
Thank you. The Continuum of Care is an entity that is required by HUD, and it's specifically for overseeing certain federal funds. Part of that, part of the requirements is that each Continuum of Care provides an update to HUD on performance standards, metrics. It's basically a report card on these various federal programs, what's working, what isn't working, what's working best, that sort of thing. And so the Continuum of Care approved the most recent report in May, I believe it was. And because we were in the midst of budgeting, we pushed off this presentation to the full board until now. So this is just a presentation for the board to be updated on the report card.
And
that
Supervisor Miller, just let me interrupt. I believe this is mandatory once a year or so. We're supposed to get this or quarterly. Is that correct?
It's an annual report to HUD, and it's a written report, so it's always been available. But I just thought, in light of the various conversations that the board is engaged in and a much higher level of focus on homelessness in general, it would be a great idea for the board to, and the public, to receive this report card at this meeting.
Okay, and just before you proceed, let me also state that the public hearing that we just opened is now officially closed. So we are moving forward with your discussion item. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have slides.
It'll be up just a moment.
So I want to just briefly introduce Kate and Jen. They are board members from the Continuum of Care. Kate, specifically, your committee chair is?
Assistant Performance and Evaluation.
There it is. And Jen is this year's current chair for the Continuum of Care. So they will be doing the presentation today, and Kate's Hutchinson, last name.
So Kate Hutchinson, I'm the Deputy Director for Lutheran Social Services. LSS operates a HUD-funded program for transition-age youth in Stockton. We're part of the Continuum of Care. Our agency also is part of the Continuum of Care in Stockton and Solano County, where we serve adults, seniors, and families. I'm on the board of the Continuum of Care, as Supervisor Miller mentioned, and the chair of the System Performance and Evaluation Committee, and that's the capacity that I'm here today to share our system performance measures, which is what we submit to HUD each year.
And good morning. I'm Jennifer Rowell, the 2021 chair of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care. Thank you for having us back. Vice Chair Kristen Burtwhistle and I were here a few months ago. We agreed to come back quarterly and touch base about what we are doing. So we're really happy to get to come back and talk about this report with you. So the report comes, the data comes out of our homeless management information system. That is the software that we use to track our efforts and our outcomes. And the report represents, the time frame is on the federal fiscal year, so it is an October through September time frame.
So we have a lot of good news to report. The outcomes for permanent supported housing and rapid rehousing for the COC funded programs are outstanding, as you can see on the slide. These averages exceed the national average for acquiring housing stability and moving people from housing into permanent low-income solutions. Our employment outcomes for COC programs also exceeds the national average, and for the first time, we had first-time homelessness decreased. I find this particularly encouraging because it shows that the funding we poured into prevention and the eviction prevention services that or prevention laws that we had to implement due to COVID were effective in reducing first-time homelessness. This is the second reason why I'm excited about this is we know that if homelessness is averted and the individual or family does not experience the trauma of being on the streets, they're less likely to become homeless in the future.
And one thing I find especially noteworthy in these outcomes are the outcomes specifically to our permanent supportive housing and our rapid rehousing. When you view it through the lens of the COC program competition, we have an incredibly high success rate. And that specific flavor of housing really targets people who are chronically homeless, long-term homelessness, very often substance use disorder, physical disability, mental health challenges, or some combination thereof. And so that we have the ability to provide this in-depth service and wrap around to keep people in their housing and help them be successful in their housing it's a great reflection on our providers, and we're really happy to get to share that that statistic with you.
We also identified opportunities for growth and improvement. The first is that the total number of homeless people identified in the 2019 point-in-time count increased, and we can see evidence of that ourselves through the visualization. You can see the tents and the encampments. We were not able to complete a point-in-time count in 2020 or 2021 because of COVID restrictions, but we already have in the works our game plan for doing a point-in-time count in January of 2022. The second opportunity for gaining a better handle on what is happening in our community is for all the homeless services providers to be consistent and thorough in entering data into HMIS. Right now, getting good data on outcomes of homeless navigation services is our weakest link. So it's important to know when people are entering the pipeline, who they are, what services they go to, find the best fit, and move them into housing.
And the point-in-time count is vital. It's a fundamental job of a COC to do this. And we get really good information when we're able to actually conduct interviews. We can get really rich information about the impact of our services and help us make informed decisions. But it's important to remember that it literally is. It's just a little snippet in time. And, you know, we need to balance that against the data that we have in HMIS. And so it is critical that we shore that up and make sure that from entry until exit, from entry until warm handoff, that we are tracking people in this system.
So from the data, we identified 5 recommendations. The first is to expand the capacity of what we know is already working. Those are successful permanent supported and rapid rehousing programs. Capacity is currently limited by 2 factors. One is funding to increase the size of these programs and build our capacity, and the second is the need to develop affordable housing options for people to graduate into. Which brings us to the Move On initiative. This is a HUD initiative when they made the recognition that permanent supported housing means to the people who are living there that they will live there permanently. But oftentimes, once people are stabilized in permanent supported housing, they don't need those intensive services that this program offers. What they need is continued affordability. So continuing to build affordable housing options that go from low income to extremely low income is really important to unclogging the pipeline.
The third recommendation is to expand the capacity of our emergency shelters. And the last time I was here, we talked about some of the projects that were in the works, and it sounds like there's a lot more talk about that today. As much as I'm a housing advocate, we need to have that emergency shelter. It's a critical part of our emergency safety net service, and we don't have enough to meet the need right now. I think we can all agree on that. So we really want to encourage the expansion of low barrier emergency shelter beds throughout our county so we can move people off the streets somewhere safe. Our fourth recommendation is to invest in homeless prevention. We saw prevention efforts really, being successful during the pandemic, and we want to continue those efforts. It is far more cost effective to prevent homelessness than to help somebody get out once they are already in that system. It's just a real kind of common sense thing for us to do, and a great investment for us to make as a community. And our last recommendation is to improve our street outreach data collection. And I know, Supervisor Rickman, I know you've been out on street outreach. I'm guessing probably most of you have. Our outreach folks are incredible. They're also very, very busy. And so we know anecdotally that they have really great success, but we need to be able to better track that formally within our system so we can better measure how our programs are performing. So those are our recommendations, and Kate and I would be happy to field any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I listened to the presentation and all of the questions at the actual continuum of care, but for my colleagues, this is an opportunity to Ask away.
I don't have any questions.
Hey, I'll add something real quick. I'll break the ice. What is the COC doing? You know, and I've always said homelessness is just not a housing issue. It's also a mental health and substance abuse issue. So if you want to fix homelessness, you have to look at the underlying cause, of course, mental illness and drug addiction, or both. So what is the COC doing about that?
I can take that, Jen, and you can back me up. So permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing are the two housing types that are funded through the COC. Those housing types come with intensive supportive services, which can include mental health services, drug and alcohol services, referral to support for working out mental health or drug and alcohol issues. That's why the programs are so successful in keeping people housed. If we weren't addressing those issues, they would return to homelessness. So one of the big advantages to COC-funded programs is that intensive case management that's coupled with the housing. It's a critical factor.
All right, thank you.
I'll jump in with something that we've had in relative recent meetings. We've talked about, and we've had reports from Mr. Ragsdale, as well as discussions amongst this board, and we've talked with our Community Development Director, Director Kwong, about us missing out on oftentimes some funding opportunities because we hadn't identified projects and we hadn't identified dedicated funds that would trigger sometimes a 5-to-1 or more in matched state or federal dollars. I know that Mr. Cheshire works hard on this. I personally would love to see, not only with this report, the ask. What's missing? I've said this in prior meetings. Like, if we missed out on tens of millions of dollars on the Project Room Key because Fresno and Sacramento had a ballot initiative, and that's already, they have a bond, I believe it is, and they've got dedicated funds for it, and they're able to accomplish a lot more. I don't know anything about this. This isn't my realm, and this is something you guys have the fingers on the pulse of. So I would just ask that if you're going to come in quarterly, which is wonderful, and I appreciate, Supervisor Miller's got a big smile, because this is, an act of love. You guys are dedicated. You work hard, either professionally or personally. You're dedicating your time to this very complex issue. So I would only suggest that when you come in with the ask, like, what else? What's missing? What more can we do? What's actionable that this board might be able to do? And, recently, going back a few meetings ago, I was looking to set aside dollars into a fund that would be accessible through the board, but you guys could also demonstrate that, look, the county has designated X amount of dollars, and we now can trigger more dollars from the state, and therefore we can realize some great programs versus waiting for the next grant to come through. And if we wait for that next grant, then you see we've got this much money, and others that have the bond initiatives have that much money. So my only ask, I see you're nodding, we're all in agreement. So just let's move forward with what more do we need, and let's ask for it.
Oh, I think we would be happy to come back with an ask. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and there's some really wonderful things you'll, I'm sure, find out, but there's talk about some development housing, low barrier, low income housing, supportive housing out at the fairgrounds. We've got, the county has some land. I'm going to be setting up a meeting on Thursday with with Director Kwong and Marcia Cunningham, and start talking about some county land that we might be able to do something with. So there's things in the pipeline that we'll keep you all involved with, and we also have that 2x2 from the city and the county and continuum of care. So I'd like to applaud the effort, and I'm glad that we all recognize that's not what we're doing, it's what more we need, because we're on that precipice today when we're going to discuss some homeless low barrier shelters in mainly 4 big cities in our county. So appreciate that perhaps you might even be here for those discussions and weigh in on them.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller, I see you're up. Did you also want to speak again?
Well, I just thought, following up on what you're saying, Mr. Ragsdale, I'm going to put him on the spot, but he is here present. and I thought he might want to provide just a brief overview of, we hear about the projects that are already up and running and the success that they're receiving. I just thought it might be good to hear from Mr. Ragsdale in terms of what is in the pipeline. We have a groundbreaking coming up very soon on the county and Housing Authority's Veterans Project. So I thought this might be a good opportunity.
Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. We do. We have a 49-unit Veterans Project on county land. And to Chair Patty's point, the VHHP program, we have a project in the third round. It did take us a couple rounds to get to critical mass. I would agree that if from my colleagues from the continuing care, we need more of everything. There's no question. It was $846 million in the first round of Home Key. There was one $4 million project in Stockton. I don't think it's worth wringing hands over what's passed. But to your point, and to this, I think the will of this board is to be innovative, be creative, and find ways to meaningfully partner that we can, start to get more base hits. And I think that I'm happy to announce that in partnership with Neighborhood Preservation and Behavioral Health, we have an apparent win in No Place Like Home. That's in 39 units in Stockton. Incredibly competitive. There were 13 applications in the Valley. That's San Joaquin County down to Kern County. 2 projects were funded. One of those is ours. So it does matter what we throw in terms of leverage. It does matter in terms of partnerships, but not for the collaboration and the political will from this board. These things wouldn't be possible. So to my point, we're happy to be creative, and I think there's more opportunities coming given the state's budget.
Okay, and given the fact that we've got some dollars that are set aside, I would encourage you to come forward to the board and ask, and with a 4/5 vote, we can allocate it and put it aside where it's a pot that you can utilize to get that 5-to-1, 10-to-1 match that will bring projects, successful projects to the Valley.
Absolutely. Project Home Key contemplates a local match. It is 3-to-1 math, so once that those dollars are available, we know a NOFA is going to drop.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment at this time for this? Come on down, sir.
Bob Bentz, you guys know me. I've been involved in veterans affairs for 50 years. Forgive me, I'm completely ignorant about the project that was just mentioned, unless it's the groundbreaking thing they're doing across the street from the Bank of Stockton that I was briefly involved in. You got 40 units? I'm the guy who furnishes housing for homeless people when they come off the street, and I haven't heard about it. Can somebody enlighten us?
I would suggest perhaps connecting with Mr. Ragsdale offline, but it's been discussed many times here at the board. It's a partnership with the county, and as I'm sure the chair can pass along to you, it hasn't been built yet. We have a groundbreaking coming up in another, I believe it's a week, Chair?
I believe it is. It's coming up very soon.
Well, if I can offer a suggestion, when you have a project like this and there are people in the community who are actively engaged in assisting homeless people, because no veteran should ever come home to an empty apartment, which is why I started my project in 2012. It would be helpful if we knew that there were projects in the mill so that we could kind of front load our efforts to gather in order to assure that assistance was available when necessary.
We'll follow up with you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members from the public? If not, bringing it back to the board.
Chairman Patty, we do have one written public comment.
Yes, please.
So this public comment was submitted for the 3 discussion items, 1, 2, and 3, so I'll just read it now one time. It's written by Steve S., and he writes, I support the effort of Tom Patty Lodi to provide lower-cost homeless shelter. The pollution along the McCollum River is atrocious. However, I think this is a Band-Aid approach and still costly to taxpayers. Why does the homeless crisis increase with all the money spent? I hear there are kickbacks to politicians. It is now an enterprise to support homeless. Why is the homeless situation much less problematic in Florida? Why can't we roll back the law to stop this problem and go back to traditional methods of reducing the homeless situation? Taxpayers deserve to have their money spent on concrete issues, pools for kids, better safety and security, clean streets, better facilities for kids to keep them out of trouble. California policy and those of other states are helping to overtax the citizens and contribute to the moral decay of our society. And that concludes the public comments for discussion item number 1.
Thank you. And discussion item number 1 was just informative, so we're going to move on to discussion item number 2.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Wynn.
A couple of questions. When you talk about the investment in prevention of homelessness, what specifically are you doing?
Well, prevention efforts look different from organization to organization. It's very often small grants, maybe they cobble together from one organization to another to be able to pay back rent, back utilities, things like that allow people to stay in their unit. Okay. That's most often how it shows up.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
I would just add to that preventing homelessness sometimes can be as simple as a car repair.
That's true.
So someone needs their car to get to work, their car breaks down. If they can't afford to repair it, they can't get to work, and they lose their apartment.
How do they know to contact you for that assistance?
That's part of what outreach navigation does, and also through, sadly, word of mouth through the people who are receiving services.
I guess my observation is, the continuing care, which was an extension of the Homeless Task Force, which started back in 2015, which is a collaboration of a variety of agencies, including city, county, and a lot of those who provide the services. I guess my thought is, though, it seems like we talk about a low barrier shelter, and we talk about 300 beds. Okay, I get that. We talk about, access or navigation centers, which I also get that. However, and we don't hear about, for example, the projects like the Stockton Shelter, the Rescue Mission, maybe the Salvation Army, any number of those organizations that currently are addressing the homeless issue and have been for decades. But we don't talk about them, and my understanding is that a lot of those organizations have projects planned to expand their operations. However, we don't talk or we don't hear about it here. I shouldn't say that. I hear about it, but we don't really get as was said earlier, an ask. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about, the homeless, it seems like we compartmentalize a lot of these discussions on specific areas, whether it be a low barrier shelter in Stockton or it be the navigation centers in Manteca and Tracy and Lodi. But it would seem that somewhere along the way, especially with the continuing care and the organizations that participate, that we would have more of a global approach to see what's happening intersectionally with all these different entities. And when we talk about an ask, it would seem like we would have, and whether it be, segmented so that one particular, group would come forward and ask for specific funding or matching funds or whatever, and another group. But it seems like we're kind of missing what I see is a whole, and I'm sure it exists, but we don't hear about it. And that's my concern, is that we don't have a global approach to see how this low barrier shelter in Stockton or the navigation centers in the cities or the nonprofits that are providing these services and behavioral health and the laws that affect, the ability to treat, all those things are out there. But it seems like we don't talk in terms of the big picture. We're always talking about the smaller pictures within that big picture. And I guess what I would appreciate is coming forward with a master plan, for lack of a better term, of we talk about homeless and how we can fit the needs of the particular populations that each one of these segments provide, as opposed to focusing on this project or that project. I would like to see, if I approve a project, I would like to see how that interconnects with other aspects of the homeless, whether it be the outreach, whether it be the investment, whether it be, the low barrier shelter, whether it be services, whether it be behavioral health. All these components are going on a daily basis, and for the most part, doing very well, doing a great job. Yet I don't see the big picture. I don't see how you address a major problem in this county without addressing it entirely as opposed to partially. And that's what I see here is we're dealing with one area, segments, and I'm not opposed to any of these. I just want to see how they correlate or collaborate with each other to provide the services, because one organization provides maybe the entry level, another organization provides, the temporary or provisional housing, the next level provides the permanent housing. So it just doesn't seem to me, I don't get, the chain of homelessness going from entry point to final utilization. That's my question, is how the continuing care is probably the organization that has all these parts. So my question is, and for you, Chair, how do you have those discussions in regards to the bigger picture and how these were all intertwined?
Yeah, those discussions are happening, throughout our committee meetings and in our general and board meetings. So they're happening very frequently. I think I'm taking the feedback that you're giving, and it's making me think about our implementation plan that we're working on developing with Home Base. And I think that would be a good home for what you're describing, a blueprint of, from point A to point B, how do these programs come together and work together? How do these expansion projects that we have on the work really build and make it really to illustrate it in a way that is
I would agree
critical.
with Supervisor Wynn that we tend to be siloed based on our funding streams. We've really worked hard to break down that silo through our homeless management information system. So one of the things we do very well in this community is that every homeless service provider puts data into the homeless management information system, not just COC funded projects. So that's a start. And I think Home Base may also help us with what you're talking about. We need to break down the silos. I agree.
Well, I agree with you. My concern is, for example, I met with Lodi staff several times in regards to their project. Great project. However, how does that interconnect with a larger facility, maybe in Stockton, or certainly how does that affect our behavioral health services in the ability to really address the whether it be the mental health or the substance abuse issues? So again, I want to see the links. The one concern I have, I'll be honest with you, is that if we start funding a project for a particular purpose, I want to know how does that work with everything else in that hemisphere, so to speak. How does that help? Because the 300-bed facility, for example, is intended to be temporary for a short period of time, and they move somewhere else. Okay, so tell me, where's that somewhere else going to be? Do we have a plan for that? Because the intent is not to house them permanently. It's intent to just accept them, treat them, move them forward, et cetera. But if I don't see, we've come to a cliff. So essentially we go from step one and then we fall off the cliff. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not opposed to these projects. I'm just questioning why we don't have a larger picture in regards to the homeless population in this county with all the resources that are available. And I hesitate to use the term silo, but it's just a disconnect that troubles me, that we ought to, with all the resources and all the expertise we have, it would seem to me it would be a no-brainer. Again, that's just my take on it.
I think this might be addressed. It's a great question. I think it may be addressed once we start putting together a sheltering program. I think you're going to start to see interconnectivity, especially with the cities and the counties working together. And it's a big task. It's daunting, but I know IBM has software out there that helps you accomplish that tracking and connecting dots and the follow through, as well as the this homeless management data system that you have. So I think there's interconnectivity that can come in place, but there's a lot of missing components.
I agree with you, Chair. I think the one thing, though, in the presentations on the agenda today, I don't see, and maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see, for example, the Stockton Shelter, the Rescue Mission, places like that are ready, willing, and able to expand their facilities, and yet we're talking about two segments when I think that's a very key contributor to the homeless and their future. So anyway, but thank you. One last question, real quick though. It's been brought up that we've missed funding opportunities. What funding opportunities have we missed? The deadline, or I haven't submitted an application. Can you provide me with that information? Because I'm not aware of it, but I'm certainly, it's out there, I guess.
Again, Supervisor Wynn, I'll address exactly what was told to me and I believe others, that there was an example that when they did Project Room Key, we got, as Peter Ragsdale just mentioned, we had received $3 million. Sacramento received something in the ballpark of 17 or 19 or 21 million. Fresno received something in the ballpark of 17, 19 or 20 something million dollars. We only got $3 million because we didn't have any dollars set aside. We didn't have any projects in the pipeline versus what they did. So we've missed out on those dollars. That's the dollars that I referenced when I say we missed out on dollars.
Okay, so what you're saying basically is nobody made the request to provide those dollars for matching funds. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, and that's what I've mentioned earlier. Is like we should have an ask. What do we want? What do we need to trigger dollars and get more money in that is available? And Mr. Ragsdale just addressed that he understands, and they have ideas in the pipeline.
That's the reason I asked the question about the global perspective. Is that things fall through the cracks, and if we have a universal approach with all these different elements communicating and participating, and especially coming to the board with the asks, we can't act unless we know. And so, some may argue, well, typical bureaucrats, we're stopping things, whatever. Well, you can't stop something that you've never seen. So that's my concern. And again, I appreciate all you do. I know you do a great job, and hopefully we'll kind of work on that aspect of it, and maybe Mr. Ragsdale or certainly Adam would have the ability to organize that. So I'm not talking about next year. I'm talking about it would seem to me you could do it, I don't know, maybe a week or two at the most, because you have all the players. You just need to assemble them on the same field. That's all I'm asking.
Great idea. Supervisor Wynn, I know Mr. Figueroa would like to address this issue, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Patty. Edward Figueroa, a member of the COC board. And just to address two things real quick, Supervisor Wynn, that you just brought up. Funding is an issue, and I do want to affirm the COC board for being very active and ensuring that we are ready to apply for any dollars that are available. In fact, Kate and Jen made sure that we just recently pushed through to form a youth advisory committee, which is required to apply for some significant funding that's coming in, and we had a very short turnaround in order to do that. So we are reactive and ready to go and to make sure that we qualify. So this funding will provide service to transition-aged youth. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, which is really important, especially for foster youth coming out of foster care, so they don't end up in the homelessness cycle. If we can get them into programs, into services. So we're excited about that opportunity. Secondly, I want to talk about what's the blueprint? How do we get where we're going? One of the other committees that I serve on is our coordinated entry system. That's something that we desperately need in our community, and we are working very hard to get that system in place. 211 was just recently awarded the funding to be the lead, to be the center of the coordinated entry. And what that means is, you asked earlier, how does someone find out where they can go for services? 211 is your best source for any information. But when we have the coordinated entry system available, they will be able to do assessments of individuals and get them connected to the right provider, so there's no wrong door. So they can come in and they can say, okay, you qualify for this veterans program at the Housing Authority, let's get you connected. So we're working hard to get that. It's not there yet, but we hope very soon that we will be able to do a better job at getting people connected to the services. So thank you for your time.
Just a real quick comment. I appreciate what you shared with us. It's the first I've ever heard of it. And I guess
Sorry to hear that.
No, well, Shame on me. Okay. So the reality is what you're saying is exactly what I'm asking, is that what you're doing should be communicated to everybody, so everybody knows what's going on. The biggest, I guess, hurdle oftentimes is competing applications where one entity, another entity compete, where one of the things with the continuum care, the thought with HUD in our discussions back in Washington, D.C., is if you have a larger group of agencies, your chances of getting an award are increased because you have a larger population to address. So I appreciate what you're doing. Again, I just ask all of you that if you could bring something together, I don't know, I'll leave it up to Adam to organize, but the sooner the better, because I would like to see and hear what's going on throughout the county, as opposed to, I want to say, highlighting or spotlighting specific projects. I want to see the bigger picture, because this is taxpayer money, which I believe needs to be spent wisely and effectively. And a program like you offer is exactly what I believe that needs to be done, as the other programs that you're talking about. So those are concerns I have with the lack of communication, I'll put it that way.
Real quick, I just want to comment on Kate's comment that she was really clear about. She said we're siloed by funding, not that the agencies are siloed, because I really want to clarify that we all work actively together, and the COC is very good about bringing partner agencies together. And so when she used the word silo, I didn't want anyone to leave thinking that we're operating in silos. We are open communication and all working together. Right, Kate?
Yes, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a suggestion. Supervisor Wynn, and I know we're going to have a couple of lengthy discussions and we have a very busy agenda today. I would suggest, and these are all very valid points and very important information, if Supervisor Wynn, perhaps you would write down some of the measurements that you'd like to get reports from. And I found that Adam Cheshire is exceptionally resourceful and able to bring together some of that data that would satisfy some of the requests or the voids. And I would also note, as Supervisor Miller has pointed out in the past through COC meetings, is that you guys accomplish a lot, you do a lot of work, but the messaging isn't out there. So while you've noted that, and as to Supervisor Wynn's point, there's things going on that we may not be aware of. So if there's any additional data that you'd like, Supervisor Wynn, just break it on down, and let's have Adam, who's quite resourceful, come back to you and this board with that information. I would like to move on to our next...
One last comment, and I'll be done. What I would offer, according to your request, is that at the next board meeting and every board meeting thereafter, I know this is a reach, but that we have a report from somebody, whether it be continuing care or some entity, to apprise this board of what's happening in the homeless world. Because if we don't know, we can't act. And so I will share my list of requests to Adam in regards to it. But I would say, let's quit fooling around in regards to this and have, periodic presentations. I believe that until we get over this hurdle, and certainly until we get, I'll say organized, but certainly collaborating more, that we need to have, at least in the outset, a meeting from somebody, whether it be continuing care or whoever want to be representing, on an update of what's going on in the homeless community, because we have some major projects online, and I think we need to be apprised as their progress, and more importantly, as you talked about earlier, the asks that need to be provided. So.
And Supervisor, we do have a communication plan that is in the works in cooperation with, our Education and Membership Committee and some work through United Way. So we will be able to more effectively get out that information. I'd love to when you send your list to Adam, have it make its way to me, and I can make sure that it gets in the right hands.
You could also perhaps share the minutes from the Continuum of Care Board meeting, so that Supervisor Wynn's able to review the accomplishments, the discussions, the benchmarks, the collaboration that's going on with different agencies. Again, I do want to move on. We have a busy schedule. Right now, next up, barring any other questions to our current panel, we have a presentation from our CAO's office. So, Mr. Wolverdine.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and members of the board. During the May 4th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting, your board directed the County Administrator's Office to develop a blueprint for a low-barrier homeless shelter project that was consistent with the county's homelessness strategic plan. My office, under the authority of Purchasing and Support and Services Director, entered into a contract with Ms. Cindy Basso to provide a location recommendation and related startup and operating budgets for establishing a 250 to 350 person low barrier emergency center with wraparound supportive services. Ms. Basso was selected for this assignment due to her previous experience presenting the subject matter to your board last July and her program experience with nonprofit organizations. Ms. Basso was directed to be prepared to present the blueprint at today's Board of Supervisors meeting. The scope of this project was to identify a specific location for the shelter and prepare estimates of capital costs, including improvements and renovation or building costs for establishing the shelter. Also within this scope was the preparation of an annual operating budget for the Navigation Center. These estimated operating costs would include staff, security, electricity, meals, and the related case management. The culmination of this work is what will be presented and discussed today. And with that, I'd like to hand this off to Ms. Cindy Basso, who is joined up front by our Program Administrator of Homelessness, Adam Cheshire, who's provided assistance and information throughout this project. Ms. Basso.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Nguyen, I hope I'm able to answer some of the questions you previously asked in this presentation, though I'm not submitting a master plan, but some of them will be addressed. I have a presentation that should be. Can everyone hear me okay?
I think you could pull that microphone a little closer.
Is that better?
Bring it close to you, as close as possible, the microphone.
Like that?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm presenting the program. Jean Azevedo and I prepared this presentation for you. And it is a proposal, as Jay said, for up to 300 people in a low barrier navigation center in San Joaquin County. What this presentation will address, I will go over some things that you all know and you've heard before, but I think it's important to reiterate them. We'll review some definitions. We will talk about what pipeline beds are already in the works, how we got here and why we got here, the location that I've identified, the budgets, the keys for success, an actual site plan, and some recommendations. So as we all know, transitional housing is housing that has supportive services wrapped around, and now the buzz term is navigation centers. The difference is they are not night-by-night beds. People aren't standing in line. They have a bed allocated to them. While they are there, they will receive wraparound services from mental health, behavior health, life skills, education and training in a safe, dignified, and clean environment where they can overcome the circumstances and challenges that got them there in the first place. As we know, the barriers to entry currently are a lack of transitional beds available, the lack of acceptance of pets, partners, and possessions, and the stigma for both the area and the clientele. And the barriers to exit we've talked about earlier today are the lack of available permanent housing, Section 8, and I know there's a new term for that, locations and vouchers. Low barrier defined. It's housing where there are a minimal number of expectations on the guests, and they have few barriers as possible. And that does mean that they will be allowed to come in a little drunk, a little stoned. They will be kicked out if they have disruptive behavior or they bring in weapons. That will not be allowed. And of course, allowing the 3 Ps, pets, partners, and possessions. We all know this number, 2019, there was 1558 unsheltered, 2019 January point in time count, 60% of those were in the city of Stockton. How we got here. As you've talked earlier, in 2015, under the leadership of Supervisor Miller, there was the creation of the Homeless Task Force. The Homeless Task Force with HUD then created the Continuum of Care under Adam Cheshire, John Mendelson, Peter Ragsdale, and Carrie Wright in 2019. And then again in 2021, under the leadership of Chairman Patty, the 2x2x2 committee was created with the leadership of the CAO's office, the city manager, as well as Mayor Lincoln and supervisors and council members. Why we are here. As Supervisor Rickman said at the last board meeting, you have a humanitarian crisis on your hands. This proposal today builds on the home-based strategic plan that was adopted by the county, I believe, last year. It follows the recommendation of the 2x2x2 committee, and it also follows the recommendation of the CAO's request from July of 2020 or suggestion to adopt a low-barrier navigation shelter. So these numbers come over the last year. These are your current beds, emergency shelter programs in San Joaquin County for the what we'll call sheltered individuals. And these are what you have available. And it's a total of 990 beds. Here is what you have in the pipeline. Now, I say these are the most conservative numbers. Your unsheltered count in 2019 was 1558. There has been an increase from 2018 to 2020 of about 24% of unhoused individuals. So assuming that number stayed the same, you have close to 2,000 people unsheltered. But I decided to put the most conservative. When we talk about these pipeline beds, we are not comparing apples to apples, or we are comparing apples to oranges. They are not all low barrier transitional beds. So for example, the Stockton Shelter for Homeless has in the works a plan for 180 adult men's beds. I honestly don't know if those are all designated to be low barrier transitional, but let's assume they are. The Gospel Rescue Mission, sorry that I wrote that incorrectly, has 178 beds in the pipeline. Those are faith-based beds, so they're not traditionally true low barrier beds, but they're in the pipeline. You'll see the new Navigation Center, which you'll vote on today, is 300 beds. Lodi, Tracy, and Manteca will also be presenting for true low barrier navigation beds today. So let's just say they were all the same. That's 1,000 beds planned for the future. That still remains 486. Realistically, it's closer to 1,000 of unhoused on the streets. So that's just something so you can look at. Again, they're not all low barrier beds, but assuming they were all filled, you're still going to have an unhoused population. So part of my task was to look at locations, and I looked over 30 plus locations and decided on working with St. Mary's Dining Room and Chairman Patty, negotiating to use the 2.13 acres that is located in front of St. Mary's Dining Hall and the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless. St. Mary's Dining Room's board has agreed to let the county lease that land to provide to erect a 300-bed navigation center. This is a draft site plan that was created by RPM team, which I'll talk about in a bit. It is for a sprung shelter that would have 300 beds, some offices, and an intake area. The main entrance would be on Harrison Street, so that's the corner, and then you have West Church Street, which would line the toilets, showers, laundry facilities, ADA toilets. And the reason it is there is because that's where all the connections are already, so we don't have to trench and add expense to the program. In the background, you have the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, St. Mary's Dining Room, and part of the lease agreement with St. Mary's Dining Hall would be the erection of an 8,000 square foot administration building that for the life of the Navigation Center would provide the wraparound services, offices, and the case management. And after the life of the lease, the building would stay, and St. Mary's Dining Room would use that for their future plans. So you're making an investment not only in a navigation center, but also St. Mary's Dining Room. The navigation center will include, as you saw, the sprung shelter, 300 beds, offices. It has AC and heating. You have a shaded area that will have tables and benches if people are hanging around in the day. You'll have solar panels on the administration building as well as the toilets, showers, and laundry facilities to decrease the operational or the annual operational costs. You'll have a reception area. There'll be a safe area for storage for their personal belongings, their larger belongings, as well as underbed units for their everyday belongings. You'll have security cameras. You'll have HMIS, coordinated entry system availability. You'll have pet crates, beds and blankets. As I said, you'll have the 8,000 square foot administration building for offices. You'll have a men's restroom and shower, women's restroom and shower, ADA restroom and shower, and laundry facility with 6 commercial grade washers and 6 commercial grade dryers. And I do hope that you all had the report that was sent to you on Friday, which has all this detail laid out. This is just a concise presentation based on that report. This is the one-time startup capital funds, and this is the most conservative number. And as you can see, for the Navigation Center, which is that sprung shelter, it's $3.6 million. For the administration building, the highest amount would be 1.8. Additional startup costs would be about $275, and then unanticipated one-time costs and additional startup costs is a lump sum of $775. Again, I think this is a high number. If you take just the $3.6 million and divide it by the 300 beds, the cost of a bed is about $12,000. And that is very much in line and very low, honestly, compared to what other counties have been doing. If you add in the building, which again is a future investment in St. Mary's Dining Room, it jumps it up to about $20,000 per bed. All the detail for the 3.6 and 1.8 is in your packet that you received on Friday. This is kind of a breakdown of the $275 per item. I have slides that will generate that $275, but I will flip through them quickly. If you want me to go back to them at Q&A, I can, but it just talks about everything from beds to sheets to blankets to towels to pet crates to padlocks, lobby chairs, refrigerators, picnic tables, etc. The 3 keys for success that I would like to share with you is 1, hire an experienced operator. My recommendation would be hire an operator that has experience operating a low barrier navigation center and has years of a successful track record. My second recommendation, as we all know, is to work with partners on site and to provide wraparound services. Collaborate with those partners through the county and the operator. And then my third key for success would be to approve a true low barrier navigation center, which is what we're discussing today. So when we talk about an operator, you want someone that has operated a clean, safe, well-maintained barrier over a number of years, that understand what it means to be low barrier. When you're choosing your operator, you want to visually evaluate the ones that they run to be sure that they are clean, safe, and well-maintained. Ideally, you'd want an operator with a healthy and robust financial capability to provide additional resources when needed. And you'd want to review what their standard operating procedures are in place at their other locations. And then ideally, local knowledge. This is an anticipated operation budget for the 300 beds. And again, it's up to 300 beds. You may decide to start with 200 beds, which would obviously lower this. It's a very realistic budget based on costs that I've inquired from other facilities and actual negotiations for things such as meals. The idea, and you'll see the recommendation at the end, is that the city and the county will split those operating costs each year. And what we've been talking about is to have the funds available for the first 3 years. This is a breakdown of the total, how do I go back? So if you see, you have human resources costs at 2.5, facilities at 1.5, outsource costs at 1.7, and I'll go through each of those. So the 2.5 is salaries to operate a low barrier navigation center, from security to your directors, to your shelter monitors, to your janitors. Your operation costs of facilities, your electricity, snacks, inspections, pest control, cleaning is about 1.5. Outsourced, these are 2 well, obviously meals. So we have a quote from St. Mary's Dining Room. Again, it's a quote. And I've budgeted in here for 2 meals, breakfast and dinner daily for your clientele. Is also a quote from Downtown Streets Team, which is an organization that works in San Jose, Sacramento, Modesto, San Francisco, and they provide work experience for guests, and this budget is for 25 to 30, to start the track of learning how to hold down a job. And they get a daily stipend, and they are walking around, cleaning up the facility, not the facility, the surrounding areas, beautifying the city. Like I said, the proposal again is in your report. It's very detailed. And so I know that Stanislaus uses downtown street teams, and my recommendation would be that you also hire them. And so those are 2 outside services. In addition, it's all in the $6.5 million, but in addition to the operator. The second key to success is partners, and we've talked about providing wraparound services and how important that is. And I think the fact that this is located close to St. Mary's Dining Hall and the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless is an excellent location because they can collaborate together, and they can collaborate together when offering services. On-site services would include mental health, substance abuse, educational classes, and your basic needs. This is a list of partners that I've reached out to over the last 2 months, and you can see their interest, or if I've left a voicemail and haven't spoken to them yet, but they're specific organizations that are aware of this project and are willing to work on site. And so, for example, when we talk about behavioral health, they're fully aware that if approved, that they will budget for those 300 people to work with them on site. Central Low-Income Housing Authority can work with guests to have a positive exit of permanent housing. Probation office can work with people that are on probation, the food bank. That is a first-time go-at-it list. That website on the bottom has a list of all the organizations that provide wraparound services. So that list will grow, but that's what I could get to in the first couple months. Again, County Administrator recommendations from July 2020 did a survey with your currently unhoused population, and the things that they said they needed to move into a center were: eliminate alcohol and drug testing, allow partners, allow pets, create smaller rooms within the shelters, eliminate curfews, and improve accesses to self-care, such as showers and hygiene. And I think that when we're talking about this low barrier navigation center, we're hitting most of those. We probably aren't hitting the create smaller individual rooms. So again, I have a slide with true low barrier. When we talk about pets, I was given the statistic that 40 to 60% of the unhoused in San Joaquin County have a pet. This center would allow them to bring 1 pet with them. Partners, there is not, as far as I know, a place for partners to be in the same area. So the dormitory sprung shelter will be sectioned off into a men's unit, a women's unit, and a partner's unit. And people say to me, well, are they going to have a queen bed? No, everything is bunk beds, but the partners will sleep on top, one on the top, one on the bottom, so that they feel that they have entered a facility together. And if you do not provide those things, they will not come. You will not fill this navigation center. In terms of possessions, people living on the streets have their home. They have their possessions. They will have a small storage unit, but they will also have a larger unit, and there's different ways to do it, where they can put in their tents and their larger belongings in case they don't like it. They may come into the center and after 2 weeks or a month say, I want to leave. And there's 2 ways you can do that. You can give them their stuff back. But we also saw when we toured Haven of Hope, where they said they took an inventory of all the possessions, so literally 3 pairs of jeans, a tent, whatever it is, and then if the person decided to leave, they committed to give them back the same items, not the same exact items, but they would give them a tent, 3 pairs of jeans, 5 t-shirts. So there's different ways you can do that, and that would probably be up to the operator to decide how best to utilize that. But again, those are the things that you will need to have people transition from the street into this facility with the idea of exiting into permanent housing, reunification with family, long-term treatment facility, again, whatever their circumstances entail. Cost savings, these are just some, this is outside my scope, but just things that I gathered from articles or what I was told by people, but we all know there will be a cost savings of taking 300 people off the streets, up to 300 people off the streets. So my recommendations. My recommendation first is to hire the RPM team to design and create the center. You can do it one of two ways. My recommendation is that they can provide a turnkey project with a very quick turnaround that includes everything that we talked about on the site plan within 4 months if it was a turnkey project. To do that, you would have to sole source. To do that, you would have to have fall under your declaration of emergency. And that's something for you to decide. That is probably the quickest way to do it. The reason I recommend RPM team is they have over 5 years of experience of solely creating navigation centers. They work in 6 states. They've done 14 navigation centers, and I believe there's some letters of recommendations from City of Reno and Huntington Beach in your package. The second recommendation is that you execute a memo of understanding between the City of Stockton and San Joaquin County to talk about the 3-year commitment of splitting the operating expenses, how that would work, and the timeline. My third recommendation is that you simultaneously start with the current outreach team. I think it's called, it's called HOT team, that they start working with the unhoused to explain what is going to be coming up, sort of marketing the program to them. Fourth recommendation is that simultaneously you create an RFP or an RFQ for the annual operation of the Low Barrier Navigation Center. And I've reached out to a few operators that may have an interest, one in particular that has an interest in bidding for that. And then my fifth recommendation is to hire another county employee that could sit at the Low Barrier Navigation Center. I know that they do that in Stanislaus. The county person has a desk, but I don't think that's absolutely necessary, and it might just fall under Adam's domain. Remember, this is only the first step to decreasing the crisis of homelessness. I would encourage you to simultaneously, as you've talked about today, working to create additional permanent low-income housing. And I will say, if that does not happen, this will not be successful, because you will then just be rotating people into the transitional housing, and if they have nowhere to go at the end, they will either go back on the streets. So that is an absolute, a must. Again, I have not addressed families in this presentation, and I think that there's definitely a lack for the unhoused families that you have on the street. And then, as the last recommendation from the COC was to continue the efforts to prevent homelessness in the first place. Again, the presentation comes out of the recommendation from the 2x2x2, the home-based strategic plan, and the CAO's recommendations. And I'd like to take a minute to show you a couple pictures. I know you've all seen these of living on the street, and then those pictures are taken from the Stanislaus County Navigation Center. This is what the new sprung shelter would look like, and you can see the beds and the shelter. I'd like to thank, this is a collaboration, and when we talk about it, I've worked with many organizations in town, and I'd like to recognize them. I'd like to thank Supervisor Miller and Patty for leading this initiative, and I know Supervisor Miller has been doing it for many years. The Continuum of Care under the direction of Adam Cheshire, the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, and the Gospel Center Rescue Mission, the Salvation Army in Modesto, the Lucky Duck Foundation in San Diego, RPM's team that provided those quotes, the Task Force Shelter Committee, and St. Mary's Room Dining Hall. It's been great to work with all of them, and I've talked to them about almost being a conduit. For example, with Gospel Rescue Mission, if a guest comes into this new navigation center and they are looking for a faith-based bed, they will work directly to transfer the person to the Gospel Rescue Mission Center. There's individual community-led leaders listed up here, they're all associated with an organization, but these are the people that I could call at any time in the middle of the night, on the weekends, and during the week. And I would like to thank them all for assisting me in getting to this point today. And that is the end of my presentation.
Can't imagine anybody's going to have any questions, so should we move forward with anything else? Supervisor Wynn, I'm going to start with you.
Thank you for that presentation. It is obviously a component in our homeless program countywide. I guess a couple things. One is I appreciate certainly the in-depth review in regards to the costs involved. Was there any look, and maybe this was outside the scope of your contract, but was there any look, because you did talk about, some of the proposed expansions in the county in regards to the rescue mission, for example, Stockton Shelter, et cetera, and those two facilities just on their own would be well over 300 beds. But I guess the other part of it is, I don't think if for example, the board were to fund them or match funds or whatever it happens to be for those projects which have been in the pipeline and potentially could be erected soon, there's no cost to the county in regards to the operation and maintenance of those particular operations. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how the Gospel Center or the Stockton Shelter is funding their operation costs. I don't know that answer.
I can only assume that based upon their moving forward and getting funding or receiving grants or whatever it happens to be, that I'm sure their plan is to maintain those expansions with existing staff or obviously increased staff. So when you talk about savings, I guess my question is, and I'm not trying to dismiss the project, but it would seem to me that, and there is no discussion today in regards to those type operations. And you listed several of them, potentially. I think 3 of them will be discussed next, but for the other 2, there is no discussion on that. So again, and did you contact the Salvation Army in regards to their future needs or expansion?
Not the Salvation Army in Lodi. No, I don't know those numbers. I have to say, again, even with those expansions and this new navigation center, you will still have a very large unhoused population. So these are in addition to, it is not competition. These are, in collaboration with the existing plans at Gospel Center and Stockton Shelter. And in terms of Salvation Army, I've been working with the director out of Sacramento on what we're doing here, and he's very well of what they're doing in Lodi. And he never mentioned additional beds, but I don't know that.
Okay.
Maybe the Lodi people can answer that when they present.
All right, I appreciate that. Again, I would agree with you. I think the one concern I have is competing interests or programs. I guess my thought in regards to moving forward is, prioritizing those that we can do most effectively in regards to the needs, and certainly looking at the funding as to how much money it would cost the county. And the last question is, I know you mentioned in our conversation that the Stockton City Council is already on board. I'm not hearing that per se. Have you talked to each council member and the mayor in regards to their support for this program?
So I have, and of course the final, once the numbers are solidified, it would have to go back to the city council, the Stockton City Council, but they have identified their funds, and I think that they are here today and they can speak more about that.
Okay, so it obviously hasn't gone to the city council for a vote for support for this particular project.
I'm looking back at them.
Marikesha Smith, Deputy City Manager, Chair Patty, to Supervisor Wynn. Actually, we have had a preliminary vote on our funding to discuss homeless. This is one of the projects. Once we have a provider, once we have decided how that money is going to be officially allocated, it will have to go back to council. but the money has already been, we've already committed to the money, we've committed to the 3-year pilot program, so we are committed to this project.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that based upon a prior vote, that the Stockton City Council will support this project?
Chair Patty to Supervisor Wynn, that is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Supervisor Wynn, I also want to add, because expense is a factor, of course, not only the startup, but operating, but perhaps Adam Cheshire can speak to the effect of, they've already identified about half of the operating budget would be available through funds that Mr. Cheshire has identified. Is that correct, sir?
So, Chair Patty, late yesterday I received a document that I had not seen before. It was the state's application, or I should say the county's application to the state for the permanent local housing allocation, which I believe is the source of funding you're referring to. I know we talked about that in terms of operating funds for this project. Unfortunately, the application to the state set aside the first year's funds for construction only. So it would be for construction and acquisition, which certainly could be used for this project. That application did identify years 2 through 5 of PLHA, county's PLHA, can be used for operating. So we do have that option available to us, unfortunately not in this first round.
But in the first round, but we could use it in the first round if we used it for startup and construction.
Exactly, for shelter,
So if we
construction, acquisition, that kind of a thing, just
Right.
not operations.
So if we've allocated 6.5 and we only use 5 of it because we're using 1.5 from this, that allows us to parlay another 1.5 over to the operating.
Presumably.
Okay, so the good news is that we've got some dollars available not only for the startup but for operating, especially through what we're considering a trial period, correct?
Presumably.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Patty, if I may just provide a little bit more detail to Supervisor Wynn's question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn, you had asked about numbers of beds. I prepared just some high-level information I wanted to just run by you. In terms of what Stockton Shelter for the Homeless is proposing and what has actually already been funded by the county and the city, they're going to provide 180 beds for their low barrier navigation center, which would be right across the street from this facility. That should come online end of year 2022. Gospel Center Rescue Mission is looking at 178 beds. That's going to be a 3-level new construction facility, so that's going to take a little longer. They're planning on somewhere in 2025 to complete that project. And then you're going to be hearing from the cities today. I don't mean to steal their thunder, but just again to kind of answer your question. Lodi and Tracy in total is looking at adding 164 beds respectively in their communities, 100 in Lodi and about 68 Tracy. Altogether, that would be countywide 344 additional beds. And to answer your other question about the cost of the county, no, there wouldn't be any other additional cost to the county other than the grant funds that we've already provided to some of these projects, or presumably what might get voted on today. I hope that answers your question.
So is the Stockton Shelter, have they received their funding for that project?
I believe that the contract process is still in the works. They received an allocation from the county and the city, so they need to go through both of those processes. But I know for the county's process, it's working through right now.
Okay, so that project's funded. How about the rescue mission?
No, to my understanding, it has not been funded as of yet.
Do you have any idea what the cost of that expansion will be?
Total, all told in full construction, now consider this is a full-service low-barrier navigation center with an ADA elevator as an example. That was one of the emphases that Wayne Richardson put on the plans, about $9 million.
Okay, all right. But neither one of those projects would require any kind of contribution for operation maintenance from either the city or the county?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd just like to clarify, Gospel Rescue Mission, those are not true low-barrier transitional beds. There's a faith-based component to it. No judgment, it's fantastic, but that is comparing apples to oranges.
Understood. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have too much to add, but I mean, I like it. I think it looks great. We have to try something new. I mean, if you look around San Joaquin County and look here in Stockton, I mean, is the problem getting better or getting worse? Getting worse, right? And, one I like about this shelter and it's something I've said for years, is that, you have to look at the underlying cause. And the underlying cause is mental health and substance abuse. And, I was doing some research, and I've done some research in the past. Data from UCLA's California Policy Lab states that approximately 3/4 of people living in cars, tents, and on streets suffer from serious mental illness, drug addiction, or both. So we are going to solve the homeless crisis and the humanitarian crisis. We have to concentrate on that, and I think that is what these wraparound services and these shelters do, and it's something that I think we haven't done that great of a job in the past, and it's something that we're kind of transitioning, at least the way I see it, instead of the housing first model into what we're seeing now, what's proposed to us in the next two slides. And so no, for me, I'm all for it. And you talk about funding, and I did some research, and I asked for from our CAO's office a request for a completion of all taxpayer dollar expenditures for 2019, 2020, and related to the homeless efforts, and this would be on the low end. It was over $20 million. And we're spending $20 million here at the county level, and yet the problem's getting worse. So do we continue to do the same thing over and over, in which we know it's not working, or do we pivot and try something new? But we're of course still working with what works and what we can identify as that works. So again, I would love to hear from Stockton, and I'm supportive of it.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair Patty. Well, Ms. Bass, I want to thank you for that presentation, and I think you have all the boxes checked. We have an opportunity here to work with the city of Stockton to help a lot of people and take some people off the streets and change some lives and alleviate the problem we have in this homeless encampment throughout our county. So if we don't do it now, I think we need to take action now. It makes sense. We can afford this. We have the money. We should move forward, and hopefully we can continue this and work with other cities and continue to help people in need. Thank you.
Ms. Basso, for clarity, because we talked about Stockton homeless shelters like the end of 2022, assuming things go perfectly well with their schedule. That's a year and a half from now. Gospel could be 3 or 4 years from now. And as we know, as noted in your presentation, we have a humanitarian crisis. Last week, we had record temperatures, 105, 110. We know they don't have fresh, clean water, adequate shading. They don't have a respite from the environment that they find themselves in. What would be the quickest, if we went sole source, I believe it's called, right? Is it correct, sole source?
Correct.
All right, if we went sole source with this, we have to talk to county council of how to trigger that. What would be the timeline on like a best or worst case scenario if we went sole source versus long cause?
Once the contract's signed, best case scenario would be 4 months, worst would be 6.
Okay, so 4 to 6 months, we could have this up and running versus the year and a half, 2 years, or 5 years down the road for the other projects.
Correct. And if I may comment, again, this is in collaboration with the existing projects. I hesitate when it's either or. They are all needed. And I'd like to comment on Supervisor Rickman's comment. This isn't new. It's new for San Joaquin County, but it's not new for many states. They are erecting navigation centers. Reno just put one up for 900 transitional beds, and they filled the first 500 beds within the first 2 months. A lot of counties are doing this. San Diego's done it. Modesto did it with a building. So we are just replicating. And the good thing about it is we can take the best and learn from their mistakes in creating this center.
Understood. And Supervisor Miller, we haven't heard from you yet.
Thank you. I have quite a few questions. I don't see anywhere in here any estimates for the supportive services. You have a list of potential partners, but they're not going to, I mean, most of these are not volunteer, a few for yoga and things, but the bulk of the services that are essential to this, I don't see any cost estimates for this.
Correct. There are none. So, for example, they will provide their services on site. This is a site where the guests, their clientele will already be. And I've reached out to many of them, and they're already aware. So, for example, behavioral health is putting it in their budget. You know, so there will not be an additional cost for the wraparound services. They will be provided on site through their own budgets.
Okay, well, that's a perspective from the shelter, but we oversee the county's budget. And so to say there will be no impact on behavioral health services budget to ramp up, I mean, we're looking at just today, we haven't got to the other 3. We're talking about 4 new navigation centers where services will be provided on site. I asked our behavioral health services director to give us a ballpark in terms of what is that going to mean to our BHS budget, because that is our responsibility. And those services, even if they're provided under contract, somebody has to pay for those contracts, and that somebody is the county. And so when we look at ongoing operating expenses for projects like these, we do have to consider those wraparound supportive services and the cost, because that comes out of our budget. Some of that may be funded through funding streams that are coming online, but some of it may not, and it may need to come from the general fund. We need to know that as we take a look at how we allocate resources. So through the chair, I'm hopeful that we could have Mr. Bartan come down and give us an idea of those costs.
Sure. Mr. Varnum, come on down, sir. Great questions, Supervisor Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Wilwin, and Mr. Miles. Thank you for the opportunity. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Basso for the work that she's done and the collaboration. We had a brief meeting and discussed behavioral health concepts and also services in the community at a project like this. I'd like to reiterate a little bit on that discussion and the project, but also want to take the opportunity to thank COC for their report, because that kind of wraps together all the work that we're trying to collectively do as a community, and kind of shows that the recommendation of the COC kind of coincides with all the work and the projects that are coming together. So I want to thank that report. In addition, wanted to confirm definitely what Ms. Basso mentioned about existing services, because when the comment was made about how much we're spending on the existing homeless shelter and homeless services throughout the county agencies, I think that we need to continue to sustain those, because of the fact that lack of those services, probably we would have a worse scenario and worse numbers in the point-in-time count. And just wanted to point out that healthcare services collectively in 1920 spent about over $18 million on various homeless projects that consist of a lot of prevention, as well as putting individuals into housing. So just wanted to point that out. And out of that, various behavioral health services pointed about $7.3 million.
I think the question would be, as Supervisor Miller brings up, so if we have a central location in Stockton where we're able to bring people, many people, not all people, and then you've got satellite shelters, so to speak, in their respective cities, will you have staff, and you have within your budget, and I believe there's reimbursements from the state for services. So is this a burden to the county, or is this something that can assimilate into the county through your budgeting and through available resources at the state or Fed? Do you have an overview of that?
Absolutely, I do. And of course, Ms. Bassel and I talked about this a little bit. When it was mentioned, the project approximately 300 beds. What I mentioned was point in time count. Individuals who were identified in the point in time count, they self-identified having some sort of behavioral health or substance abuse issue. They were about 23%. That was kind of consistent across the board with the state numbers who individuals self-identified. So projections based on the 23% of a 300 bed, I would say that we would be looking at 69, 70 beds or individuals in that type of a project, not the 300 individuals. So we cannot, cover 300 people consistently at all time. But projecting 23% of that, 70, yes. So when we take that projection and look at what that would cost, that would be about very, very conservatively, if the county was going to do that, that would be approximately $1.5 million cost to the department for that service on the first year. And when we did some projections for 10% increases over 5 years, in a 5-year project, that would be $7.1 million. Now, if this was actually contracted out service, that projection would be greater. I would say, just based on the experience that we have, that amount would come to $9.1 million over a 5-year project if it was contracted, because the projects would be much larger. But the first year for that would be about 1.9. Now, want to add again from a budget standpoint, if we were going to do this project, in a way, although it are the same clients that we see scattered all over the place, but when it's focused, that the need becomes a lot more immediate. So I would say that we would have to have a dedicated team that would actually focus on that location. And so conservatively, first year would be $1.5 million cost to the department. And that would be a realignment for the first year, and which we've allocated most of our realignment into the balanced budget. And then following that, we would have to look at other sources of funding, such as updating our MHSA plan for a portion of that, as well as looking at potentially a smaller portion with those who may be Medi-Cal billable if they have Medi-Cal, and so on and so forth. So following the first year would be 3 sources of funding: MHSA, Medi-Cal, and potentially some realignment for those non-covered.
Okay, I'm unclear if we've gotten an answer to satisfy what Supervisor Miller is asking for, and I appreciate the depth of where we went here. But if there's an impact to our budget, correct, is that something that's already factored into the budget, or you're talking about 1.5 and then up to 9 million over 5 years, all these numbers, and they're all very real. So is there, Supervisor Miller's concern was that there's additional cost to the county that the county has to pay for. Has there been any, or do we, instead of everybody being scattered about, if we're bringing them to a central location, is there an actual increase in cost and a burden to the county, or is there available funding? It's already baked into your estimates of what you're doing. I know we approved a contract for a lot of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars for services to come to the county if we're understaffed. So do we have adequate funding to address the needs that may arise from having expanded homeless shelters in Stockton, and as we're going to hear from 3 other main cities in this county? Do we have Supervisor Miller's concern, and it's a very, very valid concern, do we have adequate funding, or is this a problem budgetary-wise for the county?
Because we already have existing services that are scattered around the county doing various type of contractors and services that are providing some of this service, this will be an added service. Therefore, it will be an additional cost to the county.
Okay.
Approximately $1.5 million estimation based on very conservative numbers. That would be our first year. Now, moving past that, we could make some adjustments in our MHSA plan and other funding sources to absorb that. But for the first year, I would say we project that there will be an impact of $1.5 million.
Okay, and that's not reimbursable through the state, is that correct?
That would be, at this point, it would be, for the most part of it, it would be more of a realignment type of a coverage.
I don't understand what realignment means.
So it's most of the services would not be Medi-Cal covered unless the individuals do have Medi-Cal and they would meet the specialty mental health services for the severe population. If we're looking at 300 individuals in a homeless shelter, not all of them are going to fall under the severe mental illness description of a Medi-Cal, which would be billable. So we would have to look at other forms of funding to cover that.
Understood. And I know in Stanislaus they had a separate room for probably 25, 30 beds for people that were paid for by the state for those types of mental services that were needed. They were very high needs individuals. So there's reimbursement for that.
So again, I think that when we're comparing Stanislaus project and we're looking at the homeless project collectively, the collective project is not going to fall under behavioral health. So I can only speak to where the behavioral health component would go. So I know that other counties such as Stan, they've used various funding sources to support that project, but a portion of the behavioral health services project then would be coming out of the same three buckets of funding that I mentioned. Portion would be MHSA, portion would be realignment, and portion would be Medi-Cal. So, and I'm bringing this up not to be an obstacle, but really just from an information standpoint to the board to make sure that, we could potentially go in there and do the work. However, we could potentially face some shortfall. That's number one, which, historically we've managed from a cost-saving standpoint and we've come out, landed on our feet. But the second thing is that when there are projections about splitting down the cost of the services and this project between the city and the county, just wanted to clarify that, as Supervisor Miller mentioned, there is a component the county is already contributing in services that should also be taken into consideration.
But we would need, by your estimates, an extra $1.5 million.
For the first year.
For the first year. So, Ms. Basso, did you have any conversations with other operators in other shelters and how they've covered the mental health aspect, or even how necessary, if, let's say, a Salvation Army organization is involved, what are they doing through their own programming that is not as much of a burden to the county?
Well, the wraparound services are all provided by the individual organizations. Now, whether those individual organizations get funding from the county or private donors, that is something they do. It is not in the operating budget of the operator. The operator only covers the case management on site, which is a large portion of it. Everyone there will be working with a case manager to figure out if they need behavioral health, if they need to apply for Medi-Cal, if they need a license, whatever their issues are. That's the only cost that goes into the operator in all these other facilities that I visited. The wraparound services are provided by the organizations.
Understood. And that would be, as it addressed, like as Mr. Varden points out, there might be 20, 30% of somebody, something mid-20 something, if you have 300 people in a location. But you also may have, there may be that we are unable to help everybody there. Obviously, if all the population coming in is not able to be housed, so we seem to have an abundance of people that would be still unsheltered.
Yeah, every guest will have different needs. So, for example, Alcohol's Anonymous will come in and hold meetings. Not all 300 people will go to those meetings. Maybe there's 10, 20, whatever it is.
Understood. Okay. Supervisor Miller, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to to get back to this because I want to make sure I understand it, because not every person that we treat there that is going to require supportive services, whether it's substance abuse or it's mental health, they're not all necessarily going to qualify for the various funding streams. We already struggle with that in terms of our outreach teams because they're only allowed to deal with the chronically, severely, mentally ill population. But for successful exits from a shelter, we need to provide treatment for folks that may be mildly to moderate mentally ill, and perhaps some of that is just PTSD from being homeless. So what I'm trying to drill down into is two things. One, will there be an impact to the county's budget? When you say realignment, I want to make sure I understand what that means. Does that mean we're shuffling services from somewhere else and we're moving them here? In which case, where are we moving them from? And what's going to happen where they currently are? Secondly, what's our capacity in terms of personnel? Because I know that we are struggling tremendously with staffing at all levels of behavioral health services. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. And as more and more funding becomes available for these services, clinicians and social workers and all of these outreach workers, all of these folks are going to become scarcer and more expensive. So I'm trying to get at this from two angles. One, do we actually have the physical capacity to have staff at 4 new navigation centers? And then we also have to consider the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless Navigation Center, which has already been funded and is planning to come online. So we've made some commitments there as well. So what I'm trying to get at is what's going to be the impact to the county in terms of personnel and the cost of delivering these services. Because if we have to hire 10 new clinicians, I mean, you're talking about a dedicated team. If we have to hire 10, 20 people, I don't know what it's going to be. There's a significant cost to that. It's, you know, there's direct cost, but there's a lot of soft costs involved with that as well. And so that's what I'm trying to get at is what would be that impact? Because if it falls to the general fund, this board has to make the decision. If we're going to fund this, then what are we not going to fund? Okay. So that's...
Sure. Just through the chair, just wanted to mention a couple of things. When I mention realignment, I'm referring to 1991 realignment funds. So that is where we go for any kind of a shortfall of services that may not be covered but are needed that meet our population. And often if we have any kind of indigent population, we also may tap into the 1991 realignment.
So are there restrictions on that, or is that an automatic? We submit and then we get reimbursed?
So we have to utilize that funding bucket for behavioral health population, behavioral health services. There's different categories that are allocated. It's different color money that we always work with in behavioral health. So in that bucket, there is some different color money that we could apply into this. However, because we get allocations annually on that, we tend to budget that 1991 realignment bucket into our other shortfalls and services that are needed. And part of those are some of the contracted behavioral health services that are needed to prevent further decompensation and all that. So that's one. So I wanted to clarify the realignment word is the 1991 realignment reference. Secondly is that you're right. The numbers that I mentioned today, those are numbers if we were going to start a service at this project. And I appreciate Ms. Bass. I think we've talked about that, but our projections didn't get in there because of our timelines and all that. So that probably would have made her job a little easier. So I think that from this one project, that is the projected cost to the department. Okay.
Thank you.
Then secondly, when you're mentioning 3 other navigation centers, we haven't even looked at that, nor we believe we have capacity. As I mentioned last month here, and we're wrapping up some of our projections, our shortage of staff and how labored our staff are based on their caseloads. We are, working in an existing system that it is overloaded. And however, we operate based on community needs, and we don't close our doors. We will continue to provide services that are needed wherever needed. So I have no projections for the other centers you mentioned. Also, it's important to mention that we have been working on an innovation project for behavioral health homeless population. That project will go through, it's being written right now, it will come to the board, and then we'll go to the OAC for approval to be able to utilize MHSA funds for that. That's a 5-year project that will be about approximately $20 million. It will be intensive behavioral health homeless shelter that will have intensive behavioral health services. They're focused on only that population that is severely mentally ill, substance abuse, as well as justice involved. So wanted to kind of also talk about that because we're also preparing how we're going to man that. So if there are 3 other centers, then I could say we've got some problems from a staffing perspective, let alone the numbers, because as you know, we do suffer with a shortage in this region of staff. So, different problems, but just I think we got to keep those in mind. Again, I think that as it was mentioned, we can use as many projects that are dealing with homeless as possible, and I'm always in support of all projects because of the fact that the need is there. And what we find is that we are going to be there at every table when there is a discussion about the community need, and we're going to do best we can to serve there. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vartan. My next question is for Mr. Cheshire. You mentioned the PLHA annual funding. What's that annual amount?
You're looking at about $1.3 million a year over 5 years.
Okay, and what are we currently using that on?
So I believe it was at the July 21st meeting of last year, CDD brought an item regarding the allocation. In order to apply for those funds, we had to submit a plan for those funds to the state. So we did submit that plan, and per this board's priorities in the vote that day, those funds were allocated for shelter-related projects. PLH is a very flexible source of funding. You can do pretty much anything with it, including permanent supportive housing, including shelter operations and construction. So in the first year, construction and acquisition was what was set aside. We will have to return to the board for additional guidance on how we allocate the remaining funds year in and year out. But, at least per the board's instructions at that time, the parameters for that were around shelter.
So that would include all shelters?
Correct.
A contribution to any shelter?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I guess what I would ask is for, I know we have some folks here from the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless. Supervisor Wynn expressed some interest in hearing about that expansion and that navigation center and exactly what's going on. So I would ask the chair if perhaps we could hear from the Stockton Shelter.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do is we can open this up to, we have public comments, and then if they may come up and say something, or we can call them up after as we bring it back to the board for a final discussion.
Okay, then I guess my final questions would be to our county administrator. I appreciate that there's more numbers attached with what we're seeing here today than the last time. But the last time this came before us, you outlined our process for actual allocation of funding. And it included some internal controls and checks and balances for allocation. And if I recall correctly, your statement was typically we have a project that comes forward, and the amount that's allocated is the amount that would be used in that year. And so I want to make sure that I understand that correctly.
That's correct, Supervisor Miller. You got a good memory.
Okay, thank you. I guess here's where my concerns are with this, and this is why I'm directing them to you, because you're going to be in charge of negotiating this with the city. Personally, I am far more inclined to provide funding for a set aside, even if it's not actually allocated, but a set aside, and move forward with a commitment to provide funding for shelter navigation centers in our cities of Lodi, Tracy, and Manteca. I think they have fewer services there. We heard from our behavioral health services director that while we may be able to absorb this one shelter, although it will be an extra $1.5 million a year, we have real capacity issues when we start talking about the other navigation centers. The other communities already get far fewer mental health services than are delivered here. And I don't personally feel that that's fair. So given all of that, and given this negotiation, if we move forward with supporting shelters in other cities, this project then really becomes an additional shelter for the city of Stockton. It was originally rolled out as it was going to be regional, but the reality is this becomes an additional shelter for the city of Stockton. I have, on no uncertain terms, I have had conversations with members of the Stockton City Council who dispute what was said here today. Council has not approved this project. They have approved setting aside and earmarking a certain amount of money to address homelessness. There's a pot of projects in there. This shelter is one of those projects, but I do not believe a majority of the Stockton City Council is on board with this particular shelter project. My concern is if we move forward with shelter/access/navigation centers in 3 other cities, where I believe they're truly very much needed. The board letter that was provided was pretty specific in terms of what our expectations would be. It was going to be, they could apply for up to $2 million of one-time funding to help close their financing gap for startup costs, for capital and startup costs. And they had to demonstrate that they had identified sustainable funding for operations for 3 to 4 years. I'm assuming that at these other navigation centers, their expectation is exactly what Ms. Basso said. The expectation is wraparound services will be on the county. We'll figure that out. So I don't understand, and where I have a problem with this is, if this is a shelter for the city of Stockton, the way this is structured, all the risk is on the county, all of it, 100%. We're going to fund 100% of the capital startup costs. We're going to come up with the $1.5 million for year 1 for the supportive services that have to be delivered. and we're going to pay half of the operating costs. It strikes me as perhaps lopsided, that we are expecting far more from our smaller cities than we are from our largest city, who also receives the largest amount of funding to address homelessness. I want to make it clear, I am not in any way trying to say that the city council, what they should do with their homelessness funding. That is their decision to set priorities and decide what they believe is best for their city. But we are the county, and our funding is primarily generated countywide, and I believe we have an obligation to distribute those tax resources equitably. So I have an issue with this project. First of all, we've already funded $4.5 million to the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, and we're talking about putting a navigation center literally across the parking lot to that one. That seems very, very redundant to me. The location, I think, is suspect. At the Continuum of Care board meeting, Ms. Basso, I wrote it down. You said that the location, you landed on the location because you looked at over 30 others, and this was really the only one available.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't know that that's the best reason for citing a multi-million-dollar shelter somewhere directly across the parking lot from an existing shelter that we've invested millions of dollars in and has been doing this work for decades. So I have some concerns about the location, and I'm not blaming you for it because I totally understand where you're coming from. Citing is very difficult. But I don't see why we would not explore an additional expansion at the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless and providing additional resources for the navigation center that's already going to be developed there. And if we think it's going to take too long, perhaps there's a way to restructure the funding we've already provided them to bring the navigation center online sooner. I don't know, but perhaps. So I have some issues with equity on this particular project and providing an additional front load of services to the city of Stockton's homeless population, where we already deliver the bulk of those supportive services. We do not deliver them in Tracy. We do not deliver them, for the most part, in Lodi or in Manteca, and those communities really struggle with the lack of supportive services there. So my final question to the CAO is, in terms of allocating, even if the board wants to continue exploring and perhaps refining this concept, is there a reason why we would actually go ahead and allocate the full $6.5 million today based on your explanation of the process previously? Is this what you would recommend allocation based on what we got here today?
What I would say, thank you for the question, Supervisor Miller, and what I would mention is that if the board chose to move forward with this low barrier navigation center concept, the goal would be to have this thing up and running, I believe Ms. Basso said, in 4 to 5 months. And so we would program that, or we would, appropriate that to the public improvement budget as we would do in any other capital project circumstance. So you had that correct. If this were a multi-year project, then the consistent pattern process we would use would be only to appropriate the amount that we would expend in this year based on a budgeted concept that we would have proposed, like Ms. Basso provided here. But since this is supposed to all happen within the current fiscal year, we would take that to the public improvement budget as an appropriation in one shot.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this a proposal in terms of the negotiations with the county paying all the capital costs up front? I don't understand that personally, but is this actual plan with us assuming the risk, the county assuming the risk, and taking on the bulk of the operating costs? And then at the end of 3 years, I don't see the exit strategy. It all falls on us. I mean, is this a proposal that you would support from a financial standpoint and as our chief executive officer?
Are you looking for me to opine on the project, Supervisor Miller? As I would have looked at that as something that would be the pleasure of the board.
So you have no opinion on whether or not fiscally this is, in terms of taking on this annual operating costs? I mean, I haven't seen an identified funding stream.
So the long-term funding stream is still an open question, and there were some, when I first came on board back in the end, actually the beginning of April, there were discussions about long-term funding sources that would come from additional sales tax, TOT, a Prop 218, et cetera, that would have to require additional work and go before the voters or some other, what do I want to say, process that would have to happen before there would be long-term funding. Or you're right, you would have, I think as Supervisor Wynn had mentioned, a cliff at some point. My understanding of the concept, as the board had asked for me to explore this opportunity, was to go through a window period of 3 years. And my understanding was that the county would be looking to fund the capital improvement, just as we're looking to fund the capital of the $2 million per city for the 3 cities on our next discussion item. And as far as the arrangement goes, is for the 50-50 split of the operating costs, if you're asking me if that sounds equitable to the county, I would expect maybe we would have had the city doing the same thing as the other 3 cities and flipping the scenario around.
Thank you, because that makes a lot more sense to me as well. I also watched the city's homeless study session, and there was a very long county bashing session that went on for quite some time, and it certainly wasn't kind of characterization I would expect from a positive partnership going forward. So I guess my last question would be, as our CAO, it's hard for me to imagine, I've never heard this before, a financial officer willing to assume an ongoing major expense before the funding stream is secured. The only time I've had it happen to me was at the city of Stockton, and that was about 18 months before we went into bankruptcy. And a Prop 218, a sales tax, any of those measures, this would be a special tax. They are very, very hard to pass. It is an almost insurmountable bar. The city was only able to pass the sales tax measure because we were legally able to craft it as a general tax, not as a special tax. This would clearly be a special tax. I think encumbering the county for an ongoing multi-million-dollar operating expense without a secure, sustainable funding stream, I do not believe that it is fiscally responsible. So there's no possible way that until that's done. I mean, the city's going to have no skin in this game. When you talk about us providing capital funding to the other cities, they're bringing other funding for their startup costs and their capital. The $2 million isn't, we're not paying for the whole thing. The city's not going to have any skin in this at all. So,
President Miller, may I comment on some of your points here? Firstly, I just want to point out when Stanislaus funded their navigation center, they had funding stream for just 2 years when they started, and they did not know how they would fund the years after that. And now their 2-year mark is up, and they've found the funding for, I think, an additional 2 years. I think that regarding the city of Stockton versus the county, as we all know, homelessness is a transitory issue. People move in and out. Stockton is, as your largest city, all the unhoused in Stockton are not from Stockton. You have unhoused from other, not just county residents, but other counties. So I think the burden just putting it on Stockton would be quite difficult. I think that the fact that the feds and the state have given money to the counties to help solve this problem, and other counties are using the capital outlay funds for that is something that could be looked at. I think that geographically, I don't think the city of Stockton can take the whole burden, and I think that's why the proposal is coming from the county. And when you look at the $3.6 million for just the navigation center, you're not going to find, even in the other proposals, a better cost. And I think that at our last board meeting that I was at, the CAO talked about $82 million in capital outlay that had been unaccounted for. So I think that the fact that the county has the funds available, you want to be on the right side of history of creating the first true low barrier navigation center.
And I appreciate your comments, but I'm in a different position in terms of protecting the long-term fiscal health of the county. And so for me, there's not enough equity here in terms of the way this deal is structured with the city. And I'm certainly not talking about putting this all on the city. I mean, I represent a large chunk of the city of Stockton. But let me say, I have a very large number of homeless individuals in my district, which is further north. I also think there's an equity issue in terms of this location, in terms of continuing to locate all of these services in downtown Stockton. So I'm just, from my standpoint, I don't feel that the way this is structured is something that I can support right now, because I believe it assigns too much risk to the county, to our budget, and I don't feel that it's equitable in terms of delivery of services to the other cities in this county. So that's my final comment for now.
I'd like to move on to public comments at this point. Anybody in the audience that would like to come forward and speak, please do so.
Edward Figueroa, CEO of St. Mary's Dining Room. And I'd just like to thank you, Chairman Patty and Cindy. It's been a pleasure working with you, and Marcia back there. Hot off the presses, just saw the lease proposal from the county from Marcia this morning. I just wanted to correct that one, that if I heard correctly, I think Cindy said that St. Mary's has agreed to lease the property to the county. We have not agreed to that yet. We are in negotiations. Our board is looking at that. So again, I just received that from Marcia this morning, so I will be forwarding that on to our board. And just from my quick review, I believe there's going to be questions in regards to what's proposed in the lease. So, but again, I can't speak for the board. I also just want to say that Cindy, just without going into the weeds, the budget, I think the numbers would need to be looked at a little bit because she proposed 2 meals a day. We know we serve 3 meals a day, that people, if they have an opportunity to eat 3 times a day, they're going to eat 3 times a day. So I think we need to look at that number. So unless something else was going to be done for one of those meals. And she's shaking her head, so that's probably what she's looking at doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had done it both ways, 2 meals and 3 meals, but I put in a daily snack for one of them, and that's when you start looking at the operating costs. They can decide if it's 2 or 3 meals. Again, the number should not go over what I proposed. It's $57 per day. That's very reasonable. But those numbers will change as the negotiations go on with the operator.
All right. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward, could you talk about the location in terms of working with the St. Mary's Dining Room and the Stockton Shelter? In your opinion, what you think about the location? If the location is, across the street from you, is that advantageous? Is that a problem? Do you think that they will work well together?
I think my concern, and I've verbalized it to, I'm not sure if I spoke to Supervisor Patty about it, but I know you and I have talked about it a couple of times. Is my concern is the one that's already been verbalized, is about the duplication. I'm speaking mainly to the navigation piece because it's clear we need more shelter space. Okay, but I do think we need to support projects that are ongoing. But my concern is going back to Director Vartan's comments is how do we support those supportive services when we're asking for several different navigation centers. But I think the location, if we can come to terms is one that, hopefully you're not going to have too much NIMBYism, that we're already there. But again, I fully support, the need to take care of those experiencing homelessness in our community, and I fully support Stockton Shelter for the Homeless and what they're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Please forgive me, Bob Bentz again. Hopefully I can do this quicker than 3 minutes, but I would ask you give me just a moment or two of your time. I used to operate a business at 800 South Monroe Street, so I know the neighborhood. And I worked this caseload as an investigator for the VA involving incompetent individuals in 41 counties of California for 21 years, so I think I know a little something about them. And I had my own keys to the locked facilities, Crestwoods, like at Eureka, Redding, Modesto, Stockton, etc. So I think I know a little something about the people we're talking about here. And this topic, it's like a sponge. It will soak up more than you will ever have. I want to support the concept, but understand there are limits. We out in the neighborhoods, we got these people plaguing us. And like I said earlier, the people on the ramp, a golf shot from my home, have been removed 5 times this year. They'll be back next week. They were back behind the sound wall last night. What are we really trying to do here? The more you give the homeless, the more homeless you will draw. We have people in Stockton who have come here from other states. We have people in Stockton who are being dumped here by adjacent cities in other counties. I witnessed this going back in the 80s. You want to see a continuum? This is a continuum. I'm going to get a damn parking ticket for sure today. And I can't tell you how tickled I am to hear about another damn Prop 218. I'll be back to talk to you about one of those in 2 weeks. But if you're going to take on this job, Neil Young said it best. A junkie's like the setting sun. You can watch them go away. You got to concentrate on delivering services to people who actually will value and potentially even benefit from those services. I don't, as a taxpayer, want to support a project that's going to welcome people off the street, tell them to turn in their bug-infested trash and garbage, and if you don't like it here next week, we'll give you a new tent and a new sleeping bag to go away. Oh, and by the way, we'll hook you up with some benefits and some free dope while we're at it. You got to concentrate on people who are willing to accept some responsibility, people who genuinely need and want the opportunity to help themselves. Personally, I remember being made homeless by the folks across the street. A Superior Court judge decided that 80% of my take-home should go to my drug-abusing ex-wife. Well, it took me years to get out from under that, and I did live in my car as a federal officer. But I fought my way back, and I hope you're going to concentrate on people who want to fight their way back.
I think we might be past 3 minutes at this point.
They never started the clock, Tom, so I'm okay.
Are we keeping time? We do have a long meeting.
I'll simply put it this way. I want to support.
Thank you, sir.
I like the idea, but you got to concentrate on those who need help.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other member in the audience would like to come forward and speak? I would like to call down, I see Mayor Lincoln is here, and as we talk about programs, and as they go, I'll put you on the spot, but there was a conversation recently with, I believe, the top 13 or 15 cities with the governor's offices and staff, and as we look at homelessness, and we know that all the reports have said that the focus on the housing first component has fallen short. We're seeing that counties and cities across this great state of ours is doing a sheltering plan and program and working in conjunction throughout the county and the city. So, Mayor Lincoln, if you could share with me or our panel today and the audience some recent conversations you have and the perspectives based on conversations you've heard thus far.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Patty. Mayor Lincoln for the city of Stockton. Oh, this is as high as it goes.
As it goes.
I'm a little too tall. Mayor, Kevin Lincoln, Mayor of the City of Stockton. Thank you, Chairman Patty, again. Thank you, Chief Administrative Officer Jay Wilberdine, Council, and the entire Board of Supervisors for this discussion. And thank you, Ms. Basso, for your presentation, very comprehensive presentation, and Adam Cheshire as well for your input and your participation. I'd just like to share, with respects to what you were just mentioning a moment ago, Chairman Patty, as a member of the Big City Mayors Coalition, and what that Big City Mayors Coalition is, it is the mayors of the 13th largest cities in California meet on a biweekly basis, albeit through Zoom as a result of the pandemic. We meet on a biweekly basis and interact with top state officials. Specifically going into this most recent budget session, the representatives from the state and the governor's office that we spoke with are particularly looking at what the cities and the counties are doing in terms of collaboration as it relates to future funding for projects such as these that we're talking about, for more affordable housing projects as well. What I will say is that I am very confident in interacting with my peers on the Big 13 coalition is that no county or city throughout the other 57 counties in the state are partnering like we are partnering here. This isn't a new concept either for the city of Stockton and for San Joaquin County. We've been partnering for a long time. We've been working together for a long time. There's been a lot of foundation that has been laid for several years, a lot of trenches that have been dug to get us to this point where we're at today. With this incredible opportunity where there is an alignment from a relationship standpoint between the city and the county. There is additional resources that are made available right now today in terms of the funding that has been provided to the city of Stockton in particular and to the county as well through the most recent ARPA funding in which the city of Stockton, the council has set aside $12 million of our ARPA funding to go specifically towards homeless, in which was broken down into 5 different categories, and expanding low barrier shelter beds in the city of Stockton was one of those funding allocations. And so the city of Stockton is fully committed, to partnering. The council is committed to partnering with San Joaquin County in ensuring a project of this magnitude moves forward. If we all can probably agree that there's no greater time than the present in order to meet some of the most fundamental needs through our community. Yes, we are in a humanitarian crisis. Yes, we are in a housing crisis where we not only need affordable housing, but we need more. We need more workforce housing as well. We need more housing that's affordable for all Stocktonians, and quite frankly, housing more affordable for everybody in San Joaquin County. The time is there's no greater time than now, and there's no greater opportunity, in my opinion, than the opportunity that we have now with all those resources and much more to come potentially that I described. What I see is, the bottom line is we have to stay focused and we have to continue to work together. The question for me is, how do we get to yes? The question for me is, for us to continue to have those conversations and discussions in how we can arrive at a conclusion to how we could stand up a project like this that's going to benefit not only the people of Stockton, but it's going to benefit our county as a whole, and it's going to improve the quality of life for all of our constituents that we represent. I applaud and I'm thankful for the work of this Board of Supervisors and your commitment to each city within San Joaquin County, and providing this opportunity for each city within San Joaquin County to come and make their ask of you. I am thankful for that. Supervisor Mueller, I'm not quite sure with exactly what was said at the study session that bothered you, but I'll tell you this, I will go back and I will look into that. City of Stockton is fully committed to being a partner, otherwise we wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be standing here before you today, because I was elected, just like you were, to make decisions that are in the best interest of our constituents. And that's what we're committed to. And I'll end with this story is, it's not only the great work of all of us represented here, but we have an amazing HOT team, homeless outreach team, that is another collaborative effort between behavioral health services of the county, public safety of the city of Stockton, and many of the community-based organizations and nonprofit organizations, some of which are represented here today, collaborating to do outreach in the community and make contact with those individuals that we're talking about providing shelter for right now, those low barrier individuals. It was on May 27th. I took my team out to join the HOT team on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Our first stop was down on Weber, just past the soon-to-be new City Hall building. Right underneath the bridge, there's a small homeless encampment there. I exited my vehicle. The rest of the team went across the street to the encampment. I noticed the gentleman that was standing on the bridge. He was fishing, so I walked over to that gentleman, engaged in a conversation to him. He looked across the street and he said, that tent second in from the left, that's mine. Myself, my girl, and my dog Dawn lives there. And so I proceeded to ask some questions. Tell me a little bit about your story. He didn't know who I was. I didn't lead with that. I didn't even tell him who I was. He said, my name is Alfredo. And he said, I've been homeless for 2 years. He said, I worked at Rough and Ready Island for over 28 years as a janitor. I said, okay, wow. He said, you know, I have a small income. I have medical insurance. He said, but, you know, I have a pet and I have a girl and there's no place, you know, for us to go. And I said, well, man, since you have an income, if you can afford something on a monthly basis to budget, what would that be? He said, well, I could probably budget and afford something like $800 a month. But I just, you know, I can't find a place like that, affordable housing. And I said, oh, okay. He said, you know, he said, if even if we just had if I had a place to stay, I would certainly pay for something like that. I said, well, what do you mean you would pay for something like if you had a place to stay? Well, I mean, if it was a safe place, I would pay. I said, what would you pay, about $100, $150 a month? He said, no, I'd pay at least $200 a month for a place to stay. He said, and then he looked at me, he said, you know, who are you with out here? And I said, I'm with the city of Stockton. And he said, oh, okay. He said, well, you know, we have a new mayor. And mind you, he didn't know who I was. He said, you know, we have a new mayor. And maybe if you see him sometime, you know, you might be the right person to talk to that can talk to him. I said, okay. So at that time, I still didn't tell him who I was. So I proceeded to ask him just some personal questions. Because the thing about our most vulnerable, unsheltered population is they've experienced a lot of trauma in their lives. And there's a big gap of trust and many of our homeless outreach heroes, like the Dennis Buetners of the world, have worked very hard to establish trust with these unsheltered population, to help get them take the next step from where they're at today to a potential opportunity like this to take shelter. And so in talking to him, I found out that he went to Edison High School. He was class of 80. And I said, okay. I said, well, do you know a guy named Pookie? And you know, that's my father's street name. And he said, oh yeah. He said, yeah, I think I do. He said, did he play football? I said, yeah. I said, did you play any sports? He said, yeah, I played football and I played soccer. I said, okay. And when I mentioned that, he said, yeah. He said he had a younger brother. He said, are you his younger brother? And I said, no, I'm not his younger brother. I kind of chuckled and I said, no. I said, I'm his son. He said, oh, okay. The moment that I told him that I was his son, he broke down in tears and leaned over the rail, because there was a personal connection there, right? And when we proceeded on in the conversation, I told him, I said, Alfredo, I said, you know the mayor of Stockton's name? He said, Kevin Lincoln. I said, you know Pookie's name? He said, no, I just knew him by his street name. I said, it's Kevin Lincoln. I said, Alfredo, I'm the mayor of Stockton. And when he heard that, he literally broke down in tears. And he shook out his hand, shaking. And he said, Mayor Lincoln, he said, I know I'm dirty, but can I shake your hand? And I said, Alfredo, I'll give you a hug. And I gave him a hug. And he called his dog, Dawn, from across the street, whistled for him to come over, and his girl ended up coming over, and we proceeded with the conversation. Here's my point with that story, is that every single unsheltered person in our community, countywide, has a story. Every single story is different, but every single one of those stories is just as important as the next. And if I have an opportunity as an elected official to provide shelter for one Fernando and his girl and his dog, 25 Fernandos, 50 Fernandos, 100, whatever that number may be, it's a positive step in the right direction. So whatever path we take to get there, let's just get there. The city of Stockton is fully committed. I'm thankful for this opportunity to stand before you today. I'm thankful for the leaders in our community who have paved the way for several years to get us to this point today. San Joaquin County and the city of Stockton and in our neighboring cities as well, we're ready. We're here today, represented. We are ready not only to be an example and to change, to improve the quality of life for everybody in San Joaquin County and in our individual cities, but to be an example, to be an example for other counties and cities throughout this state. The state is looking at us on many different levels, and they're looking to us for leadership. This is an incredible opportunity for us, and there's no greater time and no greater moment than the time right now to seize this opportunity. Again, thank you all. Thank you all to all of our community-based organizations that are represented here and those that are watching online. I appreciate this opportunity. Chairman Patty, I hand it over back to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and very well stated, because it is a partnership that the state is looking for as they're talking about their hundreds of billions of dollars coming down the line, and they know that the housing first model, you're not going to build your way out of homelessness, and they're looking for those partnerships. It is an example. Instead of sitting here saying, hey, we're the county, Stockton City, what are you going to do for us? Stanislaus put up 3 programs, 4 if you counted the temporary tent structures that they did, and they didn't come out there to the cities with their hand out saying, what are you going to do for us if we do anything for you? San Joaquin County can lead because we have leaders that shouldn't be afraid to use the dollars with this humanitarian crisis that is unlike what we saw 5, 10, 20, 50 years ago in my lifetime here in Stockton. So I think that this is a unique opportunity, Mayor Lincoln, for us to partner as we have, thanks to the work from the Continuum of Care, that they put together a strategic plan that noted there were shortcomings and noted that even if we acted, that if we can create a humanitarian gateway to take people off the streets. So maybe we don't have enough caseworkers, but at least we have a place where they can get shower, clean clothing, they can be treated with some dignity and some respect. Maybe not everybody comes in that door, but it's more people than are outside. We've got our district attorney is here, where a gal broke down and cried to her and says, stop moving us, please. Just give me a safe place where I can go. Stop getting beat up. Stop getting raped. Stop getting my money taken away from me. Now, if somebody wants to think that that's okay, or that we need to wait for more grant funding and more allocation or for the perfect plan to show up, then unfortunately, we're never going to get ahead of the issue. We need to make a partnership commitment to the citizens of this county and the city in unity, one great big giant umbrella cast over. And if we want to give more money to the cities for them for their operating expenses, as we're going to match and equal with the city, but of course we know the city's needs are greater. We know we have the largest population of homeless people right here in the city. But if Supervisor Miller would like to come forward and work with those cities through the Continuum of Care and give them some additional budgeting money, I'm fine with that. But I think we have a unique opportunity to partner with the largest city in the county with the greatest needs, with well over 1,000, 2,000, almost 2,000 homeless people scattered about on our waterways and our highways. What we represent, we are the heart, we are the anchor here in Stockton of this entire county. And I believe we have an obligation to serve the citizens and those most in need and those that are most in despair. It may not be a perfect plan, but it's a plan in partnership. We have the dollars. We didn't have the dollars last year. We didn't have the dollars 3 years ago. We haven't had the dollars for a long time. Right now, we have a unique opportunity to partner with our cities to help them jumpstart programs or partner in operation to bring some salvation, to bring some dignity, bring some humanity back to those that are living in squalor and despair. And I'm not going to shy away from that. I'm not going to come up with excuses of why we can't do it, or that the plan's not good enough, or that we could use the money elsewhere, that other people have other plans and their plans might be better. Let's do it now. Let's take our dollars, put our money where our mouth is, because we've had meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, and I can go on in infinity to talk about the solutions, and it's not getting done. If every program and plan that's been put in place, put forward, including this one, it still leaves people living outside and in despair. So that means we should not do it? Maybe we bring in people that we don't have enough caseworkers. Well, that's okay. Let's leave them out there in despair instead of making an effort to deal with each person one at a time. We have an obligation. This is a serious commitment that this county needs to make in partnership with our cities and to the citizens that are in despair. This Supervisors, we structured it. We tried to set it up, the money aside a few meetings ago so we can move forward, knowing full well that if you talk to 5 people, you won't get 5 people agreeing on what to do about homeless. So now we are structured where we need a 4/5 vote. We could have structured it where we needed a 3/5 vote. But we're here in a position where we need 4 out of 5 supervisors to step up and put our money where our mouth is in partnerships. And I stand for that. I'm glad that you're here, Mayor Lincoln. It's a pleasure that you've stepped up. You ran on this issue. It was the number one issue, not COVID, in the middle of COVID. The number one issue people talked about was homelessness, cleaning it up, helping those that are in despair, getting people off our waterways, off our freeways, public safety, public health issues. Do we shy away from it now? Because it's not perfect, or we might use the money elsewhere? What greater need is there for the dollars we have than for the sake of humanity? Didn't we shut down the world and the economy because every one life matters no matter what it takes? That's what they said. No matter what it takes, shut it down. You have people lost businesses. You have people that lost their homes. You have people that can be homeless because they haven't been able to pay rent. And that's a pipeline coming down the road. But just to save one life for a virus that was spreading and was rampant, and it still hasn't disappeared. We shut down entire economies no matter what the cost. Well, now here we have an opportunity to help individuals no matter what the cost. We should be stepping up and helping, because when I see somebody on a roadside, it's 110 degrees outside, I know they don't have fresh, cold running water. I know they're baking and they're uncomfortable and they're suffering and wallowing in, unfortunately, a humanitarian crisis of despair. I will not shy away from this. I will dedicate dollars from this county. We have that money. There's no greater need than saving another human life. And I stand firm on that. And I'm glad we're here talking about this. And I'm glad that we're hearing this conversation presented from people that have done a lot of work from the cities and through our CAO, Ms. Basso, coming here, that this has been a labor of love for her for the last 2 years. I'm glad we're at this junction point, and we'll see who wants to put their money where their mouth is, and we'll see who wants to just kick the can down the road. Thank you. I'd like to hear from our sheriff, Sheriff Withrow. As a preamble, sir, as you're coming on down, there's a lot of calls for the sheriff to do something, clean it up, get rid of, help, these people that are out there in squalor and despair. What benefit could it be if we were to stand up a program in the coming several months that offers beds? I know there's been a lot of cleanup effort to remove people from waterways, but they haven't been able to go somewhere. If we were to create a campus in concert with where there's food and support services with St. Mary's Dining Hall, who has the longest legacy of helping those living homeless here in the county, and we were to partner with them, would this be of any benefit to yourself, the Highway Patrol, the police department, working in concert to help people living in squalor and despair?
Yeah, absolutely. As we talked about when the board was generous enough to approve our part of our budget, where we formed a new division that is going to deal with quality of life issues. And every time I come up and speak on issues like this, I always talk about the stick and the carrot. And we, unfortunately, a lot of time in uniform are the stick in these situations. And we, too, would like to have other options when it comes to mental health issues and people under the influence. And a lot of times, as I've always said, it takes incarceration to get somebody to go down the path to ask for help. But it would be a great benefit to us, and I believe our DA has always also spoke on this, where we have an option to offer to somebody, hey, look, you're violating this law, you're violating this ordinance. We can handle this 2 ways. We can take you to this location, and you can start getting services and help and that type of thing. Or we have the option to enforce that law and take you into custody and book you into our jail, and then start getting a court to mandate some type of mental health or drug treatment or things like that. So As far as our aspect on this side of it, yes, we're very proactive in responding to these quality of life issues that we get the calls about constantly. We're usually the tip of that spear. Everybody always calls law enforcement for the answers right now, and I know all of you are working very hard to give us other options on that, response teams and things like that, and we greatly appreciate that, and that's what our public wants us to do. And at the Sheriff's Office, we just met yesterday. I was part of the meeting with the 2x2x2. At the same time, we were meeting with California Highway Patrol here locally and offering our services to help clean up out there on the freeways and using our work crews and people like that to help clean those up. And so we want to be a part of this solution. I too am grateful, like everyone that I spoke to out in the hallway here and that the mayor just spoke to, and all of you have said that absolutely these are solutions that we need, and our county is trying to be the forefront on this, and I'm proud to be part of that and be proud of part of the solution here to be an example for the rest of the state. So it would be huge for us in law enforcement and the criminal justice system in general to have all these different options for temporary housing, low barrier housing, permanent housing. It all has to be part of that pie. I'm not the guy to say what's the correct financial way to handle that. We have great experts to handle those type of questions for us, but we're pleased to be part of the solution on this.
And if we were to start up a low barrier shelter as being discussed and proposed with 300 plus beds, would that give you a mechanism to offer people a gateway to where you do individual assessment, security, safety, support, food, dignity, a better condition than where they find themselves?
You know, obviously, as I said, it would be a great tool to have on our tool belt. We have so many tools that we can choose from. When I first started in law enforcement in the past, we used to have detox centers, out at the jail. So instead of me having to book somebody at the jail, we could take them to a place where they could get a shower, sober up, clean up, be offered services. If they didn't take them, then they'd walk out the door the next morning. We'd start it all over again by evening time. But any tool that you guys can add to our belt to help us offer an alternative to incarceration, we look forward to.
And would it be beneficial to do this based on what you see in the escalation of homelessness and the potential wave of homelessness? Is this an immediate need that we should do in the next several months, or if we waited 1.5 to 5 years till we build up that inventory of available beds by a couple hundred, would it be better off waiting or doing it sooner than later?
Well, we ourselves at the Sheriff's Office are immediately addressing this, as you see, with our new Community Service Division. And we're going out there and responding to the calls from our public to immediately react to the situations of homeless camps that are impacting the quality of life. And so anything that you can get us to have options, as I said, to where we could take people, and we'd much rather get people help than incarcerate them. So anything we can do to help with that would be fantastic.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm not sure if you have anything else to add, but I also wanted to hear, I think if our district attorney is here, or maybe Ms. Casey Rain from her office, come on down and share their perspectives of what they see. As we know, our district attorney, Ms. Tori Verber, is walking these encampments weekly, daily throughout the weeks in the heat, in the cold, walking with, talking with, and surrounding herself with knowledge about this experience that some of these people are going through. And Ms. Casey Rain, thank you guys. I appreciate the levels of engagement you have as we have this conversation about the need or the pipeline that's already in place, or perhaps the redundancy of us even proposing what we're proposing.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. I'm going to let Casey go first, if that's okay.
Yeah, good morning. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm the District Attorney's Policy and Planning Coordinator, and I represent the District Attorney's Office with the Continuum of Care. I also serve on the HMIS Subcommittee. I serve on the Strategic Planning Subcommittee. I served on the Sheltering Committee. And I've been working around this issue of homelessness for the past 5 or 6 years, previously with Behavioral Health Services. This is a one-time opportunity with this new funding to really address what we have been saying for years. We've been coming together, we've had discussion after discussion, And what we have been saying in our strategic plan is that we have 3 goals. We need to strengthen our system. We need to address sheltering and enhance access to services for those who are homeless. We have in our strategic plan to increase shelter beds and enhance outreach and engagement. All of that is part of a pipeline continuum to housing services. This is our opportunity. We have funds available, and the time is now. With Cindy's plan, we meet many of the things that we've been talking about in our shelter committees, as well as in our strategic plan. Specifically, we've been talking about increasing shelter beds probably for over a year, and since the beginning, well before COVID. What we know is that there are 2,500 people that were identified as homeless in the point-in-time count in 2019. There are 990 available shelter beds. 50% of those are for families with children. In 2019, we had 1,500 unsheltered on the streets. That means that we have a gap of at least 1,500 shelter beds. Capitol Public Radio has estimated through HUD numbers that homelessness in California has increased 24% in the past 2 years. That's where we're getting our numbers of an estimated 2,000 people still unsheltered. You can take that estimate, or you can drive around and look at the issue and look at the humanitarian crisis. So we have 1,000 shelter beds. They are mostly full to capacity, but we have a big gap. When we talk about these beds, these new beds, it's like Mr. Dietrich said at our last board meeting. We need more of everything across the whole continuum. The shelter beds that you are thinking about today complement the other shelter projects. They don't take away from, they don't detract from. We need all of it. If we add 1,000 more beds, we're still at a deficit. Some of those beds are going to come into play 4 or 5 years down the road with a big construction project. Some of them maybe 2 years down the road with a medium-sized construction project. The advantage of this project is it could be up and going 4 or 5, 6 months from now. And I know that some of the questions you guys have brought us over and over and over and over is, will this solve homelessness? How do we solve homelessness? How do we get to a place where homelessness is brief, rare, and non-reoccurring? And the thing that the COC has said over and over and over again is that you need a continuum of services and supports. You need outreach and engagement to engage people. You need a place to bring them into so you can connect them with services. You need a way to wrap around and touch those people. When they are on the streets, they disappear. It is so hard for Dennis to re-find them the next day. It is so hard for Natasha's whole person care outreach team to find them 2 weeks later. Having a place and having a place to co-locate services is really critical and important. And it's how we build people up, get them their driver's license, get them to reimagine their hope and possibility, so then that we can leverage and move into a permanent housing situation. And I think that's what's so exciting about this plan, is it is what we have been talking about now for years. It is the linchpin from which we can strengthen outreach and engagement because we have a place to take them. It is the linchpin by which we can get people stabilized and we can give them the services that they need so that they're successful in housing. It also gives us an opportunity to bring people off of the streets, have them really think about their possessions and their pets, work with their partners. We get them off the streets, and then we can really start addressing the big issues. How do we downsize blight and those encampments? You've heard from the sheriff, and of course, my boss, Tori, is going to talk about what it means in terms of Boise. But this is the opportunity in shelter committee meeting after shelter committee meeting, in COC strategic planning committee meeting after committee meeting. This is what we have been talking about continuously for years. This didn't come out of the blue. This is the culmination of a lot of discussions. So I just wanted to add that, and thank you.
Thank you. And I want to pause to that point. We also heard references if there's a redundancy, if we put this up in competition with another navigation center that the Stockton Homeless Shelter may do. We don't know that that's a conflict. We don't know that it may integrate. We may set up something that we partner. And in fact, when we go in and discover who might be an operator, Stockton Homeless Shelter could equally be a partner. So instead of redundancy, there's more symmetry in a campus environment. And it's not competition. It's not taking away. It's not ostracizing or alienating, but it's actually enveloping all of our resources, and instead of duplication, it's more of a unification. Would that be correct, Ms. Basso, based on things that you've seen, studied, and conversations you've had with all parties?
I think that's a great analogy.
All right, thank you. District Attorney, Ms. Tori Verber. Salzar.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. I think what's critical about this low barrier shelter is it's going to help us meet the Boise standard. We're all very familiar with Boise, and a lot of people think that maybe you or I or the sheriff are responsible for the homeless, but we're not. It's the law of the land that is Boise that really dictates on what we can and cannot do. Without a significant amount of litigation coming swiftly right after. So we do support this pathway forward. We support it from a law enforcement perspective. We need this tool, as the sheriff said. It's another one in our tool chest. He has increased his teams to address the unhoused. I have increased my teams to address the unhoused in order to address this issue. But we're missing this gap right here in a low barrier shelter that will meet the Boise standard, that will give us that opportunity to move forward. While there's some in the toolbox coming along the line, and that's wonderful, and I appreciate Manteca, Tracy, and Lodi really pushing forward with their leadership on this, as well as Stockton. They're doing great work. It's our chance to support them. And it's our chance to acknowledge that homelessness is not a problem that happened overnight, and it's not going to be fixed overnight. In the past, we didn't support it. We didn't put resources towards it. And here we are today. If we say today that we're not going to give resources again, then we can't complain and say that we didn't see the problem or we didn't acknowledge the problem. We have a tool today. We have this, like you said, one-time funding that we've never had before, we might never get again. And it allows us that opportunity to really build this shelter. This is 300 people in our community, families, friends, neighbors that we all know, that would now have an opportunity to come out from the heat or the freezing cold, come into a shelter like we saw in Stanislaus, that would allow them the opportunity to connect to these wraparound services and lift them up. It's the first step in recovery, because it's going to connect you to a stabilized housing situation, and it's going to connect you to stabilized services. Right now, when we're looking for individuals, and I have a woman that came to me and said, I can't complete my housing packet for Central Valley Housing because I have a felony conviction, but it wasn't me. And I do hear that a lot, so I ran the rap, and it wasn't her. And I know because her sister's sitting in the prison right now, so she's the one that committed the crime. But it's taken me 6 weeks to find her, to clean up this wrap, to get her back in, because she keeps moving and we keep moving the camps. And though we clean them up, we just move them to another location. And so that destabilization and now that lack of trust has made, I have to start over every time I have contact with her to get her just the simple task of cleaning up her history, which is not her history, it's her sister's using a false name. And so that she can qualify to get even into the program where the wait list is endless for housing. So having everybody in one location will now allow us that capability, not everybody, but 300 potentially up to additional beds, allows us that opportunity to have them in one location to take that first step to the road to recovery. It also allows us to meet Boise and hopefully limits the litigation that we get into. But even if we do take an individual in that is unhoused for committing a crime, because being unhoused is not a crime, but being unhoused and committing a crime, those individuals will get the same wraparound services at the county jail, thanks to the innovative and progressive sheriff that we have. They'll get the same services. We're going to do an assessment. We're going to know understand your mental health. We're going to look at your substance use, and we're going to look at your, your fiscal tools that you have, and if we can connect you back up with family. That same treatment you're going to get either way, and we're still going to have that depth of information. And I think what today is so important is today we have an opportunity to do this. Today we have the money, we have a great plan, we have the opportunity to bring 300 of our fellow citizens in from out on the street and begin the process to healing and recovery. I don't know why we would pass up this opportunity. This is an incredible gift that we've been giving. And I think as a county and as a city, we're all saying homelessness is a problem that we are going to be dealing with for many years. It's a part of who we are, and it's a part of our money that we're going to be spending every year. Like you said, we spend $20 million anyway, and we're not moving anybody forward. Let's spend some money wisely and move people forward. And lastly, Alfredo, as the mayor so eloquently spoke about, he's still homeless. And that really says it all. We haven't been able to find him a place and locate him. We haven't been able to put him in. Now we could. So it's one thing to talk about Alfredo, but it's another thing to now say, Alfredo, we have a place for you. Your pets are welcome. Your partners are welcome. Your possessions are welcome. And we're going to bring you in. And on a campus setting where it's, I think the situation, the location is ideal. Because let's face it, there's 300 people living around St. Mary's Dining Hall on any given day, if not more. Why don't we put them in a shelter in a situation where they're out from the sun and the rain? And so I think it's a fantastic plan. Ms. Basso and the board, thank you for having the insight. CEO Viverling for putting this plan together. I think it's what we've talked about the last 2 years in COC and homeless shelter meetings. This is a key component, and it will lift us up. And I ask, and I beg each of you to vote for this because it is a great step. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Basso, I want to try to wrap this up and final comments from board members, and then we're looking for a vote of approval and possible expenditure. So what we're looking for today is dollars for the construction, to put something up in partnership with St. Mary's, because they'll get a building when we're down the road. And then at some point, you're going to perhaps work on and identify who would be the operator and come back to the county board with the operating budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the plan today was to allocate $6.5 million for one-time startup costs, and then if that is approved, CAO's office with Adam Cheshire and myself possibly will work on getting the operator, the RFQ process, so that's in place, way before the shelter opens.
But the starting point is we have to have the shelter. We have to be committed to getting it. We can't put out an RFP for something that we don't really have or know what it is yet.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Understood. I'm going to bring this back to the board for final comments. We have a whole other discussion from the cities about
Chairman
this.
Patty, my apologies. We do still have written public comments also.
Okay.
Would you like me to read those now, or do you want to do board comments?
Sure. Read those now, and then we'll go to the final comments from the board and looking for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman. The first comment is submitted by Phyllis Groupie, and she writes, Dear Board Member, Dear Board of Supervisors, thank you for continuing your work and focus on our challenge of homelessness in San Joaquin. As one of the founding members of the Emergency Shelter Committee, I am extremely encouraged by the progress made in San Joaquin County to reduce homelessness and the negative impact it has had for so many years on our community. Several years and endless hours of study, research, and planning have gone into the presentation you will see today. The COC strategic plan that was accepted and approved by the Board of Supervisors and the cities within the county has ensured a firm foundation upon which this presentation was developed. This 300-bed low-barrier shelter allows pets, possessions, and partners. It will bring those who previously would not have ventured into a shelter for fear of losing their pets and possessions or being separated from their partners. The Navigation Center will link services and encourage collaboration between service providers, and will also provide the opportunity for data collection, which will show the return on investment for every dollar put into this effort. Its location adjacent to St. Mary's Dining Hall and Stockton Shelter for the Homeless will reduce duplication of services and take advantage of existing infrastructure. Although final details are still being ironed out, now is the time to begin this journey. An imperfect plan now is better than a perfect plan never. The next comment is submitted by Kristen Burtwhistle, who writes, with more than 2 years of dedicated work and actions related to supporting our shelters on numerous fronts, from launching plans from countywide warming centers to managing assistance to our shelter leaders during COVID-19, the San Joaquin County Continuum of Care Shelter Committee wishes to support today's presentation on the blueprint for a low-barrier homeless sheltering project. This plan aligns with many key elements of the COC strategic plan to increase bed capacity and support services for the homeless across San Joaquin County. We believe this plan will help us realize that vision. We are here today because of the early efforts of Supervisor Kathy Miller. Back in 2016, she instituted the Homelessness Task Force, driving the creation of the San Joaquin County Continuum of Care, which is often referred to as the backbone organization in support of homelessness and housing. And this past year, Supervisor Tom Patty led the planned creation of the 2x2x2 subcommittee, a Board of Supervisors approved committee who will help oversee this plan in partnership with the COC, City Council, and Board of Supervisors. Our shelter committee agrees that we must do something now to expand low barrier beds and navigation access centers across our county by approving the requested $6.5 million from our Board of Supervisors. The time to act is today. Sincerely, members of the SJCOC Shelter Committee, Natasha Garcia, Shelter Committee Chair Kristen Spracher Burtwhistle, founder of Shelter Committee, Phyllis Groupie, founder of Shelter Committee. The next comment is submitted by Exoche Padres, who writes, through the series of discussions, the presentations thus far have not presented a reason why the county is implementing a low barrier homeless program that has not presented a thorough sunset plan. There are no clear identifiers that allow taxpayers to track the allocation of expenditure to determine that funds are appropriately utilized. Presenting a blueprint would suggest that there are clear identifiers within the plan that show how funds will be allocated and accounted for during the distribution and use. In addition, the county's current process for announcing RFPs is not available for all bidders via an only portal. Although Public Works has a portal, bids for services are not available for all to view. The statement is noted given the growing concerns of contracts being awarded with bias to companies and/or organizations without equitable opportunity for all organizations to bid and be awarded. A final note of concern is that homeless allocation does not show an accountability plan for those that receive this support. To continue to hand out services and resources allows for a continued practice of not participating in social accountability. San Joaquin County cannot be a haven of handouts. San Joaquin County needs to be accountable. With that said, I respectfully ask my supervisor to consider my inquiries and request the COA to address these items of concern. The final comment is submitted by Jolynn McMillan, who writes, as a primary provider for shelter in San Joaquin County, the Stockton Shelter for Homeless has taken the lead in providing low-barrier shelter services for over 30 years. 4 years ago, the shelter began to work to increase service levels as well as planning and expansion. We currently have plans to expand the men's shelter, women and family shelter with navigation services. Late last year, the COC, City Council, and County Board of Supervisors voted to award the Stockton Shelter with our plans to expand the 180-bed expansion men's shelter with navigation center to serve the San Joaquin County community. We recognize that nonprofits cannot do this alone without significant economic and ongoing support from the city and county. We appreciate all the support we currently receive from the city and county. We encourage the city and county to work with the shelter to fund sustainability for the approved shelter's expansion. Please work with us to approve the new family shelter as well. The shelter is unconditionally supportive of the local government's expansion of services into other underserved areas of the city and county community, but we believe this should be a cooperative effort. Please move to fund the currently approved projects. We thank the BOS and the county and the city for your continued support for the homeless. CEO Jolynn McMillan and the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless Board of Directors. And that concludes the public comment for this item.
Thank you. Turning over to our CAO, we've discussed and asked, does the county have dollars available for this to not only get it started, but if we were to come back and we were to get a proposal from Stockton Homeless Shelter or any other organization to be an operator, does the county have available funds as it's been related we would likely need to have an operational homeless shelter in and around Stockton, let alone the next, of course, conversation item is doing something in partnership with the cities. Do we have those dollars available if we were to do this and move forward with this project?
Thank you for the question, Chair Patty, and that kind of ties back into Supervisor Miller's question that she asked me earlier. We have, as Ms. Basso mentioned, $82 million currently in the Capital Outlay Fund for capital improvement projects. So do we have money? Yes, we have money. Is that money competing with other things? As we mentioned a couple of, oh gosh, probably 2 months ago, maybe less.
I hadn't asked if it's competing. I was just asking. I'm not cutting you off, and feel free, but I'm not asking if it's competing. Do we have the dollars? I know there's $250 million.
Chair Patty, I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
The way you asked it. Okay.
Okay.
So we have funds available. The county always has funds available. If we want to take funds and use them for one thing or another, they're going to come at the expense of something else that we might want to use them for. So to answer your question directly, yes, there are funds available, and yes, it was my understanding that if we were going to bring this before the board could consider whether or not they wanted to appropriate $6.5 million towards this project. As Supervisor Miller brought up, it's not consistent with the other 3 cities' asks that we're currently going to entertain when we finally wrap this one up. And there are some exposures to the county past the 3rd year, as we've discussed in the 2x2x2 meetings, that there is going to have to be ongoing funding, and the county is going to be on the hook. The county is paying 50% of what those operating costs are. The city initially stated that it was going to be $15 million total contribution because we thought that the annual costs were going to be higher. As those costs dropped, the city dropped their commitment, and it's a verbal commitment. I've seen nothing in writing. I have no MOU or anything else other than the city's word that they were going to make that contribution. So if they didn't make that contribution, and if we paid the full boat, and if we had to pay this thing on an ongoing basis, do we have the money? Yes, we have the money, and it would come at the expense of other things that would be competing for those costs. So I'm going to turn it back over to you. We have $82 million in the capital outlay fund. What I was trying to say is we have $250 million worth of buildings that we need to purchase, rehab, lease, do whatever we need to do over the next 10 years. We saw that in our capital plan. While we decide to spend our money, we have to be mindful that, as our district attorney said, this is one-time money. This is not going to come again probably for another generation. We were very, very fortunate to have it. We have ARPA money. We have $74 million of sitting in our ARPA money. Wow, isn't that great for our county? Yes, it is. But as I said in our meeting we had with the 2x2 yesterday, from my perspective, and I can read my notes again if you'd like, straight out of the ARPA guidelines, I don't believe it's usable for that. We can go ahead and try, and it sounds like the city is going to try. And if the auditors come at the end of the year and say that's out of bounds, you can't do that, we will pay that back out of general fund dollars. So I want to make sure as we move forward, we do this with our eyes wide open, because to answer your question, yes, we have the money. But those are the parameters that are also wrapped around this project. So I'll say it straight out, that's about as full disclosure as I could give you. And if the board wants to move forward with that, that's the board's decision. Supervisor Miller asked me, and maybe I didn't answer it as fully as I could have before, if I thought it was equitable. I will say that I think it would be consistent if we gave the city the capital contribution and then they came back with all the other costs as the 3 cities do. But as I mentioned earlier, that's not how this thing was set up before I came on board. So I am moving the ball forward as it was handed to me. So I hope that answers your question, Chair.
It does. And in the end, we do have the money.
Money is available.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bring it back to the board for final comments, and we'll move this agenda item forward. I don't know if Ms. Basso, if you have anything further, or Mr. Cheshire, anything further to add. I know you've worked very hard for the last few years. I know we've always, I've asked you in the past, come forward with the ask. Here we are coming forward with the ask of something that would be monumental in partnership with our cities, and I would hope that this board sees through to the importance and the benefit of doing this for, I know we have other capital outlay expenditures and needs. That seems to be a recurring issue with government, but there's no greater need than a humanitarian crisis being addressed, in my opinion. So I think that our money would be very well spent. Bringing it back to the board, looking for a motion to approve and allocate these dollars.
Final comment?
For any final comments? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just confirm here, monies that we keep talking about the general fund, but there's money available from the state and local fiscal recovery funds, correct?
Excuse me, Supervisor Rickman, I'm not sure I understand.
The money that we received, whatever we're going to receive, 140 million?
Oh, you mean the ARPA money?
Right.
Yeah. We got half of our 148
So it's like,
point something.
Right, but I'm saying that money is available. For that
It's available.
Yes,
yeah.
right. So it wouldn't affect the general fund, because I know I just sat through 4 days of conference, virtually, of course, for the NACO meeting in Minnesota, and if it meets the public health definition, which it does, money would be available for that. Also, the budget framework from the state, and the preliminary, but the state is going to be allocating approximately $4 billion this budget year for homelessness, correct? Well, it is.
I've read that, yes.
Right. So,
Ashar, is that validated?
I'm sorry, was the number $4 billion you said?
With a B.
With a B? Yeah, I think that's around the number.
I hope so, because I have the CSAC right in front of me. And there's a bunch of different programs. And what I'm getting at is we're talking about the general fund, but yet the state's going to be pushing out, once again, $4 billion. We have approximately $140 million coming from the feds, $70 million we receive now. So, how this is going to cause some huge financial crisis with the county, I disagree. But, and you look at the monetary side of it, and of course we have to pay attention to that. We don't want to get in debt. We have to be fiscally responsible. But then you look at the intangibles. For example, every time I go home from this office and I head south to Tracy, I get on Highway 4 at Weber. And first thing I pass is a homeless house and a tree. And then I go underneath, the Crosstown Freeway, go underneath onto southbound 5. And every time I go to that blind turn, I think, God, please don't let some homeless guy or person run out in front of me, because there's homeless tents all along that Crosstown I-5 connector. And there's been multiple fatalities involving pedestrians on I-5, 205, Crosstown. I remember there was an incident when somebody from the Crosstown Freeway lost control of their vehicle, went over the embankment, and killed an individual that was sleeping on the embankment. So those are, I think, things that I don't think people take into account. How much is a human life worth? Will those individuals be alive today if they weren't in that predicament? A lot of folks that have been on our freeway and walking across their freeways have been under the influence of a controlled substance. If those individuals would have got help, would they still be with us today? And we have a chance to, make a difference. We have a chance to lead here in San Joaquin County. We have a chance to help hundreds of folks that are in need. We have a chance to work with our cities, in joining with our cities, and showing that the county hears our cities and our other elected officials, and that we support them, and have a comprehensive plan for action that finally addresses the root causes of homelessness. And it's not just a housing issue, right? It's, the mental health and substance abuse side of it. And, giving people hope for a new life. And how many fires, and I'm just talking around here in Stockton, we'll talk South County later here in a second, but how many fires does Stockton have? I mean, my God, it seems like every time you look on social media, there's another homeless camp and fire here around somewhere under some bridge abutment or around some shop. And that stuff has to stop. And, we have to look, at the quality of life of those who live in those neighborhoods. And we can do that by providing temporary housing, emergency shelters, and the wraparound services. So, and I look at here in the audience today, I see, Mayor Cantu, Mayor Lincoln, and representing two different cities, former Mayor Joaquin from Lodi, and they're here asking for our help, the county's help. And I'm going to answer that call, and I am going to support our cities and partner with them, and let's lead not just here in San Joaquin County, but throughout the state of California. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua, any comments before we go forward?
Yes, I think at this time, it'd be a great idea to make a motion to approve $6.5 million for a low-barrier homeless shelter.
Okay. I have a motion to...
I'll second that.
Approve and a second. Okay. Any final comments or words before we take a vote?
Yes, thank you. We had two really nice campaign speeches here this afternoon, and a lot of emotion thrown around as if anyone who is looking at this from a fiscal standpoint doesn't care about people and doesn't want any shelters. That's not the case. What we're talking about is a one-time pot of money, and common sense and best practices, financial practices say you spend one-time money on one-time expenses, which would mean structuring the Stockton deal the same way. We're looking at providing funding to the other cities. It's the ongoing commitment of county resources that's problematic with this. It's also not equitable in terms of what we are providing to the other cities and to what we're providing to our ongoing and historic shelter providers. I don't have a problem with funding one-time capital expenditures for shelters out of these one-time funds. I do have a problem with this board taking on, if you factor in the increased behavioral health services, it's $4.5 to $5 million a year that's on the county, and apparently the city is only going to be committing to they're going to be committing to $3.1 million a year for 3 years. At the end of 3 years, there's nothing to provide backstop if the city doesn't feel like they have the operating funds anymore. Anyone who thinks that taking on multi-million-dollar commitments with public dollars isn't a problem and that it's an unlimited source, we're already hearing talk that to go further, it's going to require more taxes. It's going to require special tax on the people of this county to continue it. Anyone who thinks that things can't fall apart wasn't paying attention to what happened with Stockton. There was no one single decision that caused the bankruptcy. It was a whole bunch of things. But the main thing was they were overextended on annual commitments. And Supervisor Rickman, you asked the question about the federal dollars, but I'm not sure a county administrator understood your question. You were talking about the ARPA funds, the $140 million, which I believe our CAO had just said, according to the guidelines, could not be used, and there was a high probability wouldn't pass the audit and it would be rejected, in which case we would have to make up those funds from the general fund, correct?
You know, the American Rescue Plan dollars, and this is coming from, I forgot the federal treasurer person up there, and one of the conditions was for public funds or public health, economic hardship, revenue loss, premium pay, water, sewage, robbery infrastructure, containing COVID-19 and addressing other urgent public health needs that you could use these funds for.
I'm just asking the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The CAO. I thought we had checked with our outside auditors.
Supervisor Miller, I did check with our outside auditor about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago in anticipation of this meeting. Plus, we want to know. I mean, if they're free, we want to be able to use them. He said his latest information was that he did not believe that they were, and he would get back to me. The Treasury guidelines are going to update between now and October. It's the interim final rule now, and then when we hit October, I don't have the exact date in my brain, that will be the final rule, and then the updates will stop. So that may change. They did change a lot when we had the CARES Fund. We saw that. They got really, really loose in the last couple of months, and that may well happen. But at this point, the information I've gotten back is what I just told you.
And I agree, they could change, but based on right now, that's what we're looking at. From my standpoint, taking on this this size of an annual commitment, it's too much risk to the county. I could support this project. I am very much in support of more shelters if this was structured differently, but I think this is too much risk for the county. We don't have an identifiable sustainable funding stream for this going forward. And I absolutely will not cast a vote that puts county finances at future risk. I've had to clean up the aftermath before of that, and I won't go there. So I can't support this as it's presented now.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. For clarity, yesterday in our 2x2 meeting, we had City Manager Black talking about these ARPA funds, and he participates there. He and Vice Chair, I believe, might even, the Deputy City Manager might still be here, but they participate in weekly phone calls with the government as it related to using these funds for homeless shelters and plans, and the answer was an affirmative. The answer was yes, based on those weekly. These are questions that come up directly to the Treasury, and City Manager Black indicated that on a repetitive basis, the answer has been affirmative. Yes, you can use those dollars. Now, Mr. Wolverine, to my understanding yesterday that you had noted you do not participate in those phone calls, and that's not, I mean, obviously we're all busy, but you weren't privy to that knowledge or that information in those weekly phone calls. Is that correct?
I've not been on those phone calls, no.
Okay, thank you. So and I believe we're going to hear from the 3 cities after this that may also have stressed that subject with use of those funds, may or may not, I don't know, but I know that the Stockton City Manager and Deputy Manager have been on the phone with the government during weekly phone calls, and it has been affirmed that yes, you can use those dollars for operating and the expenses for a homeless shelter. So that's not knowledge that's known by everybody, but that's been affirmed on a repetitive basis by those that participate in that call. Supervisor Wynn, as we like to wrap this up, we do have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Chair. I get it on the money. I understand it. And conceptually, I have no problem with this type of project because obviously it can be beneficial, certainly to the police department, sheriff's department. I would comment briefly on what the sheriff had brought up, because this has been a topic in the past with sobriety centers or detox centers. And I think that's certainly an area that would be beneficial, certainly for law enforcement community in regards to a lot of the individuals they contact, which they have to deal with and possibly book into the jail. With that, here's my concern. One is that Director Vartan talked about the anticipated increases in costs to his department. But I think, as I recall the conversation, dealt specifically with the 300-bed facility. And we still have 3 other, maybe 4 other projects, navigation centers that would obviously need some type of assistance from behavioral health. And so I'm not sure that you included that 1.5 as far as those, but I assume it'd be more. Maybe it's 2 million, maybe it's 2.5. I don't know, but it's more money. And I think when we talk about this whole process, that it keeps coming up is we want to be successful. We want to make sure that whatever we build will provide the services necessary to allow the homeless to transition out of the homeless situation to back into society. So that's a concern. Mr. Figueroa made a comment in regards to the negotiations as to the lease, which they just received, and they haven't approved that, so that's up in the air. As far as the future funding, when we talk about, tax measures and 218 process, whatever, that hasn't been decided, so we don't know which for sure the future funding sources will be, and we can always, hope that that'll occur as it did in Stanislaus County, but that hasn't been guaranteed. Also, in regards to the process itself, I look forward to the next topic on the agenda because I think the cities will present a model or a project specifically with all the details that we can ask and therefore approve or disapprove. This, to me, I'll be honest with you, I kind of equate this project to maybe an example of the old sunk cost theory, which sunk cost, if you're not familiar with it from college, Willie Brown when he was mayor of San Francisco, made a comment in regards to the increased cost of the Bay Bridge. And it was supposed to be in the neighborhood of $250. It went to $6 billion. And he was questioned on that. And his comment was, well, our estimates, basically, they're just a down payment. And what happens in government is once you start a project, heaven forbid that you quit or terminate it, you just have to keep feeding it to whatever length or cost it is. And this particular project, although I think it's worthy certainly of consideration, certainly would provide a lot of benefits to the community and the homeless. I appreciate Mayor Lincoln and his comments. I've talked to him before, and I certainly appreciate his leadership. However, we still don't know, in spite of what the deputy city manager said. I haven't seen a vote from the city council as to whether or not the entire council, although they've approved funding, has agreed with participating in this project. There's a lot of unknowns, and I'm always concerned about voting for something, especially when it talks about taxpayer money, when we really don't know what the consequences or outcome will be. So having said that, I agree with the concept. I certainly think there's a need where it's located, and I would add one last comment in regards to the from here on out. I think certainly this is something that needs to be further explored, but I would and thank Ms. Bazo for her research, et cetera. But I think from here on out, I think it ought to go back to the CEO's office and whoever you delegate from the county perspective, whether it be purchasing director or general services, or whoever. But I think it needs to go back to the county to further explore the cost. And one last thing, which I know Supervisor Patty has always commented on, which I always appreciate, is that when we purchase projects, construction, we always look for local companies, and maybe there's not one, I don't know. But I think that if we're going to spend this kind of money, I think that we need to at least go with an RFP to make sure that local businesses have the opportunity to bid and participate in this process, because I'm sure that the business in Salinas is not the only one in the world that provides these type of structures. And so I would ask the CEO, if we continue down this path, that you take it over in regards to our department heads and pursue it during the normal procedures and protocols that we have in place for these type of projects to explore and then possibly present back to the board. So thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we'll take a vote. Sounds like we can pretty easily predict where this is going to end up. We do need a 4/5 vote in order for it to carry and funding be allocated.
Chairman Patty, I'm showing that everyone has voted, but the system seems to be saying that there's still 2 missing votes, which is incorrect. So the vote is 3-2 with Supervisor Miller and Nguyen voting no.
Got it. Well, Supervisor Villapudua.
Chairman Petty, I just had a thought and just want to swing it by our CAO, Mr. Wolverine. So we proposed $6.5 million, but the reason they voted no is because we weren't going to support the ongoing costs. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So we have the blueprint in hand with Mrs. Basso. Why can't we just give the city of Stockton the $6.5 million, and they can build it as much, they can build a structure and then accommodate as many beds as they can with the $6.5 million. Can we do that? Can we just give them the $6.5 million?
So let me make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking,
well, if
could we flip
give
it?
them the $6.5 million without committing to the ongoing cost every year?
We have the $6.5 million in the capital outlay fund. Let me make sure I understand what you're asking.
Okay.
You're asking to make a one-time commitment to the city of Stockton like we might make for the 3 cities that are coming to ask us.
Correct. Without the commitment.
If they wanted to use Ms. Basso's
plan
without
the ongoing cost.
And would that be sufficient for us to actually appropriate the money to the capital I'm sorry, I forget the name of the fund.
That's something that you guys would consider? That's something that's feasible, and is it possible? That's what I'm wondering.
And not have any ongoing costs on the hook, where we wouldn't participate with anything, like we're not planning to participate with the subsequent 3 cities. Technically, that would work.
I guess I would just want to, we don't have a request from the city of Stockton.
No?
So
where's Mayor Lincoln?
What we're going to require of the other cities is we would appropriate the money, and then when they come to the CAO with a fully fleshed out plan, which includes identifiable operating funds for 3 to 4 years, then we can appropriate, they can make their ask and we can fund it, correct?
Mayor Lincoln, would you please come forward?
I think if the city of Stockton was willing to do the same thing, I would at least be willing to flesh this out.
Thank you, Mayor Lincoln. Would you take into consideration if we were to maybe give you the one-time $6.5 million and then work with Ms. Basso and try to build a structure and maybe accommodate as many people as you can with this with the $6.5 million and without the ongoing costs? Would that be something you'd consider?
This is something that we will need to bring back before the council for consideration.
Okay.
But to answer your question, Supervisor Villapudua, I think with those parameters, and I'm assuming, I don't know what the other 3 cities are going to bring. We talked to them all and we worked with them, so I'm assuming they're going to bring us some very good detail. And what Ms. Basso did was very granular. Had you all voted to appropriate that, that would have been fine, as far as from an accounting basis, and a budgetary basis from our perspective. I think we could do that for the city of Stockton if they wanted to go down that path and bring that kind of information forward to us.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay. Moving on to our agenda, item number 3 of discussion. We've got a presentation. Good job. This is going through Supervisor Rickman. This is a presentation by San Joaquin cities of Lodi, Manteca, and Tracy to request funding for emergency homeless shelters within their cities and approval of related budget adjustments in the amount of up to $6 million. 4/5 vote will be required.
Thank you.
Mr. Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of this we already discussed, so, we'll keep it short and simple, and then we'll call the cities up. How do I start this thing? Anyway, so yeah, I'm sorry about that. Just trying to figure this out. We just have some slides here, and homelessness today is always on our minds. And when we talk about homelessness, as we did for the last, God, how long was it? 2 hours or so? And it was 3 hours. And, we concentrated on Stockton. However, homelessness affects us all, affects every city here in San Joaquin County, not just Stockton. And, as I mentioned earlier, it's a mental health and substance abuse issue also. And this was brought up also earlier, is what's unique about Manteca, Tracy, and Lodi and Supervisors Wynn's district is that, their services aren't readily available. The county seat is Stockton, so their services, the majority of services are here in Stockton. Even though the cities pay anywhere between 80, 90, and I know, being the past mayor of Tracy, that there's at times 100% of our property tax are going toward the county to pay for these services that, our residents don't use for a variety of reasons. One of those reasons being is the distance, from Tracy or Manteca to Stockton or Lodi to Stockton. And I know I've talked personally to folks out in South County that, are in need of services, but either they don't want to go to Stockton or for a variety of reasons, or they don't have the transportation to do so. And that includes mental health help, substance abuse treatment, and of course, beds for them to get off the street. And if you look at some of these slides that are going through, you can see here in Manteca and, in Tracy, and if you remember from our last meeting, we were talking about our budget, and we had a lady from Tracy Interfaith come forward and talked about her frustration, talked about how it was pretty much the city of Tracy has turned Pescadero Park into a homeless camp. And we have a food bank there, and it's right next to I believe it is a preschool. And we have volunteers at Tracy Interfaith who don't want to go to work or afraid to go to work or having problems getting folks to go help out at Tracy Interfaith because of the homeless. Also with parking, it's also a skate park, and in which, and I know, again, from being over there, and I had parents and kids talk to me that, the kids want to go skate. You have homeless individuals walk up to them, hey, you want to skate in this park? Give me $20. And so, therefore, it takes the whole entire park away from our community, and it's unacceptable. And hopefully, with the plan that they'll be talking about, it will alleviate that problem. Same thing with 120 and in Lathrop. And I just took a quick tour over in Lathrop off of Mossdale Road, just north of the Chevron station over there. And there it is right there on the screen. And it's right next to the bridge, on the Mossdale Bridge. At one time, that whole entire area next to the water was filled with homeless tents and homeless camps. And it was auctioned off, and I talked to the new property owner, and he cleaned it up. But during the process, and this is what we're seeing out there, is during the process, he was explaining what he had to go through. It took him months to clean that up. But he was telling me, and of course this is gross, but this is the reality of it, he was telling me there were holes, a bunch of holes that were dug out there, lined with plastic. And what do you think they did inside that? They used it as a restroom. And a lot of that waste, human waste, are going into our waterways. And there's also at just east of that location, and I'll have to talk to the sheriff about that, on Turtle Beach, or Turtle Island, they call it. And there was a drone that I got to talk to a company that was an owner of a company, and he got a drone out, and he was showing me what's going on out there on the levees. And there was 6 or 7 sunken boats. There was homeless on this beach. There was a homeless individual who had a boat, which is a homemade dock that connected to the levee itself. So this is the kind of stuff that we're seeing out there, and this is the kind of stuff that we're trying to prevent. Hopefully that we have these shelters in Manteca, we have these shelters in Tracy and in Lodi, giving these folks a place to go, and also giving law enforcement a tool to use to, clean up these certain areas. But with that, since we talked about homeless for a while now, I'm going to turn it over to the city's chair. I don't know who wants to go first, but Manteca, Mr. Singh. Did you already break it? You just sat down.
Councilman Singh, how do you have for us?
That's all I have for you guys. I'm not sure if somebody has the presentation yet. No, don't throw it at me. Somebody. So much for that. So I was going to say good morning, but now I'm going to be saying good afternoon. First of all, I really would like to thank the chair and this board, and also Rickman. You've hit a lot of points right there, and almost did half of my presentation, but that's all right. I'll continue going. But no, this is a great opportunity. This is something that's a long time coming. We've talked a lot about homelessness already, and you guys have already mentioned, but having cities show up here right in front of you, multiple cities together, this is unprecedented. So I'm really happy to see that we're here collectively to represent, and you know what? We all have our plans to work on how we're going to be handling the unsheltered pandemic that's been going on in our region. So here we go. Why are we here? So if you look initially, each city in our county adopted your strategic plan and is working with your guidelines and trying to figure out how to solve the homeless, or at least put a dent in it. So we're looking at your strategic priorities. We want to first let you know that we want to be able to encourage collaboration countywide, citywide. That's been talked about today. This is truly a partnership between not just the county and the cities, but everyone. We collectively have realized that, first, we can't ignore this problem in our communities, and we also have realized that we can't do it alone. And I don't think the county can do it alone either. So this is something that we need to all work together in. So with that, you'll see presentations where the city of Lodi, Manteca, and Tracy have come together as one voice to kind of talk about what we can do to help together and work on a solution. Now, within the presentations, you'll see that a lot of our cities are in different stages of the homeless support system, but at the end of the day, we're all looking for funding, we're all looking for partnerships to continue to move forward and provide these services in our own jurisdiction, which again, you have to remember, even though they may be City of Manteca residents, Lodi, or Tracy residents, they still are County of San Joaquin residents. So with that, I wanted to kind of go a little bit back, and this has kind of been discussed already today, but the last point of count, which was in 2019, we had to get one done in 2020. But here are some numbers. There's been discussions of other numbers this afternoon, but at that count, City of Lodi had 139 unsheltered. Manteca had 218. Tracy had 155. Those three right there equate for 33% of the unsheltered population in this county. So the need is there. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring up our first presenter, which is going to be from the City of Lodi, Councilmember Doug Keene. All yours.
Oh, I get a pointer too, huh? Son of a gun. Fair enough. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for taking the time to hear us and talk about the homeless. This has been a long time coming, guys. And if I had fireworks, I would light them off right now. If I had the party poppers, just the fact that we're here talking about how to resolve the homeless problem in our county is huge. I've been working on this particular problem since I got elected 6 years ago. I remember talking with Chuck and Kathy about this, and when we got the continuum of care started, this has been a long journey to get to this point. So we need to celebrate the fact that we're even here. These are big steps, just the fact that we're all together talking about it. And we have some solutions, and I'm thrilled to be able to present to you what the city of Lodi has done recently. A couple months ago, City Council approved actions, and thank you, Steve. I'm going to let you do that while I talk. You're way better at this. Oh. Having technical difficulties, bear with us one moment. Got it? Okay. We got a really cool video for you as well. If there's popcorn, maybe we can get that out. I don't know. It's only 6 minutes, though.
We haven't had a lunch break, so the popcorn would be really appreciated.
Well, while that's loading, little background information. So the City Council in Lodi took the opportunity a couple months ago to approve $5.3 million to fund an access center in Lodi. We have multiple properties we were looking at. At that time, we also approved the opportunity for our Community Development Department to do an outreach to our community. And so the City Council approved actions to support that financial resources toward the access center. And the Community Development Department engaged in producing the survey. A survey for community feedback. It ended with nearly 70% approval rating for an access center. So we did our homework. We know that our citizens want it in Lodi. Where is another question. But we also asked that in the survey. We presented a couple properties, and we got votes for those particular locations. So there will be a video presentation. It was produced as a component of our engagement process, so you get to see what our citizens of Lodi have seen. This is an abbreviated production video for your use or your viewing today. All testimonials in the video are from Lodi community. However, they could represent any community in our county and our state. And as soon as they can find where that video is at, we're going to watch it.
So currently, Mr. Kuhn, it looks like the page is just blank, so we're going to try to troubleshoot it and see if we can get the video to play.
Oh, cool. I can't go any further until the video plays. Sorry.
Just get to the numbers. The humanitarian cause means nothing for some of the board members, so you might as well just get to the numbers and see if that flies.
I tell you, I appreciate our chair, I should say. I appreciate your passion today.
Unfortunately, politics plays into decision making sometimes.
It always does, Chairman Patty.
True.
While they're trying to load this, I think we're getting close. Oh, okay. Well, we emailed it over and it got lost in translation, apparently. So I will tell you, I'll just wing it here for a minute. So when I got elected, we didn't have a homeless committee in Lodi. We adopted a homeless committee. And for some of you, you already know this, but Adventist Health, Lodi Memorial was a part of that committee. We had service providers in our city, the service providers, county mental health, all the other, Dennis Butner, all the other people that are part of dealing with the homeless population were not communicating with one another. Supervisor Nguyen, when you said, I need a blueprint, I want the roadmap, I want the big picture, we found that we didn't have all the entities working together. And that was 6 years ago. Now we have all the entities working together, and it's streamlined, and through the continuum of care, it's gotten even better. But we didn't have access to those things initially. We kind of were building blocks as we went along this journey. And so I'm thrilled to say that that Committee on Homelessness also has an outreach component of it. So we have been interacting in our city with our homeless population for 6 years now. We have a community liaison officer who regularly interacts with that population. He knows what the needs are in our community, and I think that I can say for all of our individual communities, Lodi, Manteca, Tracy, we have a group that already is interacting with those people who are homeless, and we know their needs probably better than anybody else. So having them locally in our cities is probably a really good solution, because we know what the needs are, we know the individuals, and we know them by name, and we know where they have been from. And in our particular case, unlike maybe Stockton, the majority of our homeless population is from Lodi. I participated in the point-in-time counts and cleanups multiple times. So I've interacted with these individuals. They're Lodi residents or a Lodi connection for the most part, not all of them. Are we there yet? Okay, enough of my rambling. Back to the movie. Yep, I'm going to.
But not too long ago, these three men were among the estimated 150 people living on Lodi streets, in parks, along rivers, or under bridges. Their lives so tattered, the idea of having good jobs was unthinkable. Today, 28-year-old Robert is an employee at Lodi's Merit Woodwork. But not that long ago, he was on the streets of Lodi, homeless for 6 years, a drug addict and alcoholic.
I wound up going to jail, and I got a moment of clarity inside jail, and I realized I didn't want to be the person I'd been being. I wasn't raised to live like that.
Each of these three men found their way to Lodi's Salvation Army recovery program, but it wasn't easy. They had to be clean first.
I've seen over the years a lot of people come that we hope to get into our program, but they just can't get over that hump of getting off that drugs and alcohol when they're out there unsheltered in the elements.
For those who can make it through the door, under these rules, they have the chance to turn their lives around, find work, sobriety, and peace. But for so many, that first hurdle is just too high. And so they continue on the streets of Lodi, lost in drug addiction, mental illness, or past trauma. They continue to spiral downward.
When I was running around on the streets out here, I would come into the Salvation Army often, and they helped provide for some of my basic human needs. Like it was to come in and eat real quick and leave, or to get some clothes and a shower and leave. And one of the things that held me back was you've got to give a clean drug test, and I wasn't very capable of giving those.
And this is why the city of Lodi is hoping to build a low-barrier access center shelter. It would welcome the rest of the city's unsheltered population, those who can't achieve sobriety by themselves.
The whole purpose of the Access Center is to have wraparound services for those in need. For those that just want to come and lay your head, you're going to be given a certain amount of time. For those that want to come and better themselves and work with a case manager to gain employment, go back to school, to work with Central Valley Housing, then it'll be a tiered system to where they'll be given different levels to the shelter.
John has been very successful helping others with the process of recovery. He knows all too well what can happen with just a few bad choices.
At the age of 27, I got introduced to smoking methamphetamines. And to make a long story short, I went from making $80,000 a year to, at the age of 30, having nothing. I lost my way, my family, my sanity, my freedom. My addiction took me to looking at a 12-year prison sentence. And at that time, you know, the judge said, I have one option for you. You can either go to program or you can go to prison. And of course, I chose program. I just celebrated 20 years of recovery in August, and I've been working for the Salvation Army, giving back to the community for the last 10 years, and it's very rewarding.
So I slept on the sidewalk over here on the fenced-off area. Here in Lawrence Park, I slept on the grass. I slept under the stairs on the other street. I slept over here by the movie theater, by the bus station. I got into using heroin. I smoked it one time, and after that, I shot it up and I fell in love with it, and that's how I was on it for 10 years.
At 32 years old, Stephanie, a Lodi High graduate, is finally clean. But it's been a long road. Had she been able to find shelter and services in a low-barrier access center, she could have saved herself and her family a lot of misery and a lot of years on the streets.
I sold my soul for something that I couldn't get off of. The withdrawals are basically unbearable, and you want it every day. I just couldn't give it up. It's like a demon inside you that you just can't feed.
For Stephanie, it was an arrest that would send her to prison or drug rehab. She chose rehab, and it worked.
It brings me tears. Very thankful.
Stephanie also wants to see a low-barrier access center shelter in Lodi so others could have the same opportunity at a new life that she now has.
My heart bleeds for them because I know what it's like. You don't want to be homeless, but you don't know how to get out of it. And so to cope with it, you use more and more drugs to numb your pain and to numb your sorrow and your sadness. And you feel like there's no way out, but I've been in that dark, deep tunnel. And I can't describe it to you, but despair and heartache. And I'm just so grateful to not be there anymore.
The main goal is hopefully to get that person to where they're a productive member of society, paying taxes, working, reunited with their family.
Lodi businesses have stepped up and are hiring people like George, Jeff, and Robert, providing stability and long-term success.
We take a chance as employers all the time. We're taking a chance to see, when we hire somebody, to see if it's going to work out in the long run. And with the homeless, when we're hiring the homeless, it's the same situation. Except for 95% of the time, there's a gratefulness and a dedication and a loyalty that is almost immediate because they're so grateful to be given that opportunity. And I got to tell you, they step up and they hit a home run for us. That's been our experience.
It's awesome. I got to be a father today. I got to be a son to my mother and father. I'm comfortable in my own skin today.
With the Access Center and the full support of the community, the people that are going to be involved with it are people that are experts in each and every one of their fields. And when we all come together, there's nothing that we can't overcome.
Every life is worth saving, though, in my opinion. And you don't know what good can come out of someone's life if you help them.
Thank you so much. That was actually, yeah, go ahead. That was actually my first time seeing the whole thing, and I'm very impressed.
Well, the Wildlife Waste Station had some financial problems. They went under. They couldn't take care of the animals.
Yeah. Okay,
and
can
there
we
was no
stop
one
it
else
now?
stepping up. And so the department had to either step up or...
So an access center in Lodi would include robust services such as case management, wraparound services, and job readiness training as shown on the slide. Some of the service commitments we've had are obviously from Lodi Salvation Army, the Lodi Committee on Homelessness, the outreach community as a part of that, Lodi House, which is the women's shelter and women's center, and a variety of other organizations that will be partnering with us in this access center. The access center will be a low barrier and allow parent partners. That's a big issue when we talk about homelessness. It'll also allow pets and possessions. So we have trying to meet all those needs that we have found out over the years as we talk about having an access center, that we can meet all those needs. It would consist of approximately 100 congregate/non-congregate beds, 24/7 security. Will ensure the safety and security of our residents, the facility, and the surrounding neighborhood. As you know, NIMBYism is a problem wherever we're going to put this, and so we want to make sure that our residents of Lodi are safe, as well as those that we're housing. We estimate the development cost will be approximately $7.1 million. of which the city of Lodi was able to provide $5.3 million towards the completion of it. That's already been approved by our city council. We are requesting from the County Board of Supervisors $2 million for the development and the law enforcement component that will allow for increased law enforcement involvement and support of the Access Center. As a side note, our community liaison officer will have an office there also, or a place to be, and we want to continue on with that. $800,000 for temporary emergency shelter. This is big, guys. If we can get $800,000 for an emergency shelter now, we can house 50 low barrier beds, and we can get it done in about 4 months. So that's our immediate ask. Thank you, Chairman Petty, for asking us to make the ask. So that's our ask. And, you know, this will continue on. This is not a pop-up shelter. This is something that will be permanent. We can continue to utilize this facility. As we talk about homeless shelters, we want it to be transitional places. So as they get the support services, they get to mental health. Supervisor Miller and I have talked about this multiple times. Just getting somebody in a location, a house, can help stabilize them. And once you stabilize somebody and then you give them the skill sets they need to be successful, and Salvation Army is that tool for Lodi, where we can give them the skill sets, and they're partnering with us, and then Lodi House for Women as well. So this is huge for us. It's been well thought through. We've dialogued. We've seen some of the hurdles. We've been talking about this for years. And again, today is a day of celebration, guys. And we are really glad that we're here at this point where we can bring all these communities together to talk about the solution, wide range. Supervisor Rickman and I have gone back and forth about this problem as we sit on COG, sitting next to each other. And we know that mental health is a key component. And so we have to have those services. Supervisor Miller, you raised the question earlier for behavioral health and the funding mechanism. I can tell you that for the last couple years, mental health has been coming to Lodi twice a month. They spend about 3 hours every time they come there. So that's already built in to their funding structure for Lodi. It has been a crucial element for us to be successful. I wish I had the stats in front of me right now to tell you how many homeless people we have gotten off the streets back to their parents or their families. We've gotten jobs. I can tell you that the Salvation Army Culinary School, about 40 to 70, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's that big though, graduates every year. And you saw from Wine and Roses, they hire our graduates. A lot of our culinary school students are working in restaurants locally. So we're already putting these things in place. It's not going to be something new to us. It's the location that'll be new, and that'll be very important for us to meet that Boise decision so we can make sure that our streets are safe for our citizens at night and that we have less vandalism, stealing copper from air conditioning units and those types of things. You guys already know this stuff, but I wanted to make sure that you knew that we were prepared. We've already put our ducks in a row, and the funding stream is there with your help. So Lodi is able to demonstrate, Steve, I might be a slide behind you, but oh, you're good man. Lodi is able to demonstrate operational budget from July 2021 to June 2024 through multiple grant resources as listed on the slide, with the support of a wraparound services from the county. In order to ensure sustainability and continuity of operations past the initial startup phase, we are requesting from the County Board of Supervisors to enter into a partnership with the City of Lodi for continued operational support. We would be happy to also take $6.5 million, as you were willing to give to Stockton. We would not say no to that, and I can speak for my whole council on that particular issue. To summarize, the City of Lodi has 3 requests for you to consider for today. $2 million towards development of a law enforcement component, $800,000 for a temporary emergency shelter for additional capacity, and we can get that done, like I said, in 4 months, and partnership for operations and wraparound service between the City of Lodi and the county. And as I said, we would not say no to $6.5 million. That's my presentation. Thank you.
We will say no to operational costs. No mistake. We've just established that. So your guys ask up front. We'll hear from different board members, and perhaps they might see your presentation and ask differently than what we just got from the CAO's office. But apparently, operational ongoing expenses are not on the table.
Well, I will make that adjustment, Chair. We would like $6.5 million for the structure, and we'll take care of operational costs. Thank you for that reminder of how that funding works.
Understood.
And I will pass it back over to Honorable Gary Singh.
Well, are we doing each city at a time and then voting collectively? How is this structured, Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. I would say let all the cities go and then make a motion.
Okay. Very well. Councilman Singh.
Thank you. So should I ask for the 6.5 now or two, or wait?
You can ask for anything.
Thanks, Doug. No, actually, great presentation there also. And, you know, again, I think I go back to this being one of those great opportunities for us to create a partnership with the county and the individual cities. And so with that, I'm going to get into this here, and hopefully you can give me the power here. I'm good. Got it. So, City of Manteca. So let's kind of talk about, you know, what we've been doing. So we've been at it for about 5 years. Originally, we started with hiring 2 community resource officers. If you know many of our surrounding cities, actually, that program has really worked great and copied it, which is great. We don't need to reinvent the wheel every time. But, you know, that's total cost of about $1.4 million that the city has funded through our general fund, but it has worked great. I don't know the exact number, but initially, you know, it helped a lot of individuals that were kind of the ones that were willing to, you know, we could easily get off the streets. So initially that was great, but we realized quickly, you know, that it's definitely not enough. You know, we cannot just keep on funding police officers basically driving around town, trying to offer services, but not really having any location for them to go to. So then we partnered with Inner City Action, who has already been one of the resources that our CROs were offering in 2019, and brought them to this 555 Industrial Drive. You may have also heard it being called the Qualex building. And in the parking lot there is where we started originally, and still do, a resource navigation center, basically a tent. With that, so it's a low barrier tent. We offer warming, cooling, emergency shelter. It currently houses about 50 beds. Some of the services you see there includes meals, snacks, showers, haircuts, clothes, pets, kenneling. You know, some of those things right there mean so much to these individuals than anything else. Especially, you could imagine what a shower and a haircut could do for some of these individuals that haven't been able to get that for so many months. So with that, of course, going back to what Rickman was saying, is that the management, the referrals, case management part is very important in all of this aspect, where we have this low barrier tent shelter. We're allowing one centralized location where individuals can come to get services. Now, that's not our property. We don't own it. It is currently a redevelopment agency owned, so it's a successor agency property. So we realized very quickly that you know, it'd be nice to have some place that we can do currently that is we can call ours. So I would say about 4 years ago, or about 3 years ago, we worked with Assemblymember Heath Flora's office, and we tried to put, we got AB 1732 on the agenda there. And actually what that allowed us to do was the state would try to give the property that is 55 Industrial, the Qualex building, to the city of Manteca, and in return the city of Manteca would basically give it to a local nonprofit that was running it at that time, which would be inner city, for $1 to run it as a navigation resource center. Well, that bill passed both appropriation committees. It passed the floor, but it never got signed by the governor. So we were very disappointed with that aspect there, but we didn't give up. We realized the need is great and we needed to continue moving forward. So we went back to work and we started looking for solutions of what we could do with this location. But in that realization, we also came to that maybe the Qualex building was not truly the answer. The city kind of did some preliminary work on that and realized that the cost of rehabbing that building was going to be over $20 million. And realizing we still may not get what we wanted out of this and truly get a complete place to help individuals. And then on top of that, you got to look at the annual cost that we were incurring, which is close to about $400,000 a year in running a warming and cooling tent. So what were we planning? So we kind of scrapped the Qualex building plan and then found this property. So we partially scrapped it because we still do have our tent that currently is operating in the city of Manteca in the Qualex parking lot. But we found this property, which was at 682 South Main Street. It's in an industrial area. It's 8-acre clean parcel. It's also owned by the successor agency and RDA. But some of the good things about this property is that, one, it is a cleaner slate for us to work with and build it the way we can get the maximum output out of it. But at the same time, it's near our downtown. It's near our local and regional transportation. It's also going to be near our future ACE station. So that would help, as far as transportation and services are locally. There has been no environmental concerns with this property, and we're looking at potentially, if we were to acquire it, at a $1.6 million acquisition cost. Now, some of the site components of what we think we're going to be putting there, and we'll kind of talk more about this in a second here, but it'll be a navigation center with up to about 250 beds. This will house men, women, families. Of course, it will have the ancillary support services that are truly needed to make an impact. But here's an opportunity of having acreage that we can truly create a complete package. Not only do we want to build a navigation center there, but we also want to create a place for transitional housing. You may have heard of tiny homes, and also affordable and mixed-use apartments, all on one site. So that way you can truly create that graduation program from low barrier shelter as you're working through the steps, and now you can get into more of a permanent housing structure. Again, I think this has been a great foresight from our board and from our city council to look at a truly comprehensive plan and not just build something that's going to just maybe help for the time being. So here's the master plan. So this is kind of the layout of it, and on this you'll be seeing that there's in our navigation center site there will be beds for men, 154. There'll be 93 for women. There'll be family spaces of 36 beds. There'll be a dining area. It'll be pet friendly. Kitchen. You'll have, of course, all the wraparound services. There'll be a case management service area, which will bring in the behavioral health and the substance abuse services. We'll have an intake, health clinic, a multi-purpose space, and then, of course, the restrooms, the showers, the laundry facilities are all included. But then as you move towards the top of this picture, that's the second and third component is where we would add in the transitional housing, 20 to 40 units, and also add in the affordable housing, which is 200 to 250 units. This right here, I truly believe this concept is where we can change lives. It's not just about, helping and provide services. And this is going to really shift from being just a revolving door of services, but actually changing people and getting them off the street. So what's next? So currently we've done a conceptual design, which you've seen. We have signed a professional service agreement with planning and design from firm LPA. We've done a site evaluation, and then this month we also have begun our public engagement. Coming out of that, we will have some cost analysis with construction and O&M to be prepared by the consultants. And then we will also be assessing partnerships and looking, we understand, the county can't pay for it all. We as a city can't pay for it all. We're not leaving any stones unturned and making sure whatever funding sources are out there available, we're going to continue looking for them. At the same time, we've reached out to Congressman Harder's office, Feinstein's office, to look at potential earmarks for this project. So that way this project could continue funding itself, because it's not just going to be a one-time fund for making this dream happen. So now let's kind of look at the cost, because I know you guys all want to hear this one. So property acquisition, we're proposing it's going to be somewhere around $1.6 million. The navigation center, that's a approximate, but we've kind of heard one of the presentations before us, so it's in that $6 million range. Transitional housing, that again, and also including the affordable housing piece, that's not going to be something that's going to be done by us. That's going to be a partnership with other agencies. The affordable housing piece, where again, we will look into affordable housing developers and, implementing tax credits and bringing it all together onto one site. O&M, we're going to try to continue working with Inner City Action, who's really been helping us on, keeping our O&M low. If you look at our current cost of 50 beds, so we're about $400,000. So definitely, city, county grants, earmarks, partnerships, CDBGs, we're laying it all out on the table. Now, what do we want? So, City of Manteca, we're requesting, the county's assistance initially to help purchase the property. We're hoping you can give us not $6, but only $2 million towards the development of the navigation center. We're hoping for funding to expand some of the scheduled mental health services and public safety support at the emergency resource center that we currently have. And at the same time, right now we are paying about $680 a day to contract with the county for cleanups of encampments and graffiti, and that has worked well. So we are already working with the county in this situation. Now, of course, if the county has any funds remaining, the city of Manteca would also take them towards building a new permanent navigation center. But, end of the day, what I would like to say is, and it's okay, no problem, this is, again, a great opportunity for all of us to come together. There was a time where in our individual cities, we weren't talking about navigation centers. We were just trying to talk about how we can get rid of this problem that is homelessness, and suddenly it's just going to go away, or we were just ignoring it. But, here we are today, and we're really talking about navigations and resource centers and how our individual cities can truly come and fix their own issues and not just say we're going to ship them off to the county or ship them off to Stockton. No, we want to take care of our own. And just like Doug said earlier, I would say in our point of contact, it's very similar, where majority of our homeless are from Manteca or have ties to Manteca. So they necessarily don't want to come to Stockton, and they want to stay there. So with that, we would love to get any help you can give us, but at the same time, we're going to continue moving forward and looking for resources. But I, again, would like to thank you for this opportunity to, at least lay out what we are looking at, what we're planning about. And next, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our City of Tracy Council Member, Dan Ariola.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chairman Patty and the rest of our Board of Supervisors. Especially want to spend a special shout out to Supervisor Rickman for the efforts in getting us to where we are today. This truly is a really historic opportunity in partnership with my colleagues here in Lodi and Manteca. Here's what we're doing in the City of Tracy. Our efforts in the city of Tracy began in April of 2019 when we created a first ever subcommittee to really develop a comprehensive plan. Unfortunately, our efforts were thwarted a bit with COVID, just as everyone else's were. But in our efforts today, we have gotten to a point where we have passed a really comprehensive plan to address this complex problem, as well as committing funding towards it. And we're here today to ask for a partnership in continuing that for the betterment of all of our citizens. I have passed to the clerk of the board a copy of this paper copy for you to have. But just very briefly, for our particular strategic plan, it is broken up into 4 parts and 4 goals. First and foremost was related to housing, and what we have done here is to break that off into the short term, the midterm, and the long term, understanding that this problem did not happen overnight and it will not be solved overnight. And what we're asking for you today is for our goal 1, objective 1, related to that short term emergency housing. With regards to goal 2, that really does get to a lot of the crux of the problem that Supervisor Rickman was addressing earlier. This is to do with developing a navigation center with centralized services, in particular to address addiction and substance abuse and mental health. And notably, what we have in goal 2, objective 3, is really understanding that we will have a comprehensive partnership with county agencies. Getting to goal 3, I would like to kind of hop on what we said with our sheriff and district attorney. There are unique challenges here facing the Martin v. Boise decision, and what our city has done is really implemented within our strategic plan opportunities to partner with law enforcement agencies and crisis response teams to develop specific action plans for engaging people experiencing homelessness on the ground. And you'll notice that part of that with goal 3, objective 3, is also another partnership with county agencies to really develop our toolbox to address this. And with goal 4, what we've done uniquely that I haven't seen in other cities is that we are identifying, recognizing that there are certain vulnerable subpopulations that are particularly have higher statistical rates that are experiencing homelessness, and that they themselves have unique resource opportunities for things like veterans experiencing homelessness, domestic violence victims experiencing homelessness, youth experiencing homelessness. And part of our plan here is to really address those particular subpopulations comprehensively with partnerships from our city and the county and other organizations. With regards to where we are with our emergency shelter, we have designated 1 plot of land over on Arbor Road, which is in northeast Tracy. This is a 4-acre project, and we decided, and what came to work for our city was we were looking at city-owned property. This is a 5,600 square foot structure. Ours is unique in that we are developing it from the ground up. We will be able to house approximately 68 people experiencing homelessness. Our intent, and from what we heard earlier with the COC, is that this will also be a low barrier shelter. We really want to accommodate and ensure that everyone who needs our resources and access to the addiction and the mental health and all that can get it right here in the city of Tracy. Interestingly enough, we also have a very interesting sample from what we saw that other cities are also doing, including the county. And we determined this would be the best fit for our particular community in that pop-up structure. If you look here, this is also in that packet in a larger format for you to utilize. This is a sample we have. Our ask today is the portion within the red checkered outline, but our longer term and midterm transitional housing are the ports to the east of that. And again, as you'll see here, this has an opportunity for us to have housing areas for men, for women. We have common areas. The other portions are parking, showers, laundry services, and really those opportunities to get all of their needs met here in one particular location, including the administrative building and all the offices there within the northern portion building. With our current projected timeline, we were hoping to get things done up and running by December, but again, the challenges of COVID. Right now, the city of Tracy has enough funding to complete phases 1 and 2, which would be the grading, the demolition of the actual land, and then to begin the foundations and roadway and pavement that we need. The next portion that we need in order to get this up and running is truly to get to the structure installation and to build out the full completion product. City of Tracy, we have secured $2.5 million for this project. The entire project that we have estimated is going to be at approximately $6.2 million. So our ask for you today would be for $3.6 million to ensure that we remain on those timelines, because we understand that this is a humanitarian crisis and we'd like to get it addressed as soon as possible. In addition to the $2.56 million that we have currently allocated from the City of Tracy, we also have committed an additional $1.8 million for 2 years of operations and maintenance. I understand that it has been a topic of discussion today, and here at the City of Tracy, we are ready, we are willing and committed to this project, and we want to see it done here. So we not only have the foundational funding for the construction, but we also have that ongoing. And again, we are seeking one-time funding to support the building of the product. I think I had a few more slides, but that's all right. And essentially, myself and my colleagues here in South County and North County, we understand there's a problem here. We are committed to solving this problem, and we have been doing it on our own. Today, this really is a fundamental moment in us working together to work with the county so that we can begin to progress in actually addressing the humanitarian crisis that various cities are facing in our community. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. And by the way, thank you for serving not only your community, but also in the county. We
Thank you.
appreciate your dedication and the presentations today. Supervisor Rickman, first, if I could hear from each of us, maybe city manager, somebody, where are you getting your, what source have you identified your funding? Is any of it ARPA funds?
Yes, Lodi's significant share of Lodi's funding is ARPA, and it is our understanding that it is eligible.
And you're prepared to be audited by the state or the Fed and stand up with you. You can justify.
After the CIO's comments, I'm a little more nervous, but we still feel like we're good.
Mm-hmm. Understood. All right. One level of confusion I have, though, is I know in early discussions it was going to be, we have up to $2 million per city, so $6 million total. And based on all the presentations I've heard from today, we're significantly higher than that, and including ongoing operating expenses, which we now know clearly that this board does not favor.
Right. So our Lodi's funding request is consistent with the board's request that we come in with 3 to 4 years of operating expenses and a fully funded project. We have all of that. Mm-hmm. We do anticipate that that we will need assistance in terms of wraparound services. We do have commitments for wraparound services from Salvation Army, from the Lodi House. We are fully confident that we're going to need some assistance from county mental health as well. But we think we're going to save you some expenses at county mental health at the same time, because having them in a central location and having them housed, we believe, will reduce the drain on your mental health services that people are coming down to get help from you when they need. So we do think we're there in terms of your request. We do think that long term there will be additional operations expenses, because O&M dollars are the key to everything any one of us do. You do, we do, all of us can build something. Running it forever, that's where the money is. And we do believe we will need a partnership with you long term. But our request does meet your request in terms of funding for the 4-year cycle.
Understood, and I appreciate that. And I agree with you that if we were to ever go to the voters or the community, the county, it can't be done in silos. That's why I think the approach that we partner with the cities with not only startup costs but some operating expenses, because once we have that proof of concept, then we have buy-in. If we go around asking with our hands out, give us money, trust us, we can fix it, we would be the laughing stock of the state, let alone the cities. So I'll bring this to the board for comments. We may have some public comment, and then we'll see how you can be shot down repetitively, because not everybody, or at least we won't have a 4/5 majority that might like it. But we'll see how it goes. Supervisor Rickman, any comments or statements at this time?
I'd like to hear what the rest of the board has to say.
Sure.
I mean, real quick, I mean, I like the fact that, well, I'm sorry, I said no and then I jumped right in. You know, when the board thinks about this, and I thank you for the board for, allowing me to bring this forward and listen to our cities and listen to South County. And it's, before I got here, I was in their shoes, and it is frustrating, and I can feel their frustration, is that we're almost like an island, and Supervisor Wynn knows this very well. We're almost like an island out there in our cities because the services are all in the city of Stockton. And, when we need assistance, we have to come to Stockton to get it. And, you can't make people do it. So you have to bring the services to the cities. And, we just don't have it. I mean, and I mentioned this last time, and I was talking to an individual in law enforcement, and they went to a call for a homeless individual, mental health, or whatever it may be. But they called the crisis team, and they said like an ETA for like 4 hours. And then they just never showed, apparently. And then the call, and they just went on their way. It resolved itself out. But that just shows you, the disconnect from the cities with the centralized city of Stockton getting our resources. Mm-hmm. So, and that has to be alleviated. And this is one way to do that. I know, they're asking more than the $2 million that, we were looking for. However, there's other circumstances behind that. Again, we don't have the beds like Stockton has. We don't have anywhere to go. We don't. We're not. The cities aren't a city of 300,000 people. But if you look at the region as a whole, for example, South County, you have Tracy, Manteca, Mountain House, and Lathrop, at least in my district, and Supervisor Patty, of course, bumped up to mine, but that's over 200,000 people that we serve, residents. So I'm hoping, that the board will take that into account and approve, beyond the $2 million. I know Tracy was asking 3.6, and Lodi 2.8. And again, this is, the one-time funding for that, a great cause, and hopefully alleviate some of the burden that, comes to Stockton also if we're handling at the local level. So thank you, Chair, for your time. Sure. And I'll yield it.
Supervisor Villapudua, did you have any comments or questions?
No comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Going down the horn here, Supervisor Wynn.
Question for the city of Lodi, Councilmember Keene or Steve, whoever. So this 50-bed emergency facility, what will that consist of?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, John Delamonica, Community Development Director, City of Lodi. It would be an interim solution on the same piece of property. We are looking to build a permanent shelter. It affords us the opportunity to put up temporary structures that we would buy, and then maintain and use as emergency purposes throughout the city. We'd have enough congregate bed space for 50. We would have meeting areas for social service providers. We would have a dietary tent. We would have all of this, the umbilical connections for sanitation purposes, for restrooms, showers, as well as laundry facilities, and can use on-site utilities to make those connections, I think, as had been suggested in another project setting. That would enable us to be able to do something somewhat immediate while in the direct vicinity begin to work on the primary shelter.
So this emergency structure would be basically permanent, and you may relocate it. Is that correct?
That's correct. They would be relocatable.
Okay. And so the total request is $2.8 million. Is that correct?
The ask for the emergency component would be $800,000.
Okay, but then there's 200,000 for law enforcement, then there's 1.8 million.
That's correct. That would go towards our capital improvements.
Okay.
Beyond the allocation of dollars we already have set aside for operations and the remaining budget for the rest of the project.
Okay, Councilmember Keene talked about the services the county provides monthly. What would you anticipate as far as would that service level continue at the same, or would you be asking for an increase of behavioral health services in Lodi?
Well, I'm not the clinician, certainly. There would probably be better that could speak to that. But I would say fundamentally, we're serviced twice a month, and we basically have a route that's taken through the homeless community with social service providers as well as individuals from our areas of service that jointly go out and provide that service. My expectation is that would need to be increased. I can't say exactly how much because we're talking about the same net population, but I'm confident that on a mental health side of things, it's probably not the vast majority of our population. So I can't speak to how many of those individuals that are currently being served that would fall into the category of mental health, more strict mental health service requirements, which I believe is the main ask of the county from mental health service providing. So I can't quantify it exactly, but I'm assuming it's going to increase.
I'm assuming based upon our obviously almost all day discussion that this facility, this Navigation Center, Assessment Center would also be available for the police department. Is that correct as far as the homeless population and relocating them or encouraging them to relocate based upon the Boise decision?
It's a discussion we're having locally about how to handle that. It is our intention to try and do everything we can before incarceration, as has been mentioned before. Part of our goal set in a fully operational navigation center is that a police officer may encounter an individual on the streets, wherever they would find them, and offer them access to available beds. Through that process, the navigation center would then reach out and meet that officer in the field and be able to instruct that individual, help them make that access to the center itself, rather than having PD take on that responsibility. Within the navigation center itself, we intend to build a facility portion of it for our homeless liaison officers to reside, so that we have that presence on site, administrative functions that would go on related to our homelessness population or our unsheltered population, and be able to have that presence on the property.
Well, I know your homeless officer, since this began several years ago, has been very successful in regards to assisting those homeless to find the proper services, et cetera. Just an aside, have you discussed this center with the Take Back Lodi group? Because obviously they deal with the cleanup within Lodi and outside. Any thoughts from them in regards to how this would help them?
We've actually reached out to leadership. Our public engagement process has been very inclusive. We've gone out to every group within our city. Part of our engagement process was to make sure we got past the identifiable zone that planning commissions and others look at anytime there's an impact to a project. We sent out over 25,000 mailers to anyone who had a utility bill within our city and a separate mailer to bring this forward as a public engagement process, bar none. We've reached out to stakeholder groups. We've reached out to our hospital situations for their involvement in this, plus all the current social service providers within the area. Our PD department has been a part of all these conversations. Take Back Lodi represents what we believe to be a great component to assist in other projects as we move forward in our cleanup of our homelessness issues. They will be instrumental in helping us recover some of those areas. We have other goals too within the city with respect to public improvements on private property with the use of supportive services outside of our city residing in these community-based organizations, Take Back Lodi being one of them. So we're all involved in this discussion.
And last question, in regards to the operation and maintenance of this facility, is the city in a place where they can fund this for at least 2 to 3 years once it's built?
What we've demonstrated is legitimate. We will have the funding for that first 3-year period has been asked. Beyond that, that's anyone's guess, and I would leave that up to my city officials to help render that decision. But from our perspective and from our budgeting perspective, we can meet those obligations as was outlined to us for today.
So simply what you're asking is for our help in regards to funding some of the construction of these, the emergency shelter, certainly the navigation center. And then from there, once these things are in place, then the city will handle the operations. Is that correct?
For that 3-year period, we have that budgeted.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller, have you anything to add?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Thank you. I guess I want to ask Mr. Areola similar questions here in terms of have you identified the ongoing funding? Operating.
That comes out of your 3.6 possibly. Just like.
Yeah.
If you could please use the handheld so that we can catch it. That mic is turned off. Thanks.
That work? Oh, there we go. With regards to the 2.5 million, that is through CDBG, CARES Act, that is through ARPA funds, and Homeless Housing Assistance Prevention Program. With regards to the 1.8 and ongoing, that's a commitment that we've made from the City of Tracy from our general fund.
Okay. I want to thank you, and I mean, Manteca, you're just not quite as far along, but all of you, great proposals. This is what has been discussed for 6 years to help empower all of our cities to deal with their homelessness issues within their jurisdictions in a way that's most appropriate for your population and for your cities. And so I think it's wonderful that you guys all came together to do this. Yeah, fist bumps all around. And I also want to thank you and the City of Lodi for taking seriously the parameters that we were looking for today, that you were far enough along to actually utilize, an allocation, and that you had identified the other financing components that were going to be necessary to make the project a success. So thank you. I want to clarify earlier comments in terms of the county us not being interested in providing any operating support. By that I meant cash operating funds for the day-to-day operations of the shelter. I absolutely recognize and agree that the provision of those wraparound services, that's in the county's wheelhouse. And it's part of why I had concerns with the earlier project, that it would eliminate our ability to meet the needs within your communities, because they're going to be ongoing and they are going to be essential to the success of all of your projects. So I do support what you're all doing. And by my reckoning, the total on this for all the asks is $8.4 million. However, I guess I would like some clarification from the county administrator. In terms of the city of Manteca, I'm not quite sure that they're at the same point in time for meeting the requirements that we asked for. So, but I am supportive of their project. So, I mean, what would be the appropriate way for the board to move forward? If it's not appropriate those funds today, is it we simply set them aside, or do we go ahead and appropriate and we simply don't write any checks until they meet the requirements to the satisfaction of your office?
Excellent question, Supervisor Miller. And I have Chris Rose here from my office, who's a lot more of a technician about this than I am. And so I may defer to him. But yes, I think for the two that you mentioned, Lodi and Tracy, we could go right ahead and appropriate. I think that would be completely within the parameters. I'm gonna check, make sure I'm not overstepping my bounds here.
No, you're doing great so far.
All right, thanks. Good to know.
Always nice to get a pat on the back.
With Manteca, they have a lot of things specified. They have a site. They have to me, that's a bit of a judgment call. I agree with you. The conservative way to go would be to earmark it in the capital projects or the capital outlay fund. And then when they had identified the other pieces, we could come back and appropriate it. I'm assuming if you all are going to appropriate Lodi and Tracy, there'd be no reason to do that. But, you know, given that they're the smallest ask, it's specifically identified, they've got a target. I wouldn't say it was a big leap to go ahead and appropriate it if you wanted to.
So I have a final question for Mr. Singh. Would having the funding to secure the location, is that built into your city's plans in terms of leveraging those dollars and being able to secure the rest? I mean, obviously our concern is we invest $1.5 million, $1.6 million, and it doesn't work out. The other part doesn't come, you know, to fruition, and it's, you know, it's a sunk cost, basically. It's a stranded asset. So, but oftentimes, when you get that first chunk of funding, it allows you to leverage and secure additional components. So I'm wondering if that is built into your plan, because there was a lot of specificity in here in terms of where you're going down the road. It's huge, but you do have a really great comprehensive plan here.
Yeah, you're correct, Supervisor Miller. You know, it's really, this is the starting point, and unfortunately we can't move forward with anything else or even looking at other potential funding opportunities until we at least get the initial take to acquire the property. But then that's going to, I think, going to start the waterfall of creating some of those other funding options that we're already looking at. Okay, thank you. From my standpoint, these are all very appropriate asks, one-time funding from one-time funds. They're not asking for an annual commitment from the county on their operating funds. They're asking for the wraparound supportive services. So I don't have a problem with any of these. I think it's exactly what we've been asking our communities to do for all these years, to deal with their population and their homelessness issues within their own jurisdictions. So that's where I'm at on it.
Can I go ahead and make a motion, Chair?
At this point, it's a free, well, we have to have public comments and bring it back to the board. So any public comments at this point? Has anybody written in anything to clerk of the board?
Chairman Petty, we do have a couple of correspondence that I would like to read.
Sure.
The first one was submitted anonymously and writes, Dear San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, while attending countywide meetings addressing homelessness, I've learned from service providers and homeless individuals that many unsheltered neighbors will not go to a shelter because they cannot bring their pets, they have to leave their possessions, and they have to be separated from their partner. One very serious reason for not wanting to leave their pets behind, pets are family. I also learned that for many women, their dogs are their protectors. Their dogs scare off potential perpetrators, preventing assault, theft, and rape. Based on data from the last point in time count done in 2019, there were at that time approximately 139 homeless individuals in Lodi. With the impacts COVID-19 has had on our economy, we should not be surprised that this number has most certainly risen. According to San Joaquin Council of Governments, the leisure, hospitality, employment sector alone, which, quote, includes waiters, waitresses, and fitness center workers, has experienced an almost 50% reduction of its workforce, end quote. Our city has an opportunity to build a center that would offer our homeless citizens temporary housing and wraparound services to support them on their journey to self-sufficiency and permanent housing. Doing nothing is not the answer. Sending people away is not the answer. The homeless will always be among us. What will we do about it? Thank you. This was submitted by Catherine Gonzalez in support of the Lodi Access Center. And then we also received 2 written correspondence that requested to be read into the record today. This one is submitted by John Foley in support of the Lodi Access Center as well. This one writes, Stockton Self-Help Housing strongly supports the efforts of the City of Lodi to establish an access center to assist its 139 unsheltered residents in exiting the cycle of homelessness. As envisioned, the center will offer critically needed services to a highly vulnerable sector of the local population. A clean, safe, and well-managed emergency shelter, intensive case management support intended to link the homeless to housing, behavioral health, substance use, and job readiness services, a hygiene facility, including showers and restrooms, a commercial kitchen, and laundry. The Access Center in Lodi will not be a homeless camp. While it will serve the unsheltered without sobriety or treatment preconditions, i.e. employ a low-barrier model, use of alcohol or drugs, disruptive behavior, violence, and weapons will not be tolerated. The campus will have security, janitorial, and maintenance personnel 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. Access centers such as the one proposed by the City of Lodi are widely known to be an effective means to assist homeless people in securing housing. For instance, 82 of the 99 individuals served by a center in Berkeley exited to permanent housing, 82.8%. Similar centers operating in Oakland since 2014 have also achieved comparable results. Henry Robinson Center, 917 of 1,102 served obtained permanent housing, 83.2%. Holland Center, 71 of 87 served obtained permanent housing, 81.6%. And the Stair Center, 102 of 128 served obtained permanent housing, 79.7%. I therefore urge the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors to favorably consider this project. And the last comment was submitted by Catherine Siddell, chair of the LCOH, in support of the Lodi Committee on Homelessness, the matching funds for the Lodi Access Center. And she writes, the unhoused population of Lodi is aware that there are open shelter beds in Stockton and that transportation would be arranged. Very few people, however, are very interested in leaving Lodi. They appreciate the offer but decline for several different reasons. Some people are working in Lodi and wouldn't be able to get back and forth in a timely manner. But most said, quote, this is our home, end quote. This is where my family and friends are. Quote, I'm afraid of Stockton, end quote. I was robbed, hurt, raped, etc. in Stockton. End quote. Our unsheltered population would rather live in the streets of Lodi than move to a Stockton shelter. This is true in winter, with temperatures dropping to the low 30s at night, and in summer when it's over 100 degrees during the day. The Lodi Committee on Homelessness is committed to addressing the homeless situation in Lodi, and we believe the Access Center is the appropriate next step. Since March 2021, LCOH committee volunteer members have been providing mini mobile access center in Lodi at the parks and the camps of the unhoused. Within weeks of offering and working with individuals, we were able to assist multiple people attain income, healthcare, treatment programs, and most importantly, housing. If volunteers working a few hours a day can make a difference, just imagine what a fully functioning staffed access center could accomplish. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to support our current and future work in addressing the homeless crisis. The City of Lodi is working to build an access center which will include a low barrier shelter. And Chairman Patty, that concludes the public comments.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any final comments from the public in the audience before those were written submissions online? Not seeing anybody here. I guess we'll bring it back to the board. I do see a request from CAO Wilverding to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point one thing out for clarification that came to my attention regarding Lodi's request. There was three components, $1.8 million for development costs, $800,000 for the 50-bed low barrier shelter, and a $200,000 for a law enforcement liaison outreach worker transport. Is that $200,000 an operational ongoing cost? Just keeping consistent with funding the capital piece, I wanted to confirm that before.
Jennifer Ryan, Neighborhood Services Manager for City of Lodi. So we had received an email probably a few weeks into this, and there was a recommendation to have a law enforcement component added to our request by a county employee, so that's why we did adjust that. Initially, we did just have the $2 million as a capital improvement piece. We do still plan, obviously, to have law enforcement components because, obviously, they're a key component to this. And then the $800,000 for the emergency shelter. So the $2 million was broken up into a 1.8 and 10% for law enforcement component. But we can always adjust our funding as needed to have it be $2 million for a capital improvement only, and then the law enforcement component in an operational basis.
Not sure I understood the last part of
Right,
it.
Chair, can I make a motion?
Sure.
So we have a lot of different flavors of money involved in the project.
Okay.
If you don't want to give us the 200 for law enforcement, we'll find that from somewhere else and put the 200 towards construction costs.
I'm just suggesting that might be consistent,
and that's
so we
fine
don't
with
have
us.
another entity come back and go, well, you did it for Lodi.
We just thought we were responding to a request from county staff to include that.
Because I see you've got plenty of other costs that are capital related in your components. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
If we don't have
Rickman.
If we don't have anybody else, I'll make a motion to approve funding for the emergency homeless shelters for the city of Tracy for $3.6 million, Manteca $2 million, and Lodi $2.8 million. There you go.
Second motion.
I have a first and a second. This carries 5-0. And the hypocrisy is amazing, but I'm glad you guys all got it. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you guys for showing up and helping out. Good job. And all good to see you, Doug. Oh, of course, you too, Councilmember Singh and the mayor. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations.
Are we doing closed session?
Next up, we have we're going to go directly into our afternoon session. Since we have people patiently waiting, we have a 1:30 scheduled afternoon item. It's a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve Commercial Cannabis Development Agreement PA 20000142 and Special Purpose Plan PA-20000070. I believe we have a staff report coming forward. Director Kwong and Deputy Director Jolly.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Patty and members of the board, David Kwong, your director, and again, also Deputy Director Jennifer Jolly with me. I'm going to kick it off with just some preliminary comments, and then Jennifer's going to go into the project details a little bit more. This will be one of two you'll be hearing, two cannabis business parks or two cannabis projects that you will be hearing today. But what's also interesting is obviously these will be the first cannabis projects that the board has ever heard since the adoption of the ordinance that went through probably over a year ago. To that extent, I also wanted to indicate that we've, in terms of the ordinance, we were very careful in terms of following process. And if anything, we probably went above and beyond the process in terms of stakeholder outreach and ensuring that we did the appropriate processes in notifying people, so or stakeholders out there. And to that extent, these kinds of projects are not done just by community development in terms of their analysis. There are a number of different departments involved, particularly county council, sheriff's office, environmental health, and I'm probably forgetting others, but all who put in time in terms of looking at it as a first-time project particularly, and providing the analysis that they need to and looking at it from their respective disciplines. So with that, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to hand it over to Jennifer. Thank you.
Apparently, one of our PowerPoints did not get uploaded. So we are beginning with the Murata Land Company. Is that correct? On the agenda, because I don't know if we want to consider trying to get the PowerPoint, or I can just go ahead and.
I'd say just go with what you have. It's a long, good full day. We're getting a lot accomplished, so we appreciate patience and the engagement from those that are here with us.
Okay, well, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Patty and members of the board. The first project is a commercial cannabis development agreement and special purpose plan to develop a cannabis business park. It's going to permit commercial cannabis cultivation, distribution, lab testing, manufacturing, and non-storefront retail sales, or any combination of those uses. It's not going to include all of those uses, but we did allow for some flexibility in this project. The project site's located on the west side of North Report Avenue between East John Street and Francis Street, and it's in the urban community of Stockton. The project has a general plan designation of limited industrial. It is also zoned limited industrial, and all of this information is in the staff report. I apologize again that we don't have the aerials, but I'll try to describe the information as best as possible. So this particular piece of property has an existing almost 13,000 square foot building on site, and it is surrounded to the north, east, and south by other industrial types of projects, and it's pretty much all built out. To the west is some residential development zoned and developed, and we will be requiring a 6 to 7 foot masonry wall that would be installed in between the residences and the proposed site. So the site plan, like I said, it's about a 12,880 square foot building. It's already existing. There are also 35 existing parking spaces where the major improvement to this parking area will just be restriping. As a little background, on May 21st, 2019, the Board of Supervisors approved the current commercial cannabis ordinance, which permits commercial cannabis operations like a cannabis business park subject to a special purpose plan and a commercial cannabis development agreement. Additionally, all operators within the cannabis business park must obtain a commercial cannabis license, which is a local license issued through the Environmental Health Department, in addition to other state requirements for licensing. This project is proposed within an established industrial area. In January of 1987, the Community Development Department approved a development plan for a multi-unit light manufacturing and warehouse building, which is the building I'm speaking about today. It's been utilized for a variety of things over the years, such as custom cabinet manufacturing, a food wholesaler, and an auto repair facility. There are no new buildings proposed, as I mentioned previously, and any operator within the cannabis park will be required to get that commercial cannabis license through and comply with Title IV requirements for San Joaquin County. Each licensee must operate pursuant to an odor control plan approved by the county's Environmental Health Department, and each licensee will be regulated and subject to enforcement for violations of as part of their annual license. Additionally, the park will have a security plan approved by the Sheriff's Department. As prior to, in fact, the security plan will need to be approved and signed off prior to issuance of any building permits to even change occupancy of the building. The Bureau of Cannabis Control is the lead agency in regulating commercial cannabis licenses for commercial cannabis in California. The Bureau is responsible for licensing retailers, distributors, testing labs, and micro businesses, while the Manufacturer Cannabis Safety Branch, which is a division of the California Department of Public Health, is responsible for licensing the manufacturing portion of the cannabis products, edibles, and for medical and non-medical. Cal Cannabis Cultivation Licensing is the division of the California Department of Food and Agriculture, and they're responsible for licensing cultivators of commercial cannabis and implementing a chain of custody system. And each licensee, as I've stated a few times, will be directly regulated and enforced by the applicable state division as well as local division. The project was reviewed with the understanding that the site could be used for any of the following: the cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, non-storefront retail sales, or even lab testing. This was to allow flexibility for future tenants who would occupy the existing building. The project has been determined or deemed exempt from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, because it was determined during the review process that there's no possibility that the project would cause a direct or indirect physical change to the environment in part based on its location in a developed industrial area and due to the utilization of existing buildings and infrastructure, and also has access to public services such as water, sewer, and storm drainage. This does not in any way alleviate the need for odor plans or security plans or building permits, and with the installation of the masonry wall along the western property line, the project has been deemed compatible with surrounding land uses. In addition, the department did not receive any comments from surrounding landowners during the review process or the public hearing process. This is where I wish you had something to, oh, is that it? Is that the right one? Okay. So I'm on to the Commercial Cannabis Development Agreement. Chapter 9-1090 of the development title requires an applicant to enter into a development agreement, which we call a DA, in conjunction with a special purpose plan. This DA was negotiated between the applicant and the county administrator's office and includes the following terms. $10,000 will be collected within 20 business days of the county's recording of the DA. $7,500 will be collected within 5 business days of the county environmental health department's issuance of the first commercial cannabis license at the business park. The applicant's tenant operators are required to pay county gross receipt impact fees as identified in the DA, which are initially set at 3.5% of gross revenue from each licensed operation, with the Board of Supervisors having the ability to increase the fee by 0.5% after 12 months, up to a maximum of 5%. In addition, the applicant will hold a $20,000 surety fund to be paid to the county in the event of default of the gross impact fee payments by the licensees. Finally, the licensees will be responsible for county cost recovery for all reasonable and direct costs of staff time and materials related to the administration of the DA. This photo depicts the existing building proposed for conversion for the various commercial cannabis uses. This picture is actually taken from Report Avenue. It's looking southwest at the project site. And this is looking at the project site where it depicts where the residential development backs up. Right now there's an alleyway and there's a chain link fence with some slats, and there will be replaced by a masonry wall. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve Commercial Cannabis Development Agreement number PA 20000142 and approve Special Purpose Plan number PA 200070 with the basis for recommendation and conditions of approval in the board packet. I would like to point out that the applicant's representative contacted me right before the meeting to let me know that there was an error in the development agreement that was sent out to everyone. It's page 1053 of the entire board packet, and it's very minimal. It's just the wrong site plan was included in the DA. So nothing doesn't change the terms of the development agreement, but we do want to put that on record, and we will correct that for recording of the development agreement if the project is approved. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions initially from any board member? If not, we'll go to public comment. Not seeing any hands raised. Public comment, please come forward.
Chair Patty and members of the board, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. To add to Ms. Jolly's comments, I would add that I've provided the correct site plan to be entered into the record this afternoon. I'd ask that Ms. Jolly provide that to the clerk and enter that document into the record to replace, I believe it's page number 1054 in the packet, item 8.1H. I'd also like to thank Ms. Jolly, Mr. Kwong, Giuseppe Sanfilippo, and the rest of the community development staff, as well as Deputy County Counsel Zoe Merrill, Mr. Miles, and the CAO office for all of their hard work in bringing this project forward, as well as Lieutenant Bowles, Labarth, and Hardy of the Sheriff's Office for their diligent review, comment, and ultimately approval of our preliminary security plan. These projects are relatively new in the municipal planning space, and we could not be more appreciative of the courtesy, understanding, and genuine willingness to work collaboratively with applicants to ensure that these projects will be run safely, professionally, and in a manner that will facilitate a successful business poised to generate jobs and revenue here in our county. We're proud to stand before you with both recommendations of approval from staff as well as the Planning Commission. As staff mentioned, this project, if approved, would involve the interior improvement of the existing structure on site, upgrades to fencing, retaining wall, and landscaping, as well as the implementation of multi-layered security infrastructure at the project site. These improvements, depending on the prospective licensee tenants who would occupy the space, would facilitate one or a combination of uses, including indoor cannabis cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, lab testing, and non-storefront retail delivery. A few key points as to the prospective uses. One, there would be no public access to this site, so no customers or members of the general public would be present. Next, all of the aforementioned activities would take place wholly within the four corners of the existing structure, so there will be no additional construction or major site work necessary to improve or operate the space, nor any operational disturbances to community members. 3, the interior suites will be outfitted with industrial carbon filtration systems which scrub the interior air of odor of all cannabis, preventing any offending odor from affecting neighbors. The site will have the benefit of 24-hour security, including an on-site guard present during all hours of operation, along with 24-hour live monitored surveillance cameras with license plate readers, which will be administered by the principal of this project, George Garcia, who owns and operates Vanguard Technologies. Vanguard has been in business for over 20 years and provides surveillance monitoring and security consulting services for commercial property owners and business operators throughout the state of California. In fact, Vanguard Surveillance Monitoring Center is located directly across the street from the project's location. As mentioned, security upgrades include installation of a 7-foot wrought iron fence around the north, south, and east property lines, and are raising the existing masonry wall from 6 feet to 7 feet, with another 1 foot of barbed wire running along the top. Other infrastructure would include downward-facing security lighting around the fence line and building perimeter, with 360-degree surveillance camera coverage throughout the interior and exterior of the building. The subject property is also separated from the residents to the west by an existing 6-foot easement, which Mr. Garcia is in the process of purchasing from the county and will serve as an additional buffer from this project. We've also been preliminarily cleared for the prospective installation of a secondary low-voltage electric fence, and as a potential alternative, a motion-activated security lighting system to further deter potential intruders at the location. With active cannabis operations in industrial areas in nearby jurisdictions, such as the city of Stockton and Stanislaus County, we found that these security features actually serve to enhance the safety and security of the neighborhoods and businesses surrounding these sites, and we believe such will be the case here. We've committed to holding our tenants to a contribution of at least 3.5% of their gross revenue as impact fees to the county through our development agreement, and would expect that this will generate hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in revenue for the county over its 20-year term. It's also worth noting that Mr. Garcia originally purchased this property in an effort to improve circumstances in the neighborhood surrounding the Vanguard Monitoring Center, and has contributed substantially to assisting with trash cleanup, weed abatement, and other aesthetic improvements on private and publicly owned spaces in this area. That is all to say that this project involves a developer who has already proven himself as a steward of the community, with direct incentives to ensure that this facility is run with unwavering regulatory and legal compliance, with no disturbance or threat to the surrounding community. With that, I thank you for your time. I'd ask that you please, with your vote, adopt staff as well as the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Drivon. Any questions for Representative?
Thank you.
We're still open for public comment. Come on down.
And Chairman Petty, I also have a couple of written public comments when they're finished.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Patty and Supervisors Miller and Wynn and Villafudua. And where's Mr. Rickman?
He has a catered lunch inside, so he's watching remotely.
He'll be back.
Okay, because I think he needs to hear this. Neighbors asked me to participate. I was headed elsewhere in April, so let's see. That's some business vacation. My name is Jacqueline Shaw, Lodi grower in Edmonton, teaching. Thanks to opine on the monstrous marijuana factory in Lockford, upstream from Lodi Lake, District 4. Okay, Chairman Patty?
Jackie, this is on Murata. This is in Stockton. This isn't the one that's next, which is Lockford.
Oh, I really consider it for all of them.
Okay, all right, then
but thanks for telling me that.
Okay.
When is the other one coming up?
Right after this one.
Oh.
So this one is in Stockton, in District 2, and what you're referring to is in District 4, which is Lockford. So if you want to,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's others here who will talk about Lockford, so you may want to hold your remarks until
Yes.
they
Well,
speak.
we're against them all.
Okay.
I mean, it's
It's
the
up to you.
rural pays the taxes, and we're not being represented.
Okay.
Ms. Shaw, for the record, you are doing public comment and you do have 3 minutes. So go ahead from this moment forward. You've got 3 minutes. I know we've already gotten the introduction and your voice is important, and we're giving anybody in the public 3 minutes to speak.
Our District 4 supervisor.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll continue. We ask you to vote no on the offer from either the Reno company or this one. Objections are detailed. Some of us tried to read this. What about options like a senior retirement center, youth aquatics, a beautiful area, or warehousing? Facts matter, like illegal drug trafficking, homelessness. Lodi, 65% is mainly from drug addictions. So why multiply the problem? The call for action includes key alarms and requests like accountability and a survey. For accountability, report funding sources of future candidates for county supervisors. SACB reported 4 marijuana busts in upstream McCullamy Hill. B, for a survey of District 4 represent the river rural areas. Why are agency and voices ignored? I went April 15th during the pandemic killer. It's a cancer survivor. That's anyway. One, Lockford Advisory noted environmental problems. San Joaquin Farm Bureau noted magnet to violence. Don't add. Okay. County agenda issues list related costs. Or workforce? What happened to the workforce in place of welfare? Homeland Security gives alarms on cartel gangs and Al-Qaeda terrorists crossing our borders. Homeland Defense report. We don't need more problems of guzzling greenhouses, 8, with trucking distributions for a marijuana factory. Nor of adding to drought recycles since 1977, while water exports threatened with the Terminus Tunnel. C, by a magnet for narco crops, which are grown as chief funds for terrorists, reports National Geographic 2018.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Health is with fresh food crops.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Jackie, you've been fantastic. We have started off with about a minute and a half.
We need support for rural families. We have no representation in the city of Lodi. We don't have representation in the county.
Your representatives, Supervisor and Vice Chair Chuck Wynn, is listening, and we all are, so we thank you. You've had your 3.5 to 4 minutes of public comment. Thank you, please. It's time for someone else to speak. Thank you.
Making this to 250 words.
You're welcome to submit it for further documentation and for the record, but we have a very long day and we have a few more hours ahead. Thank you so much, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you to all of you.
Your voice is heard, and it's very important. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're fine. Thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward and identify yourself. And you do have 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just wanted to make one comment. I know none of you guys are stupid. ladies too. But we just spent millions of dollars funding homelessness. What are we going to do when more people become homeless because of drugs? So, I mean, that's one thing to consider right there. I know it's all fine and dandy, and we have dollar signs floating through the air, and we're like, woohoo, we're going to have revenue. But if that revenue is just going to turn around and go right back out the door to help people, why are you even putting it in the first place? Don't make the revenue, don't make the homelessness, and we'll be good to go.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? If not, Madam Clerk, you said you had a couple that had been submitted on this item.
Thank you, Chairman. The first one is submitted by Charles Stearns, who writes, I recommend a no vote on the commercial cannabis development agreements PA 2000142 and PA-2000070. From personal experience as a father of boys who smoke cannabis, I know how hellish it can make family life. Any tax revenue from growing cannabis would be offset and, in my opinion, dwarfed by costs to our community. Costs such as 1, increased need for policing, 2, increased need for social services, 3, increased need for medical care and hospitalization, 4, increased need for welfare, financial support, and public housing, 5, reduced taxation from gainful employment and productivity, 6, the costs of the public of accidents and criminal behavior, all in all, a foolish and counterproductive use of San Joaquin agricultural land and water. And the last comment for this item is submitted by John Spagnolia, who writes, we are worried about air quality and concerned about people's health. When people smoke, they release air particles in the air. Is someone supposed to put on a mask between puffs? People use marijuana to escape their problems, and we should be providing better resources for that. It has also been proven that drugs make people dumber. And Chair Patty, that concludes the public comments for this.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to bring this back to the board if there are any final questions, statements, dissertations, evidence, whatever you might want. Supervisor Wynn, you raised your hand first.
Thank you. I appreciate Jackie's comments. I've heard her many times, and I know she's very passionate about these subjects, not just this, but others. Just a couple of points, and I know basically, where the board's going on this, but I didn't get the gentleman's name in the back, but that's okay. I appreciate your comments. In a study done in Colorado, for every dollar of revenue, it costs $4.50 in services. And so, you're right. And unfortunately, it never pays for itself. And I've been to conferences across this country on this issue from experts, and they say the same thing. The other part of it is I believe as an elected official that I have responsibility to protect our communities, especially when it comes to potential risks involved, whether it be health risk or crime risk. On this particular property, there's a auto repair shop and there's a cabinet shop, but neither one of those businesses require 24/7 security. None of those businesses require 7-foot fences. So the question arises is, would anybody like to live next door or have a business next door to this type of facility? Because obviously these precautions are put in place specifically because of crime that has occurred in these particular type of facilities. So it's unfortunate, and the bottom line is, when I asked the question in the past is, so what's the benefit of this as far as how does it help the quality of life? How does it help our public in general, our residents, et cetera? There is no response. Maybe there'll be this time. But from my vantage point, the only reason we're doing this is for the money. And I found in life that money is not certainly the solution to all our problems. And lastly, as a former law enforcement and a college professor teaching, I've seen the effects, and even in my personal life, as far as those and I know, I've seen the effects of drugs, cannabis, other drugs, et cetera. And I think there's a term they call perma-stoners. And I've seen, especially when I was teaching college for 9 years, my students would talk about their friends in high school and how, when they went to college, they started and then they got on marijuana and they just drifted away. Bright young people, men and women. And so I can't support something like this because I don't think there's any good out of it. And I don't think the money that generated is going to help anybody. and I know it's targeted for some special programs, but the fact is that we will have more problems as a result of these facilities than we'll have solutions or certainly revenue. So I don't know where the chair went, but I'm vice chair, so I'll turn it over to Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'll just go next. First of all, I don't see this as the county pursuing the cannabis industry. The county responded to the voters of the state of California who legalized recreational use of cannabis. And Supervisor Wynn and I have talked about this a lot. Regardless of how I personally feel or how I personally voted on that matter, the fact remains it was passed in this state by a pretty comfortable margin. And I believe that as an elected official, it's my job to figure out how to implement the will of the voters in a way that is orderly and provides for security and protection and community benefit for our residents. And so that's really why initially the board pursued a cannabis ordinance, and it really was in response. It wasn't something that the county took on our own. And finally, this is just strictly as disclosure. Mr. Devon and both of his clients that are here today have contributed to my campaigns in the past. We do not have an ongoing relationship. I have not received any information on any of these projects other than what has been presented here today and presented to staff. And I'm simply making the statement, while there is no legal conflict of interest, I'm simply making the statement in the interest of public disclosure. So that's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. And let me state for the record that we officially had opened the public hearing, and we've heard from the members of the public. Barring anybody else speaking, we will officially close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any final comments or motions.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept this item.
All right, I have a motion to accept and approve the Commercial Cannabis Development Agreement, PA 2000142, and Special Purpose Plan, PA 2000070. Have a first?
I will second that. Thank you.
And I have a second. Please vote. And County Councilors, simple majority is all we need. Supervisor Rickman has something going on?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Petty, that the vote has concluded 3-1 with Chuck Wynn voting no.
All right, thank you very much. We are now moving on then to our next item. This is recommend and approve Commercial Cannabis Development Agreement, PA 2000094, and Special Purpose Plan, PA 2000007. We've got Director Kwong and Deputy Director Jolly.
Thank you, Chair. And what I want to particularly mention on this one is we did some additional outreach on this, and in particular, we did actually notice 1,000 stakeholders for this public hearing in order to make sure we got the most input possible. And I also forgot, which Jennifer reminded me, key stakeholder and really led the efforts in the negotiations, as Jennifer said, on the development agreement was CEO Wilwerding. So I want to make sure that's acknowledged there as well. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer.
Okay, good afternoon again. Chairman Patty, thank you, members of the board. Keeping these two projects separate has been very much of a challenge, especially with similar application numbers. So I'm going to skip some of the information that I provided as background in the last presentation since it's very similar to this one. So this project is a commercial cannabis development agreement, special purpose plan to develop a cannabis business park, which would include commercial cannabis cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and non-storefront retail sales. by various tenant operators. The project will be built out in 2 phases over a 5-year period, with a total build-out of over 370,000 square feet of building. The project site is located on the south side of East Lock Road, 3,300 feet southwest of North State Route 88 Highway in Lockford, in the urban community of Lockford. The project has a general plan designation of general industrial, which is the most intense industrial zone, surrounded on 3 sides by industrial designations. The darker purple is the IG zone, our general plan designation. The light purple is a light industrial general plan designation. Across the street, there is an area planned for some limited residential development, as well as agricultural properties. And this is the zoning map that shows the same information. This aerial photo depicts the project site in the red outline. The surrounding parcels are primarily industrial and agricultural with some residential development. To the west is a concrete manufacturing facility, and to the east is a soil manufacturing facility. To the south is a rock, sand, and gravel recycling plant. And across the Lock Road to the north area is, as I stated previously, it's both farmed and has a few residences to the northwest and the northeast. There's a lot going on the site plan, but I would like to point out that the majority of the buildings on this site are to be used for cultivation. The manufacturing, distribution, and non-storefront retail sales portion of the operation will take place in existing buildings that will be converted from previously used for a winery operation. So to give a little background on the site, this project, in July of 2000, the Community Development Department approved a site approval to establish 6 micro wineries with an accessory truck scale and some wine storage tanks. So basically, this has been an area where people have kind of started their winery operations before they've moved on to permanent locations throughout other areas of the county. There's also a small restaurant on site, and some of the wineries and the restaurant will continue to operate if this commercial cannabis project is approved. The proposed cannabis park will utilize 371,000 plus square feet of building at total build out. The area of the parcel where the greenhouse buildings are is currently vacant. So that's to the, it's actually on the southern part of the property, but it's on the right-hand side of the site plan if you're looking at it. The facility will operate 24 hours a day with a variety of shifts for a total of 30 employees. Deliveries only occur during the daytime hours of 7 a.m. and 4 p.m., and this is when the majority of the employees will be on site as well. The other uses, the cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution will operate at all times of the day with limited employees on site during the evening hours. Security is planned for on-site 24 hours a day. A security plan has not been approved by the Sheriff's Office, but as mentioned in the previous presentation, that is a requirement prior to issuance of any type of building permit. And to ensure this is done, the Community Development Department will not issue a building permit until the Sheriff's Office authorizes the department to do so, either by providing a sign off on the plans or a written confirmation that permits can be issued. The project was reviewed for potential impacts to the environment, and this included conducting a traffic study and a biological assessment of the property. The biological assessment resulted in some mitigation measures that need to be complied with in order to reduce impacts to potential migratory birds, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan is recommended for approval with this project to ensure that the pre-construction surveys are completed prior to the issuance of building permits. All other potential environmental impacts were either considered to be less than significant or were able to be reduced to a less than significant level with the mitigation measures or conditions of approval contained in the board packet. Oops, I'm a little behind, I apologize. Community Development Department received letters of opposition to the proposed project from various agencies and 14 neighbors, and there were 3 separate petitions in opposition to the proposed project. The opposition raised concerns regarding property values, traffic, air quality and odor, groundwater supply contamination, noise, security and criminal activity, aesthetics and lighting, energy usage, and hazardous materials. In an effort to increase the public participation, as Director Kwong mentioned, the Community Development Department did increase the standard notification radius from 350 feet to 1,400 feet. In addition, we provided over 1,000 notices to members of the public in Lockford using a mailing list obtained from the Lockford Community Service District. These individuals were again notified for this meeting today. And in addition, Director Kwong and staff attended 2 separate MAC meetings. One was virtual and one was in person to answer questions regarding this project. With regards to the property values, this is not something that the Community Development Department is able to consider in making a recommendation, as it's not in our purview. All other potential environmental impacts that were thoroughly reviewed by a variety of departments and agencies and have been found to have a less than significant impact on the environment. As previously mentioned, a traffic study was conducted. No additional mitigation measures were required as the project was considered to have a less than significant impact on traffic. With regards to air quality and odor concerns, all commercial cannabis activities will be performed indoors. The proposed project will be required to pave access driveways and parking areas in asphalt concrete or cement concrete as required by the development title. This project does not include on-site storefront retail sales or any other use which would draw cannabis-related customers to the site, thus minimizing the vehicle traffic to the site. As a result of the required surfacing, dust generated by the movement of vehicles on and off the property is expected to be less than significant. Regarding the odors, the applicant will be required to submit an odor control plan for the greenhouse structures, for the cultivation operation, and it will include equipment that is installed on exhaust vents. It expels an essential oil-based mixture that neutralizes odor and essentially encapsulates all airborne molecules. The odor control plan needs to be approved by the County Environmental Health Department as part of the commercial cannabis license process. And the new greenhouses and uses within the existing buildings will also include air filters and air circulation devices to reduce and eliminate potential for mold. With these requirements in place, no air quality impacts are anticipated. With regards to water contamination and supply concerns, the manufacturing process will utilize a closed loop extraction system that recirculates water used in the process. Therefore, the project will not generate significant amounts of wastewater as a result of the manufacturing process. And with regards to groundwater supply concerns, the system proposed in the cannabis cultivation operation recovers approximately 90 to 100% of the water used in the irrigation of the crops. Applicant states that the pump for the on-site well has an annual capacity of approximately 31 million gallons of water, while the cannabis operation is anticipated to use approximately just under 17 million gallons of water annually. Therefore, impacts to groundwater supply is not expected to be significant. As previously mentioned, an approved security plan must be approved by the Sheriff's Office prior to issuance of a building permit, and there is the intention to have a security guard, at least one on site 24 hours a day, if not additional security guards required by the Sheriff's Department. All lighting will be required to comply with county ordinances that states that the rays of light need to be combined to the premises at all times. This is a consistent requirement for all businesses in the county. With regards to aesthetics, all commercial cannabis activities are going to be performed indoors on this industrial site. The on-site developments or improvements are set back 350 feet from East Lock Road, and it's on flat terrain. The project's going to utilize both new and existing structures, which will be required to meet all setback requirements and height requirements. The site is subject to the Environmental Health Department regulations for Title IV. Oh, excuse me, not for Title IV, and will report to the California Environmental Reporting System any hazardous materials that can be used or stored on site. Additionally, herbicide used will be subject to compliance with any state or local regulations, and the applicant will provide equipment requested by the McCollum Rural Fire District for future inspections. Finally, the project is subject to the California Building Code, which does get reviewed at the time of building permit, and considering the reuse of existing buildings and the nature of the greenhouse facilities, the project is not expected to conflict with or obstruct any local plans or inhibit the renewable energy or energy efficiency. The applicants, again, entered into a development agreement for commercial cannabis with the County Administrator's Office, and I'll go over the terms of this particular property or project. $40,000 would be collected within 20 business days of the county's recording of the commercial cannabis development agreement. $20,000 would be collected within 5 business days of the county environmental health's issuance of the commercial cannabis license at the business park, and the applicant's tenant operators are again required to pay the county gross receipts impact fees as identified in the DA, which are initially set at 3.5, but may be increased by the Board of Supervisors by 0.5% after 12 months, up to 5% maximum. In addition, this applicant will hold a $20,000 surety fund to be paid to the county in the event of default on the gross impact fee payments by the licensees. And finally, the licensees will also be responsible for county cost recovery for all reasonable and direct costs of staff time and materials related to the administration of the DA. This picture was taken from Lock Road looking south towards the front of the property. This picture depicts an existing winery building, of which a portion will be utilized for cold storage and suites for mobile delivery. This picture is taken of the project site looking south towards the area proposed where the majority of the greenhouses will be constructed. This picture depicts an existing winery building which will also be utilized for processing, storage, and manufacturing activities. It is recommended that the board adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, approve commercial cannabis development agreement number PA 2000094, and approve special purpose plan number PA 200007 with the basis for recommendation and conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any initial questions from the board? Seeing none, I'm going to open up the hearing. I believe is next in order. We have a public hearing is now open. Any members from the public would like to speak? And I believe we may have some submissions online, and we have some guests here, and I have a pile as well. So do you have any brief comments that you'd like to offer?
I tend to be a little verbose, Chair Patty, so I'll try and abbreviate.
I want to be very concise with what's relevant. We've already heard about how the benefits, the location, everything. If we have an exhaustive A to Z 20-minute presentation of the speed limit and the paint on the building, let's move along, please.
And Chairman Patty, to confirm for the audience, there will be a 3-minute time limit, correct?
There will, for public comment, there will be 3 minutes.
I'll keep it under 20. I'll do you better. Keep it under 3. Chair Patty, members of the board, good afternoon again. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I'm Zach Travan, an attorney here on behalf of the applicant NRCF1, as well as the prospective initial licensee tenants, Jason DeSalvatore and Mike Blackman. To touch on Supervisor Miller's comments, I will say that the county has moved forward in recognition of both the state legislature as well as the voters here in California's recognition of prohibition of cannabis as a failed policy. And what we're trying to do here and have been trying to do for the last 3 years is promote sound policy here in the county and utilize this grossly underutilized historic site to its highest and best use to generate jobs and revenue in this multi-billion-dollar industry right here at home. This project has not come without criticism. We've done our best to provide community outreach as well as due diligence to answer any questions and assuage any concerns that there may be here. I would reiterate that we are between Jensen Precast and Kellogg Fertilizer on either side of this facility, and so our relative use is going to be pretty discrete in comparison. A few specifics as to mitigation measures. As noted, all commercial cannabis activities are going to be taking place within enclosed structures here on site. We're going to have odor mitigation infrastructure in both the poured concrete structures as well as the new greenhouses. All of the lighting at these facilities is going to be downward facing, and the greenhouses are going to have blackout curtains included, so there's not going to be any light pollution during nighttime hours and no disturbance to the surrounding community. There's going to be no disturbance to any biological or cultural resources here. We have 36 million gallons of available water annually. We're only going to be utilizing about 17 million gallons per year, so we're well within our threshold there. There's going to be less than significant impact on energy resources. We're going to be implementing solar here as a supplemental resource where we primarily in the greenhouse operations utilize the power of the sun to cultivate cannabis here. As to security, We're going to have 360-degree surveillance camera coverage, as well as on-site security guards. All of the owners and operators of this facility are going to be subject to background checks, not only at the local level, but by the state, as well as by the developers in this case. Further, the initial developer licensees are extremely experienced in this space. We have existing operations in both Yolo as well as in Calaveras County. We've been operating with state licensure for over 3 years, have very in-depth knowledge of the market, have existing distribution outlets, and have been operating with unwavering regulatory compliance during that time. We're going to be contributing 3.5% of our gross revenues from our licensees to the county so that we can utilize those resources to address existing impacts and really make the most out of the opportunity here for the community and dedicating those resources to the community that we're operating in. With that, I thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And we may reserve that to call you back up if there's any questions. I know numerous people from the public would like to speak.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Next up, ma'am, did you turn in a card? I was going to call by names first. No, but go ahead. You're coming up. No, it's fine as well. I just want to make sure if I have your name here, I don't want to call it twice. Come on down.
Do I need this? No.
You're fine. We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Chairman Patty and board members, I recommend a strong no vote. I'm Betsy Robinson. I live in Lockford and have been living in Lockford, California for 31 years. Cannabis is an addictive gateway drug. I urge you to vote no to this proposal. Why would you supervisors vote in favor of a cannabis business permitting cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and retail sales delivered? Why a commercial cannabis in my hometown of only 3,233 residents? A no vote will influence life. A yes vote could influence the death of many people. Is the tax money income for San Joaquin County from the proposed Lockford Cannabis Park worth the lives and health of thousands of young people? We do not have any sheriff protection at night in Lockford. There aren't enough deputies, and very little in the day. It might take 2 hours if there's a major problem for a sheriff to come. Many nights, drug addicts roam through our neighborhood, Lockford Bluffs, checking car doors, looking for a car to steal or break in and take something valuable. This has been going on. Haven't we had enough deaths from drugs and drugs-impaired car accidents? Our daughter was hit in Lodi by a man who was totally out of his mind on drugs. He hit her so hard, it moved the whole frame of the car right by her door and gave her a brain that no longer works. We've been keeping her in our home now for years. San Joaquin County has seen many deaths from suicide by young people who are on drugs, and you're going to help them if you vote yes. Mental illness such as schizophrenia has ruined the lives of many children and parents by becoming addicted to cannabis. It starts right there. You would be promoting this. How many more homeless people do you want camped out under the freeways and in all of our towns, especially in Stockton? How many more casualties from car accidents? How many more people lined up in the hospital emergency rooms due to addictive drug overdose, which began with cannabis? Cannabis brings tragedy. We don't want, I'm sorry, the time is up, any more tragedies.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Do have a request by Jerry Robinson as well.
Chairman Patty and board members, thank you for taking the time to listen to the public. In Colorado, where cannabis has been approved for many years, the doctors are becoming alarmed at the rapid increase of the hospital ER visits of cannabis users. Let me tell you a very short story about a young man named Bo. He's lived in Colorado for years and has began using in his teens. He's now 20. One day, last year or the year before, he began throwing up. Not just once, but several times a day. Eventually, his mother took him to the ER in the hospital. In fact, he was taken to ER 11 times in the next 12 months. Along with the problem of throwing up, he would scream. The ER nurses saw this condition, combination of screaming and throwing up, so often that they came up with a new name for this condition. They called it scromatine. Now, his problem wasn't that he was getting normal cannabis. The manufacturer, without regulation and without approval, began producing a cannabis with a THC concentration of 90% or higher. And all of a sudden, this young man was taking this new drug. So if you approve this cannabis spark, you ought to include regulations to limit the concentration of THC, which is the critical component. One other thing to keep in mind, if you approve this park, you're directly violating the governor's order to reduce water use. Here we're going to have 17 million gallons a year of water that's not being used now added to the use in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, I have Miss Betsy Ann Robinson, please. That was you. Okay, thank you. Next, then, I would like to call on Miss Ann Fickert.
Good afternoon. I'm here representing 3 households. My husband and I live in the Bluffs. We have a house on Church Street, and then my son owns a house at 13161 Lock Road. So we were up on that map, and our major concern is the odor, and it sounds like maybe they have addressed that through, but we just want to make sure that you follow up on the screening or the, what they call it, scrubbing of the, on the filters for the odor into the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe the plan is that they are good neighbors, so to speak. Next up, I have a request from Jessica James, please.
Hi, thank you for hearing us today. My name is Jessica James. I'm the president of Axiom Insurance Brokers. I'm a global and domestic risk advisor. And I've been working in the cannabis space since 2014, educating myself and others as to the cannabis risks and in the marketplace. So what I've done on my agenda is work with cover holders to provide insurance to regulated business owners within this space. Part of that is educating myself on what cannabis is, the plant-based medicine, and how it affects both the public and individual. From my perspective, this is a great economic impact, but also community impact. Most of the tax dollars in other jurisdictions go to forward promoted community support systems. So homelessness, Fishes and Loaves, they do lots of donations and good acts towards the community. But in addition to that, this is an excellent use of mixed space that is currently underutilized and vacant for the most part. My other background is also an environmental contractor, and I've worked a lot with air quality districts. So I can tell you that the pollution factor is not necessarily a moot point, but it is not of concern. What they are doing under the regulations and how heavily they are regulated promotes good practice and good business use, ethically and morally. I would like to speak also on a personal public note, I am a mother and a daughter. My mom has stage 4 small cell lung cancer. She does use sublinguals, and it helps to abate the vomit, the nausea, and other circumstantial health issues that come from chemo and radiation. My eldest daughter is also an epileptic. And as a mom, that's what led me into the cannabis space back in 2014 in the first place, educating myself on the plant-based medicine and also finding a holistic solution over pharmaceuticals. If the first there's 3 different types of strains for epilepsy. If the first one doesn't work, it reduces the chance of the other 2 working to 50%. If the second one doesn't work, it reduces the chance of the third and final option to 5%. There have been many studies with Harvard, Stanford, Johns Hopkins concerning this, and I've done extensive research. It is a good plant-based medicine. Recreational use is up for your personal scrutiny, but this should be a good risk for the community. Tax dollar revenue, increased improvement to current underutilized space.
Thank you, Ms. James. Next up, Lisa Freeman, please.
Hi, thank you. I am actually a business owner in the community, actually in the park, and I wanted to just say that we support this. We think it's been vetted, it's a legal business, and as a business owner, it just seems that it's meeting all the criteria that the county's putting on it, that it's a business, and we support it on that, and it should bring revenue and jobs to the area, which is badly needed. So that's it. Thank you. Keep it brief.
You have another 2.5 minutes. Anything else?
No, I just wanted to offer my support. I didn't want to debate anything. I just wanted to say that we support it.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Appreciate that. Next up, I have Professor Jacqueline. Do I have that correct? Well, I've got 2 requests then for you. You just submitted another one?
You allowed me to, yes.
Okay.
I represent a group.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
I was asked 3 months ago to speak and write on this. Excuse my dry throat. Good afternoon to us all, and peace. I represent a group of neighbors, A and D, D, and the M and C, K, and an intelligence family. And I know my late husband is a teacher, worked with truant kids. The ATG requests a survey that the rural areas are not represented, and thank God for Chuck Wynn in Ripon, but it's strange with the redistricting. So we need a survey on the damage to all of those along the river and the whole county. An intelligence family points out it's a federal crime, and anyone who lived in the 60s and 70s knows why. It's a federal crime to grow narcotic crops, so that's on the countryside, it's the rural families. Yet, you're saying in a city that doesn't pay county taxes, rural pay county taxes, so we're not having representation. I've observed the whole horrors. This multiplies the problem, multiplies the expenses. This is during the killer pandemic. People wanted to be here today. So you said there's not enough speakers. Why are you rushing this during the killer pandemic? We asked for a survey. We asked for accountability for future supervisors. We don't want flawed money. And this was originally a Nevada company where it's open to deals. So please, thank you for letting me speak for the group and neighbors and working hard in this last 3 months. Well, actually over 40 years, but that's a long story. Thank you very much, Chair Tom Patty.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Madam Clerk, this is all the written submissions I have, and I believe you may have a couple of computer submissions.
That's correct, Chairman Patty. The first one is submitted by Jane Looney, who writes, Board members, I live in Lockford and am in support of the cannabis development project. This has passed every safety, environmental, and traffic study required. There is nothing to suggest this is a threat to our community in any way. This is a legitimate private business enterprise which will benefit the entire community by creating jobs and generating tax dollars. I ask that all of you support this, as not to do so is obstructionistic and against the spirit of free enterprise, which has made our country the success that it is. And that was submitted by Dr. Jane H. Looney. The next one is submitted by Jesse Quintero, who writes, Dear board members, I fully support the proposed cannabis business park located in Lockford. I believe it will bring good jobs to the area that are greatly needed. The tax revenues will benefit the community as well. The location for it seems perfectly suited for this use. It has been very underused in the past decade. I'm sure the county has not seen much in the way of tax dollars being generated from it. Cannabis is growing in legalization across the county and will, I believe, be full legal nationally soon. If we look to the U.S. House that have passed the legalization bill twice in the past 2 sessions, I believe we will see it passed soon. We should be ready for this region to lead the agricultural aspect of this product as we do in many other crops. I thank you for your attention to this matter and do hope that move this project forward to approval. Sincerely, Jesse Quintero, Lockford resident. The next comment is submitted by Ann Frickert, who writes, I am writing to oppose the development on East Lock Road. We should learn from the experience of Sonoma and Mendocino counties. Cannabis plants produce an obnoxious skunk-like odor that is intrusive to surrounding businesses and residents. If they invest in greenhouses, etc., and then are later asked to leave by the residents, it is expensive for everyone. Better a suitable location to begin with. Also, I am concerned about the water. We are watering restrictions already here in Lockford. That means we should not be increasing the demand on our wells or our groundwater supply. Thank you, Ann Frickert. The next comment is submitted by Angela Author, who writes, I would like to express my support for this project. This will be an asset to the community. Cannabis is available in many places throughout the county and Sacramento. We are not keeping it out of the county. I use edibles to help me sleep, and they work wonderfully and better for me than sleeping medication. There are fertilizer and concrete plants next door, and the property has been underused for too many years. The additional tax revenue will also help our kids and community. Please approve. And the next comment is submitted by Noelle Stetson, who writes, I am opposed to this cannabis project for several reasons. This includes mainly the project's use of our depleted aquifer, the claimed air purifier for offensive odor, actual impact on local traffic not addressed in the traffic study, limited law enforcement resources to respond to incidents, and indirect effect on our community. Additional specifics are in my previous comment letters. Cannabis businesses were voted down years ago in the unincorporated county and should not be allowed as a special project. I urge you to reject this proposal. And Chairman, it looks like 2 additional speakers from the public would like to speak as well. So if you want to go ahead and just call them forward, and I'll hold on to these, or would you like them?
Please finish.
I'm finished with the written public
Or
comments.
finished. Okay, great. So then, before we close out the public hearing, from any other members from the public, please come down.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Mandy Tingler. I sit on the board of directors for the National Cannabis Industry Association, where I'm in the process of helping develop federal legalization properties and policies that will extend to decriminalizing cannabis, providing access to banking services, and so much more. A few moments ago, I heard Mr. Nguyen referenced his concern about the fact that cannabis is only going to be bringing in tax revenue, and even questioning whether or not that would actually be true. In the state of California, in the next 2 years, we're expected to experience incredible growth of up to $5 billion in tax revenue. In a small community like Lockford, even a small, minuscule piece of that money would be incredibly powerful. Not to mention that that facility alone, I believe, beyond a shadow of a doubt, would not only be the largest taxpayer in Lockford, but perhaps one of the largest ones in the entire county. That is very powerful influence right there. I wanted to list a number of reasons for you, Mr. Nguyen, about why this matters. Number one, been mentioned a few times, that the cannabis industry provides jobs. Just in the state of California alone, there are over 200,000 employed people. I can only imagine what that might do for your county and perhaps the homeless situation. Homeless people need work. There also needs to be support for programs to help those people get back on their feet. During the COVID-19 crisis, cannabis was deemed an essential service, and it continued to generate tax revenue for municipalities that were struggling because businesses were closing down left and right. The city of Sacramento is a prime example of some that have benefited from cannabis businesses. What I would also tell you is that working in this industry for as long as I have been able to work with people who donate way more money than your average business owner to charitable organizations. I myself own 3 business licenses in the city of Sacramento. My company alone has donated over $100,000 in charitable donations that we do not get to write off. But we did it because it's the right thing to do and because we care about contributing to our community. Furthermore, I would like to encourage you to please stop using antiquated language like the permist donor. It's insulting to millions of Americans who use cannabis on a daily basis to manage minor health needs that their physicians might otherwise put them on pharmaceuticals that cause their body harm. From a leader in a community, it's very sad to me to hear somebody say something like that. But I want to say that I do have compassion for where that word comes from for you, because I know that your generation was taught something very different than what the realities of this plant actually are. The realities of this plant is that no one in the history of the world has ever died from cannabis use. Can you get too high? Absolutely. But you won't die. You will not die. You need to drink some water, maybe eat some food, and go to bed. You might wake up feeling a little exhausted the next day, but guess what? You're going to wake up. You don't OD on cannabis. And that's a fact. You can Google it right now. And if I'm wrong, I'll come back up here and admit it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, thank you. My name is Patty Stetson. I am the representative for the Lockford Municipal Advisory Council. I'm expressing our opposition to the project. I refer you to the details in our 2 previously comment letters that were sent to Community Development Department and the Planning Commission. Specifically, we addressed environmental issues of traffic noise, lighting, security, odor, off-property delivery sales, groundwater, and the indirect impacts of our property value and quality of life. We've already heard a lot of comments that this is not about use, it's about our community. And I again repeat it. As stated in our purpose, the MACs are created as advisory bodies to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission on matters relating to the interest of welfare of the residents, including the advice on matters of public health, safety, welfare, public works, and planning. That's from our purpose statement. The project is located within our Lockford MAC boundary. To date, all comment at MAC meetings or email correspondence has been in opposition. No one has come forward in support to us. The large project that they expect is less than a mile from our community of over 1,000 property owners and their families. 2 senior mobile home parks, rural property owners located on a 2-lane rural road with no nearby major highway access or traffic signals at the intended intersections. a school of over 500 students nearby, phased construction over 5 years, multiple daily vehicle deliveries using only cash to clients' homes and businesses, and impact on our area aquifer in drought conditions and SGMA oversight, as been stated by others. This is really unreasonable and disruptive to our community. We're aware of a required strict security plan, but what really happens when employees leave the property with wages paid in cash or delivery truck with, as described at our meeting by the project representative, high-grade cannabis? Potential criminal activity is a real threat to these targets. We express our dissatisfaction also that cannabis projects are now reviewed as developmental agreements and are ultimately decided upon by the supervisors. Not to be disrespectful to you, the vote of the people in 2018 on Measure B was to not have cannabis businesses in the unincorporated county. What happened? Is it the focus of income, money, or political pressure that has overstepped the will of the people? The county has not required the project owners to have outreach meetings, and we have actually not heard the details of actual expense or expected revenue, newly required staff through the county or departments, or ongoing oversight and community impact as this project has made its way through the planning stages. It's not a typical orchard. It's not a typical agricultural manufacturing plant. It'd be a huge direction change in our county. It's difficult for the public to sort through documents. There is a website. In summary, we see no positive outcome for the use of the property as a cannabis business. Please closely consider the property owners and the community of Lockford in District 4.
Thank you, ma'am.
I urge you to deny this proposal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public, please come down.
Hello. I am neither gifted in writing my thoughts nor presenting them, but I stand before you to urge you to oppose this project. In 2016, the voters of California approved Proposition 65, approving the personal growth of 6 cannabis plants. That same proposition also left up to the individual municipalities to decide what they wanted to do. To bring in cannabis revenue, some members of the Board of Supervisors decided to put 2 questionably worded measures on the ballot, which would allow businesses to come into our county to grow cannabis in unincorporated areas. As a tax measure, both needed 2/3 majority. Both did not get the 2/3 that was needed. Some of the board was still not satisfied with the outcome, and that is why we are here today. We as farmers don't want it, and the Lockford community has spoken that they do not want it as well. So my question is, why are outsiders who don't even live here given more of a voice than residents of the area? Would you want this project right next to you? I spoke to the board before these measures, which was, I believe, Measure B and X, before they were actually placed on the ballot. At that time, I said that I was hit by a drunk driver with a blood alcohol level of over 0.20. During my speech before the board, I stated my concern that drug use is now being added to the mix. Since that hearing, we have had 2 major accidents in front of our property. Excuse me. Both accidents involved alcohol and drug use. Fortunately, no lives were lost, but I ask you, if you lost a loved one under these circumstances, would you still say yes to this project? I will conclude with a quote from the California Police Officers Training Guide, called POST, P-O-S-T, short for Peace Officers Training Guide. Quote, cannabis chemicals are still dangerous to the environment and to people, unquote. For the safety of our families and environment, please vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, as I stand before you today, I only hope that my words can reach you through the sounds of the cash registers and adding machines going off in your heads. While the people you represent once again are in serious danger of another failed attempt of revenue, not to mention possible cancer risks involved with the essential oil-scented, putrid air expelled from a sleazy enterprise which does nothing more than ruin the lives of family and community. If anyone becomes hooked on this crap, we already have a quarter of the U.S. homeless population in our beautiful state. Drive through Stockton, where in places you are convinced that not only are you not in California, but not in the U.S. It takes an average of $70,000, so for the person that gave $100,000, I guess they took care of one homeless person. Taxpayer money per homeless. So $1 million of revenue from this dump will only take care of about 14 people on the street. It puts it on the street. Here's the question I have. Me and everyone here has a job, one that we all do to the best of our ability. Why don't you do yours and actually represent the people that voted you in? You have one job, to represent us. Why does it feel like I have two? Maybe it's because not only do I have to work my day job, but I have to come here and try to convince you, along with all these good people behind me, to actually do your job and represent us. It's not too late. Let common sense and the public have a say for a change. We've seen the damages of revenue destroying our little communities, roads, and peaceful lives. So say no to the greenbacks. Say yes to our families, communities, and state. Live up to your promises to us for a change. I sure hope you could hear me through all the noise of all that money that's been promised, and realize that we the people know what we need for our communities, and it isn't this. Represent us, the people you represent, not them. Thank you. We just got done talking about homelessness, and here we go all over again. So, I mean, to the glories of money, 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 money. And to somebody who's never died, I have a sister who's a doctor, and works at county, just finished there in residency. And you'd be shocked at the stories that come in. So maybe we don't have long-term effects. I mean, maybe we don't have short-term effects. What about the long-term effects? What about the mental health facilities? What about all this homelessness? We just have a revolving door here going around and around and around. So yeah, we got money. We got lots of money. But where's our values? Where's our livelihoods? Maybe the majority voted this in, but the majority ain't always right. Look at slavery. At one point in time, it was part of our country, but we voted it out. Just because this is part of our country doesn't mean it's good or moral. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Patty, Supervisors. My name is Frank Ramirez. I'm the fire chief. It's been a long, I'm out, so I'll drive and waiting for a while to talk. I'm the fire chief from McCollum Fire. I'm here. I was opposed to this project as well. The fire service manufacturing it interests us in for firefighter safety. After working with community development and real active with this process, and that kind of changed my views. You see some stuff in this plan, excuse me, that it says the fire chief, McCollum Fire. So there's people in the audience that I talked to at the MAC group, and I just want to assure them that we've done our due diligence to make sure it is a safe project, that we're doing everything, and we'll keep in working with community development to make sure that it's taken care of. Chief Bradley was here earlier. He wanted to talk on the Fire Chiefs Association. I am the liaison on the prevention side. So I'm, besides the fire chief, I wear a lot of hats, and prevention is one of my fortes. So he asked me to maybe, because of the impact fees, if we can get some dialogue with the CEO maybe to talk about that on the fire chief side, because the districts aren't, this is just the first. As our first meeting we had, I said, we're charting new grounds here. We're going to try to do the best we can, and I think we've done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Who else would like to speak? Please come forward before I close out the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any more submissions from anybody else?
No, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name, by the way.
Okay, thank you for letting us speak today. I would just like to start, I know someone else just mentioned about slavery, to Mrs. Miller's comment that the citizens of the state voted for marijuana. But one thing to keep in mind, slavery, which we're dealing with today, was legal in the United States at one time. The project, according to the handout that we received, the project said that they were going to use 60 million gallons of water, not 17 million annually. I just want to know how the board can approve this when every farmer in San Joaquin County is getting their allocations cut. We are in the middle of a historic drought. No long-term planning has been done, and that's from the governor also. What if this project uses more water? 80 million gallons, 100 million? Where is the water going to come from? We oppose this project. Every voter around us opposes this project. It's not too late to change your vote. Vote against it. We, the people, do not want this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Eunice Frederick. I live at 425 East Oak Street in Lodi. Notice I said east. We on the east side have shootings and crime and marijuana. Half the people I know on marijuana. The lady said nobody dies from marijuana. What about the people who are shot or the people who are killed in accidents when they're overdosed? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further statements? I will close the public hearing. Thank you. Bringing it back to the board at this time for final comments. We also would look to entertain a motion at some point. Supervisor Wynn, you look ready to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for staff. And maybe this could go to our CEO, since he negotiated. What's the criteria in regards to, for example, on this particular project, the 40,000 and then the 20,000, as opposed to the previous project where it was 10,000 and 7,500 as far as the two requirements, since one is about 12,000 square feet and this one is about 371,000. Obviously, there's a larger impact on this particular project. So what is the formula in requiring these type of projects to move forward?
Supervisor Wynn, I don't have the answer to that question because that negotiation happened before I came on board in the CAO's office. And it's a great question because I tried to answer it myself. When these things initially went through the Planning Commission back, I believe it was in the middle of April, and Director Kwong sits on that, and it was I think, one of my first weeks on the job. And we were trying to get a handle on how that all came about. The assistant CAO, and I'm not sure if it was someone else who's no longer with the county, had negotiated those amounts. And from what we could see by trying to go back through iterations of the development agreements, it looks like it may have been something that was copied from when the development agreements were on the tax proposal. It looked like the thing had been modified. If you looked at the original agreements, I think the 40,000 was an annual recurring 40,000. I don't know how the amount was derived. The same thing on the 20,000 for Murata. And the 3.5% that caps at 5, I believe went from 4 on up to 8. And that was the kind of the sliding tax. These are fees now. One of the things that we did do, and you may recall this was originally set to go before the board on June 8th, is there was no cost recovery component. And my concern was, given the amount of effort that will need to be deployed on this to implement these things between my office, the treasurer tax collector, and the sheriff's office, we wanted to make sure that the county would be made whole, because until these things get up and running, we don't know what kind of revenue they're going to throw off. We're hearing it'll be a lot. I don't know what it will be. We wanted to make sure that at a minimum the county wasn't going to wind up paying out of its pocket in order to do the administration from my office, which there's quite a bit if you read through these agreements, as well as the billing and collections that are going to be responsible by the treasurer tax collector. Of course, the sheriff's office is going to have incremental activities as well. I think we heard a little bit about this earlier. So what we did do to try to accommodate that, because I did not feel comfortable that those initial community benefits amounts would be sufficient, certainly over the life of these contracts, we added those clauses and conditions, and that's what took the amount of time between June 8th and today. So I can speak to that component of the agreements, but on those initial one-time, I don't know. Like I said, the percentages, the 3.5 up to 5, looks like they were borrowed from what went before the voters on the tax initiative last November.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. The reason I asked that question is when I was the mayor, the city of Ripon, we did development agreements all the time. As you talk about the community benefit, it was directly related to the size of the project. And the more you had, the more you paid. So that was just my question. I would appreciate, you know, in further research, if you could provide, if there is a formula that you intend to use based upon whatever, whether it be potential revenue or space or whatever. So anyway, I appreciate that. Mr. Kwong, in regards to, which is a big discussion item, certainly not just in Lockford but other areas as far as odor. The reason I asked that question is also when I was on the city council in Ripon, we had a pet food manufacturing plant, which was all enclosed. And both as a city council member and then as a supervisor, I was having to deal with the odor. And they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on scrubbers and those types of things. Eventually, they added a particular piece of equipment which solved the problem. At least I haven't heard anything for a couple of years, so I'm assuming it's taken care of. So in regards to the restriction in odor, what would happen if, for example, there was an odor and a resident complained because they were nearby? I assume they would go to code enforcement, I assume, or the air quality board or someplace like that. But is your department equipped or able to handle these types? Because I've been on dairy complaints, I've been on a lot of different ones. So since this is new territory, have you considered, or your code enforcement officers considered, how they're going to address these particular complaints if they occur?
So there's, thank you, through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Nguyen. There are actually 3 points that you actually mentioned: the air board, our code enforcement, and there's also actually probably going to be most prominent in this particular activity is going to be the annual Environmental Health Department's license. They're going to be subject to quarterly inspections, if not more, through that annual license. And part of that licensure is the requirement of making sure all the things that they're doing inside their facility is going to meet their requirements. So you do have that particular avenue as well, but to the extent that both the Air District and code enforcement operate on complaints, that's how we would do it. In terms of the investigation, we did work very hard with the applicant to ensure that the appropriate mechanisms are installed at the upfront part of it to make sure those odors don't emanate past anywhere towards the property line. I think that's our goal, is to make sure those conditions in there are going to make them effective so that they are mitigated from that perspective.
Okay, and then another thing in regards to the revenue, what procedures will we have in place on these particular facilities to ensure that the revenue actually received is accurately documented for audit purposes?
So there is, in addition to all the county agencies, they will be required to have a state licensing permit through the Bureau of Cannabis Control. And through that process, there's a track and trace procedure that they actually will be monitoring from the status of I forget what they call the little plants when they have them, and they track each one and all the seeds that built into those plants and what they. So I'm not familiar with all the terms. I guess it shows my naivety on it, but to the extent that also considering the buds that come from each particular plant are all tracked. So from that perspective, the state definitely wants to make sure that they're getting their share as well, because if there's undercounting, then that track and trace program is not working appropriately.
How do we ensure that the payment for that particular bud or whatever is documented accurately for audit purposes? So, for example, whatever price, let's say that they charge twice what it's normally worth. How do we know what the actual price is compared to what may be listed as the normal price for these types of buds or plants?
So that was one of the items that was negotiated in terms of the cost recovery issue with the treasurer tax collector, particularly in regard to understanding what staffing level or effort is going to be necessary to make sure to answer the kind of questions you're specifically saying, so that if the cash register is ringing up $20, it's not actually only producing a revenue receipt of 16. They will have, as part of that as well, a audit process that they can call in from the treasurer tax collector's requirement, if you will, and to actually provide those kind of revenue receipts to the treasurer tax collector to make sure they're actually accurate. You can also actually ask the applicant as to, if you would like, in terms of how they intend to comply with the treasurer tax collector's process.
Well, I'm more concerned with our process because that I can rely on. An applicant could say, from the Planning Commission to City Council, I know I've heard a lot of presentations, I'll put it that way. Anyway, I appreciate that. So essentially, since this is kind of new territory, I assume that you're working with staff and certainly with the other departmental agencies in regards to making sure that we guarantee that the provisions in the development agreement are being followed. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, it is, particularly given the CAO's involvement, making sure everybody's going to be understanding their roles and what's necessary on an ongoing basis, and then how we, as a county, are able to recover the cost basis for those efforts.
It's been brought up a couple of times in regards, and I know this is a hot topic in this county, certainly in the Valley, and actually probably statewide, is the governor's 50% reduction in water usage. Will we have any measure or ability to ensure that this facility and maybe other facilities follow that particular restriction?
I'm going to defer a little bit to Jennifer here. I think on this particular site was given a particular allocation of water.
I think I'm going to actually, through the chair, refer maybe to the Environmental Health Department to well permits and how water is basically monitored in San Joaquin County.
Chairman Patty, board members, County CEO, Jesse Kang with Environmental Health. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, environmental health regulate protecting the groundwater, the quantity, not the quantity, how we protect the contaminants.
Right.
Unfortunately, at this time, I think it's under SGMA that's supposed to be monitored how much water we extract from the ground.
I chair the SGMA committee, so I'm very familiar with that particular restriction, and there's nothing really within the realm of 16 GSAs that are under the plan as far as capturing the amounts, but that's another issue. I just was curious as to whether or not, whether it be community development, environmental health, had any method by which of ensuring, just businesses in general, I'm not picking on this particular one, that they're following. And believe me, I'm not supporting or trying to make sure we enforce water usage. I won't go into that because I deal with water all the time, but that's another thing. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller, I see a request from you on my post. Is that accurate or no? My whole system's messed up.
That's an old one. It should have been taken off. It
Chair, I got
doesn't
one last comment, and then I'll turn it back over to the board.
Sure. Supervisor Wynn.
I always appreciate, I guess, critical comments. I think maybe Mandy has left, but I'll respond to her. Maybe she'll watch this on video. My comment to her would be very simply, she needs to take a class in government. First of all, on this particular measure, the county does not get all the money. It's 50% to basically children's programs, so that's part of it. So only half goes to the county. And more importantly, when she talks about all the revenue for Lockford, it doesn't go to Lockford. Basically, it goes into the county fund, and then we distribute that based upon needs. So it's a little bit different than saying, if you have a business in your particular community, you get a lot of money. It doesn't happen that way. It's countywide. So those are concerns that, and I guess also my comment in regards to, and this has been generally made, and Mr. Devine and I've had conversations, and I always appreciate his consistency. But the fact is that, we can argue on both sides in regards to the benefits or the hazards or risks involved in cannabis use. Again, I would just reiterate, and I'm sure Supervisor Rickman and his current profession has seen the negative impact in regards to drug use behind the wheel, and that's tragic. So again, I don't know what it is currently, but I read at one time that California produces like 11 times what we actually use in this state. And then the other part of it is I've seen statistics show that about probably 80% of the cannabis grown is illegal. And I've talked to individuals who've been doing it for decades, literally, under the, quote, medical marijuana auspices. And their comment is, in fact, I just had a conversation a couple weeks ago in Oregon, and the comment was that $70,000 in California to get a license, they still don't have it. And so a lot of people who I think were naturally going to transition to this state because they've been growing for decades have decided that, nah, I'm not going to go legal because I'll lose probably close to 50% of my profit to taxes. And I understand it, and I get it. However, and I appreciate, when we talk about the excess THC in certain manufacturers, but again, I just don't see any positive use of marijuana. I understand the recreational aspect of it. We've been doing that since 1996. So again, I don't think this is a good thing for the county to support, visibly or otherwise. I know how my other supervisors, and I'm not critical of them. They do what they have to do. I would make a comment, though, in regards to Supervisor Miller. Supervisor Miller and I, on occasion, do not agree on issues. But I would also say I have a tremendous amount of respect for her because what she says, she believes. And she's not a politician like others that I've seen in my career. So with that, I'll conclude, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
And was that comment, was that in support of this resolution? Were you making a motion?
I think you're dreaming.
Thank you, Supervisor Wynn. I think at this time, barring any other comments from board members or comments or statements or motions.
I have a quick one, Chair, if you don't mind.
Yes, Supervisor Rickman.
So just confirm, Supervisor Wynn made the motion? No?
In the air.
No, it's in the air.
But not confirmed.
Just a few quick questions. And CAO, you mentioned it earlier, and I dealt with this when I worked in the city when we were trying to get dispensaries in our city, and so I'm familiar with the game. But one of the things that concerned me when I was there, one of my major concerns was that, you know, at least in my current seat, that we don't subsidize an industry. And you mentioned that previously in your comment. So the state is supposed to regulate this through their BCC or whatever it was, Bureau of Cannabis Control, whatever name they come up with. But my understanding is that they're not equipped yet, and so it falls on the cities and the counties to regulate. So if that's the case, and we have our county officials and our departments regulating this industry, our sheriff's department responding to calls for service, how are we recuperating all those costs? Is that in the DA agreement itself?
Supervisor Workman, yes, is the short answer. So there's three components I think it's three, in the development agreement. One is fees, which are for things like permits and whatnot. And Director Kwong's department's a good example for that. You come in, you want a permit, you want to do that, you pay in about $1,000, $2,000, whatever it might be, and that covers their cost to be able to do that. Then there's the cost recovery component, and that's what we added after the fact. That was what the delay was about. And then we had to identify. I went through these things pretty thoroughly with the attorneys, our county counsel office, members of my staff, as well as Mr. Kwong, and our treasurer tax collector, et cetera, and said, okay, who touches this based on the DA, and what's that going to cost, and how would we recover those costs? So they were either through the fees, or they would be through the cost recovery components, which we've added. And those are going to be billed a quarter in arrears each quarter, and they'll be added to the 3.5% on the revenue that we're charging. Then the third component, which should be above and beyond, which would be supplemental money, because we've covered our costs through either our fees or through our cost recovery mechanism. Now the 3.5% should be for whatever you want to call it, mitigation. And I want to point out, and I know Supervisor Nguyen mentioned about half of it going to the not going to the county. Actually, in Section 9.2 of both of these agreements, one of the changes that was made from the tax measure, where half of it went to the children and youth and then half came to the county, it says the county can, at its discretion, determine how the community benefits are utilized. So they're wide open, according to the agreements. Point that out.
But didn't that county measure, please correct me, I thought that failed. It didn't.
It did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
But the agreement was patterned after it.
Okay.
What happened, well, maybe it was my predecessor, patterned the agreements with minor changes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not subsidizing an entire industry. I mean, I know in the cities and stuff, we try not to subsidize development. Same thing here in the county, just a bigger entity that, if we are doing it quarterly, and we should recoup our costs, and that hopefully we'll keep up with that.
The way we set it up, if our costs are even higher than we thought they were, they're just going to be passed right along to the developer.
And so the regulations, if we need to hire bodies in order to regulate this industry, then so be it, we'll do it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Two more quick ones. The ag use and the water. How does that, or will it affect the surrounding crops and the industry that we already have out there? Or because you're hearing, the state's shutting off water to certain parts of the state for farmers. The folks that have been farming for years or already have a current crop before this business comes in, their crop and their water rights or their water is not going to be in jeopardy by any means, correct?
My understanding, so first of all, this is an existing site, and so that means they have an existing well, and they have a history of their water usage. and their proposal coming in, given that they're also using recycled water, is less than their existing usage. So barring any kind of new regulations from the state, they get to use what their existing well allows them to use.
All right, just checking with that. And you mentioned earlier about the restrictions or the compliance you have to have in the DA. And if there is an issue, I guess it'd be a code enforcement issue. But if they're one of the remedies for that, and say, for the smell that it continues, there can always be a public nuisance claim, correct?
That is something we can pursue, Supervisor.
And I'm talking to the extreme.
Yeah. The other thing we can pursue, which we've done before, we would obviously work with the developer applicant and all the separate licensees in there to begin with. But if they do not respond to correct their problems, then we can bring them to a verification hearing, which we don't want to do. But then they would jeopardize their entire operations, which I imagine that's the last thing they want to do at that point. But to the degree we can do something like that, that is possible.
All right. Okay, well, thank you. I'm just trying to, there were some of the questions I heard from the public and so on. And, I forgot who said it here, and I apologize to those that were here. I had an emergency I had to deal with, so I missed the previous one, so my apologies for that. But that at the end of the day, my job up here, you could say, is to follow the rules, follow the law, follow the voters and, what the voters voted in. It doesn't mean we have to agree with it, agree with them on everything, but me, I have a duty to follow that absent some kind of exigent circumstances that I don't see here. So with that being said, I'll approve if there is a motion.
I'll second the motion.
I have a final question, if I might.
Yes, please, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. One of the whole reasons for the two tax measures that went on the ballot was to lock in that 50% set aside for children's programs in San Joaquin County. I'm more than disappointed that that was gutted out of these DAs without notifying the supervisors. That is a very big change to what our original intent was to make sure that those community benefits, that half that money was going to go to kids. It's not a huge amount, but it was more of a matter of principle. And this is the reason why we were hoping to get an actual business tax approved instead of doing this through development agreements. Because with development agreements, this is a battle that has to be fought every single time now to get those dollars for kids. And it totally depends on the mood of the sitting board and the staff. So I'm not going to disapprove this because it's through no fault of the applicant whatsoever. But there was a reason why that set aside was in there. That was the history of it. And it was an important principle for us on the board that pursued this. So I would hope if it's not going to be included in the future, that we get a heads up.
Through the chair, if I can respond to Supervisor Miller's comment. I don't know when that was taken out. I assume that it was when whoever was doing the negotiating of those portions negotiated that, because the framework that actually ended up is different from the framework that we had in the tax. But as far as the statement in the development agreement that that the county has whatever, I forget the exact language, but that the county has full discretion on how to expend the funds. That is as to the applicant. In other words, the applicant has no control. So it's a statement that the applicant has no control over how the county chooses to expend the funds. The county can always, board can always reassert its priority of how those funds, once they're received.
Okay, so
Supervisor Miller, it was my understanding we could put the whole thing there if we wanted to based on how this was written.
it was just from your statement, I understood that it was up for grabs. And so I do think it was pretty clear in the past that the expectation was the set aside would be the same as what was in the tax measure. If that changes, then we should probably have a discussion as a board in terms of changing priorities on that.
Yeah, and I don't even know if you'd want to have that as our county council pointed out in the developer's development agreement.
Right.
It would make sense on the tax measure because that's, as you said, that would be that's how it goes from that point forward. Each one of these are individual. So that's just a general comment. It is the county's money. My understanding is we can do with it what we want.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have a motion and I believe I have a second. Is that correct? Do we need clarification what the motion is? I think there's a negative declaration mixed in there somewhere. Would you please define what we are making a motion second on?
Yes.
I've got it.
Okay, thank you.
It's a motion to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan to approve the development agreement number PA2000094 and approve special purpose plan number PA2000007 with the basis for recommendation and the conditions of approval.
Thank you. And we have a motion and a second, correct? So please vote. That has carried 4-1. Thank you. That concludes that issue. Before we move on to the Let's Attack Tom Petty segment of the day, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
thought that was the last one. Is there one more?
Well, there's one more discussion in closed session.
Yeah, we may have something coming out of closed session, but you guys know. So we just finish up on the. There's a bunch of items. There's three we're going to add. Great. That's okay. I called them to
Angela just texted me. She's like, should I go get the tacos? I'm like, do whatever. I don't know what time I'm getting home. This is not nice. This is my first meeting back, and it's going to go. This is not nice.
Well, I remember last time, I remember we
All right, we are back from a quick little recess, probably went more than 10 minutes, but we are here for some I consider the most exciting part of the day. I'd love to jump right into it and hear from Supervisor Miller. We have a request to review and reconsider Board Order B-21-400 adopted on June 8th of 2021, recommending conditional approval of a contract with San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, LLC. Supervisor Miller, your report, please.
Thank you. I think the board letter is pretty self-explanatory. Shortly after the meeting of June 8th, where we adopted conditionally a contract with San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, information surfaced that is laid out pretty clearly in the board letter that one of the lead consultants, Mr. Tabberg, who spoke pretty extensively at the meeting, was your campaign consultant on both of your supervisorial races. When the information came to my attention, and I want to preface this by saying I was not able to be at the June 8th meeting in person, so my participation in this item originally, it was done via telephone, it was remotely, so I didn't have the benefit of any visual cues or anything like that at the time, and for part of it, it was difficult for me to hear, but be that as it may, as soon as this information surfaced, I contacted county administrator and the acting county counsel at the time, Ms. Johnson, to let them know that the information had come my way, that I felt that that information definitely impacted how I felt about approving the contract. And I also notified Ms. Voorhees that I was going to be notifying the CAO, and that I felt the board should look at this. CAO's first response was, well, first we need to verify whether or not there's any validity to this. And so a review of financial reporting documents, which what we all know as 460s, showed that there was indeed an ongoing relationship, a pretty significant one, considerable amount of money. It also showed that Mr. Bibb, who is another member of the coalition, was a longtime contributor to your campaigns. If that had been the only connection, frankly, I would have probably not red flagged this. It really was the connection with Mr. Berg, and the fact that this redistricting is about the congressional districts. You've been very clear publicly that you're considering a run for this particular congressional district. In my mind, it was just too close, and it would put your consultant, who was likely to, since he worked on your last two campaigns, there was no reason to think he wouldn't work on your congressional race. It put this consultant in a position to have access to polling information, in-depth analysis, all paid for with taxpayer dollars, and that whether it did or it did not give you an unfair advantage, it created a perception with the public that this could occur. And so while I realize that for a legal conflict of interest, or what we refer to as a 1090, there has to be an ongoing financial relationship and benefit derived, which would then automatically recuse the conflicted elected official from even discussing the matter. But would have to literally stand up and leave the room and recuse yourself. Well, I understand that that is not the case here. From my perspective, had I known this, I would not have approved this contract. I would have just felt that it created a bad impression with the public. And I certainly would not have seconded the motion. And I was probably most disturbed by the fact that during interviewing with the members of the coalition, Supervisor Wynn directly asked Mr. Berg if he had any experience in either San Joaquin or surrounding counties in the valley. And Mr. Berg provided at least a half dozen separate named campaigns. He named several Sacramento County supervisors. He mentioned the sheriff's race in Stanislaus, and I wasn't 100% certain I heard him correctly, but I thought he meant Supervisor Olson's race in Stanislaus County. I thought the name he said was Olson. He named a lot of different races and a lot of other experience. The most on-point experience he could have named would have been races in San Joaquin County, because that was one of the things that our staff specifically hesitated and would not recommend this contract, was because they didn't have local on-the-ground experience. And as it turned out, Mr. Berg had pretty extensive local on-the-ground experience. And regardless of the motivation for why the relationship wasn't disclosed, it made me feel like I had been misled. And I believe that the public, a reasonable member of the public, could easily feel the same way looking at this. So in consultation with our staff, they confirmed that the appropriate way to deal with this was to ask the board to reconsider it. The board at our next meeting did vote that in the interest of transparency. I felt that the full board should have this information, and the board did vote to revisit it. So that's why we're here today. According to County Council, I guess I'm going to let him maybe read from his memo that he delivered in terms of where we're at, but it's my understanding that it essentially places us back before a motion was ever made to approve this contract. So there is no approved contract at this time. It would require the board to affirmatively move forward on this contract, and it would require a 4/5 vote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I have also, I understand that the Business Council is still ready and prepared to work on creating a ground campaign as they did the last time. I received comments from several members of the business community shocked at the cost of the contract and felt that with their assistance with county staff and with our Sacramento lobbying firm that they could mount a strong coalition to provide input to the statewide redistricting commission. So that's why we're here today, so that the full board had access to this information and can decide how we want to proceed.
Is that it for you for now? Okay. I do want to correct something for the record. In your letter, the board letter, you've got that, in fact, upon direct questioning by Vice Chair Wynn, when asked if he had worked on campaigns in neighboring counties in the valley, you go on to state that Mr. Berg stated that he had worked on supervisors races in virtually all those counties. And they went on to provide a lengthy list of supervisors. The exact words in question on the video of 8 hours, 1 minute and 24 seconds directed, Supervisor Wynn had directed out to this group. Do each one of you have any contacts? For example, Sacramento County, Contra Costa County, Stanislaus County, Merced County. I mean, have you done any work or have any relation? And he stops. So I would assume that they were all assuming that he meant to say relationships. So he had named Sacramento County, Contra Costa County, Stanislaus County, Merced County. Nowhere in our RFP nor in the discussions did anything come up about Stanislaus or about candidates. I think we were looking for, what I was looking for and what was relevant is what's being done county-wide, not city council races or supervisorial races or anything else. What's maybe done, as Supervisor Wynn says, Sacramento County, Contra Costa County. And I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. I think that was just interpreted. And let me also know, and I appreciate your concern because we want to be transparent. And I will state clearly that we had one applicant and only one applicant. So there wasn't really a, gee, should we choose this one over that one, and which deciding factor should we go? But so to that effect, County Council, is there, based on what's known today and right now, barring any hidden contracts or agreements that are truly non-existent, is there anything that I have done that would be considered illegal and or jeopardize the county?
The effect of, under the FPPC and even under the board's interpretation of the previous code of ethics, having received campaign contributions is not a disqualifying factor. Either under the FPPC or under 1090, under the facts that we know, that the facts that have been revealed here, I don't believe that those facts rise to a violation of either 1090 or the FPPC, as Supervisor Miller acknowledged.
Okay, and you made something very important. Having received campaign funds, so if I paid a vendor, I paid somebody to do services for me, would that be considered an illegal action or activity done by me, a sitting county supervisor, making a decision on the single only vendor that put in an application to do this job task for us?
In and of itself, no.
Okay, because normally the big red flag, from what I'm told when I spoke with somebody at the FPPC, is that if I were receiving money on a continuous basis and I'm doing a payback, that would cause the biggest concern. But to the point, Supervisor Miller, I do understand that the way you feel about this, it looks like, and these things need to be vetted out. So I appreciate the conversation. There's nothing to hide. We had one single entity come forward that wanted to do some work on behalf of our county, led by a business leader, and he brought in a couple of different consultants, one that would be considered Democrat, one that would be considered Republican, so they could have a joint effort and fair. So, by all intents and purposes, there's nothing being masked or hidden, and according to County Council, based on any action that I've taken or anything that's known, there's nothing illegal that's transpired that would warrant a concern of any nature. Is that correct, County Council?
I said that based on the facts that we know today, I don't believe that it rises to the level of a violation of the FPPC or 1090.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from the board?
Yes, sir, I had a comment. I just want to make it public. I did receive a $500 donation from Mr. Blaine Bibb back in April, and I was not aware he was going to propose a contract with the county. I just want to make that public. Thank you.
Sure. Supervisor Rickman, anything that you'd like to add or say or question? No.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So, I mean, today was different because everybody's shouting out if they got the contributions and stuff. Is that the norm now? I mean, is that something we do? I mean, I have just never seen a bunch of everybody. Well, I took a contribution from here. I took a contribution. Is that something that we normally disclose?
Through the chair, Supervisor Rickman, that is not usually. It has occurred on some occasions in the past when a question has come up. Some supervisors have felt that it was appropriate. As a matter of fact, your predecessor, Supervisor Elliott, often would disclose if he had received a campaign contribution. But as I stated, under the FPPC rules, it is not a disqualifying event for you to have received campaign contributions from someone who's appearing before. Unlike the Planning Commission. Planning commissioners, because they're appointed officials, under the FPPC rules would be disqualified if they were going to run for an office and they had received campaign contributions.
Right. The reason I'm asking is, I mean, I've been here, 7 months, and this is the first, today I think was the first day I've heard it. And so it's, I just want to know for my personal information. Also, and again, this is a lot of this stuff is procedural. When you vote to bring something back, I know, and you know, I've done it in the past, and you know, the same agendized item comes back. So why is this one different? And we're going to reconsider. Shouldn't we have the same facts, the same packet that comes back with it?
Well, you are considering the same decision. You are considering that same package. Supervisor Miller is the one who put this together to communicate what her concerns were. But
shouldn't we have the regular packet though?
Generally, you would, yes.
Okay, because I have just never seen this way. I mean, because if you're somebody who's tuning in now and we're considering an item, but the item's not even there.
Generally, you would be considering the same. You would have the same package in front of you.
So I think it's confusing. And then the ultimate question is now. I mean, that's what I want to hear from everybody else. Where do we go from here? So under what Robert's Rules of Order, is that what you used?
That's correct.
So under Robert's Rules of Orders, so it comes back like we never voted.
That's correct. It resets the board to that moment before the original vote occurred.
Okay, and then the options that you laid out. So it's all right. Yeah, just wanted to get some of the procedural stuff out of the way. I just want to see what everybody else thinks.
County Council, just to follow up on that, after Supervisor Miller had made a request to suspend, I don't think the request was to revoke, but she asked for it to revisit or perhaps respend. There has to be some an exact specific terminology, perhaps. But I remember in your absence, then interim County Council Kimberly Johnson had gone back, reviewed the discussion, and said that right now there is a binding contract. This is after Supervisor Miller had made a request to suspend or revisit, whatever the exact quote is. I'm unfamiliar at this moment. But Ms. Kimberly had stated that if they clear the RFP process and satisfy whatever those issues are, and one of them was like getting your license in order and a host of other things, that yes, in fact, they are approved to move forward. We could, and I was pushing for them to do a poll that the county could own. I had sent it to our CAO, a request that probably had gone to you, that, as of yesterday, July 12th, there was a communities of interest meeting here, and I thought it would have been helpful had the county been able to complete a poll so that residents would have some relative information that they could share to that open hearing for the communities of interest discussion. So I had kind of pushed that forward based on Miss Kimberly Johnson stating that they have an active approved contract. They just needed to clear the RFP in order to trigger any release of dollars. So she was very clear about that. Now, I'm not sure if she spoke out of inexperience, or I'm uncertain if you've seen something different, but based on what I recall, 3 weeks ago, the Supervisor Miller very carefully, she had a prepared statement what to read, which would be exactly proper. She followed a very good, clear protocol that she was just asking us to revisit. It was not asking us to revoke or cancel, which may be a deciding factor as to what we do or do not do from this point forward.
The motion that so I can't speak to what Ms. Johnson may have said. I know that I've spoken to her, and I asked her if she had given anybody on the board advice about what the effect was of the motion to reconsider, and she said that she had not, that she had said, I'm not sure what that is, and I will have to look, and had not provided a response, a further response.
Would you like a few minutes to maybe revisit this issue, because it might be a deciding factor of what we do from this moment forward?
No, I'm quite clear on it, Supervisor Patty. I did the research yesterday. I went back and I reviewed the hearing. I watched it several times to make sure that I understood, the motion that was made, your original motion, that I understood the qualifications that Supervisor Miller added when she made her second, and also the clarification that Supervisor Wynn made that the contract would not be approved until all of the conditions were satisfied. And your response to him was, yes, that was your understanding.
But let's skip forward. 2 weeks later, Supervisor
It doesn't
Miller,
matter, because at that time the board took a vote, and the effect of that vote on the motion to reconsider is to reset the board to the way that the conditions that existed. It's a do-over, right? It resets it to the conditions that existed just before the vote occurred on June 8th.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong then. I thought we all had decided, and we deferred it to our CAO, that once CAO and through purchasing, they handled that process of whatever meeting the deficiencies, which there were multiple deficiencies that need to be satisfied. And the last comments were it was to them, they would handle it. It really doesn't come back to the board for approval. It was to move forward once the deficiencies were satisfied. I remember that pretty clear.
Yes.
I remember seeing it. I've viewed it as well. So if those, and that's a big if those deficiencies have been cleared, then their contract would be in effect. And that's what Ms. Johnson had verified. And then 3 weeks ago, when Supervisor Miller asked to suspend it, I don't believe it was revoking that contract.
I don't believe that she said revoke. She said motion to reconsider, and she referenced specifically the language from the board's rules of procedure that are on a motion to reconsider. That's what she read into the record. And the effect under Robert's Rules of Orders for a motion to reconsider is that it resets the matter back to the moment before the original vote was taken, in this instance on June 8th.
Okay, so the language of reconsider triggers a complete total reset.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just getting clarification on it, not arguing it, just going on what we know, or as Supervisor Rickman points out, what next.
Yes.
I would open up this to the public for any public comments, and I know we've got some written comments that have been submitted. So, Clerk of the Board, do you have any written comments that you could read to the into record?
I do, Chairman Patty. The first one is submitted by Jessica Acosta, San Joaquin County community member, who writes, "To whom it may concern, as an active community member of San Joaquin County, I hope this board will hold Tom Patty accountable, as it is the duty of this board to ensure representation of all residents in this county is to be taken into consideration. The community is aware of Patty's involvement in leading the effort of installing TAB communications. neither Tab Communications or Patty himself have never taken accountability for the conflict of interest in this matter. Records between the two reflecting the following. Tab Communications is reporting as receiving $74,557 in payments from Patty's campaigns over the last 5 years. The Form 460 statements for Patty's campaigns also lists another $186,765 in credit card payments for, quote, consulting, end quote, mixed with other campaign expenditures. None of these forms specifically which consultant was paid or how much was paid for consulting services. Only a full audit of these campaign committees would provide an accurate and full accounting of all payments to Tab Communications. Supervisor Patty's actions here are immoral, unethical, and potentially illegal. He should be removed or resign immediately. Furthermore, I strongly oppose the recommendations about redistricting services. Communities of color are always left out of a disadvantage on top of feeling voiceless in the decision being made. By allowing this to happen and move forward, it will only amplify our voices or concerns don't matter. Fair voting and honest redistricting are sacred rights, fundamental to our democracy. The next comment is submitted by Allison Aranda, who writes, as a San Joaquin County resident, I am deeply concerned about the conflict of interest in hiring Tom Patty's cronies in the newly formed SJRC to lead the county's lobbying efforts. County staff had already identified multiple issues of concerns with their proposal, and that was before their undisclosed financial ties to Chair Patty came to light. In the interest of transparency, please conduct a full audit of Tom Patty's campaign payments to Tab Communications and Janatech. If Chair Patty's conduct is above board and he truly wishes to serve in the interest of the people of San Joaquin County, I expect he would be happy to comply. The next comment is submitted by Chuck Walker Sr., who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, are there any past or present political relationships between Chair Patty and members of San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, LLC? Did Tab Communications provide political consulting services in the 2016 and 2020 supervisorial campaigns of Chair Patty? Is it true Tab Communications received $74,557 in payments from Patty's supervisorial campaigns? If it is true Chair Patty is considering running for the CD9 seat currently held by Congressman McNerney, then it is now quite obvious that he backed the hiring of this newly formed Tab Communications. What better way to improve his chances than to control the outfit in charge of redistricting? In my opinion, Chair Patty is guilty of misusing of taxpayer dollars in this conflict of interest. Do your duty and rescind this conditional contract with Tab Communications at once. Sincerely, Chuck Walker Sr. The next comment is submitted by Robin Cole, who writes, I was sadly not surprised when I learned that Tom Patty has, once again, in my opinion, tried to push through something that would primarily benefit himself rather than the county. In this instance, it appears that he is hiding his full relationship with Tab Communications. To ensure full transparency, I am respectfully requesting that the county rescind the conditional contract with Tab Communications at once. The usual statement from Chair Patty that he, quote, would recuse himself, end quote, is insufficient in this situation. I believe in addition to the immediate cancellation of the conditional contract that the following issues be addressed. 1, are there any past or present political relationships between Chair Patty and members of the San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, LLC? 2, did Tab Communications provide political consulting services in the 2016 and 2020 supervisorial campaigns of Chair Patty? 3, is it true Tab Communications received $74,557 in payments from Patty's supervisorial campaigns? If it is true Chair Patty is considering running for the CD9 seat currently held by Congressman McNerney, then it is now quite obvious that he backed the hiring of the newly formed Tab Communications. What better way to improve his chances than to control the outfit in charge of redistricting? In my opinion, Chair Patty is guilty of misusing taxpayer dollars in this conflict of interest. The next comment is anonymous and writes, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors agenda regarding review and reconsider Board Order B21-400 adopted 6/8/2021, recommending conditional approval of a contract with SJ Redistricting Coalition, LLC. Dear Board of Supervisors, I am opposed to approving a conditional contract with SJ Redistricting Coalition, LLC, which would provide Tab Communications a political consultant to determine new voting districts. Tab Communications in 2016 and 2020 elections was a paid consultant to Supervisor Patty, giving Supervisor Patty $74,557 and $186,765 in credit card payments. Supervisor Patty has commented he will run for a congressional seat. Having TAB Communications redistrict areas gives them the opportunity to redistrict that will ensure Tom Patty wins an election. Elections must be impartial and transparent. Redistricting must be accomplished in a fair manner that benefits the residents and not political candidates. In 2020, we witnessed a fair and transparent presidential election of who the votes wanted as president. The people should determine who they want to represent them and not paid political consultant candidates. Our democracy was challenged in 2020, and thankfully the votes and the will of the people withstood electing a president the majority wanted. We must continue this fair, transparent, open process at all levels of government, keep our democracy alive by not approving a contract with SJ Redistricting Coalition, LLC. Thank you. Linda Jimenez, District 5 resident. The next comment is submitted by Wayne Adler, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, to ensure full transparency, I'm respectfully requesting that the county rescind the conditional contract with TAB Communications. Chair Patty has once again made moves to benefit himself and not the county. It comes as no surprise that Tom is again deciding to deceive and mislead his constituents. I believe in addition to canceling the conditional contract that the following issues be addressed. 1, are there any past or present political relationships between Chair Patty and members of San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, LLC? 2, did TAB Communications provide political consulting services in the 2016 and 2020 supervisorial campaigns of Chair Patty? 3, did TAB Communications receive $74,557 in payments from Patty's supervisorial campaigns? Wayne Adler, Manteca, California. The next comment is submitted by Renee Elliott, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, are there any past or present political relationships between Chair Patty and members of the San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, LLC? And I apologize, actually this is a duplicate of previous comments, and it does appear to be word for word a previous comment that was received, so I'm going to move on and just add Renee Elliott as submitting that comment as well. Zachary Denny writes, Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, new and significant information has surfaced regarding the long-standing political relationships between Chair Patty and members of San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, LLC. These ties were not disclosed to the board prior to the vote to contract with TAB Communications for lobbying on behalf of San Joaquin County and congressional redistricting, as evidenced in the July 8, 2021 BOS meeting video at time 6:44. TAB Communications provided political consulting services in the 2016 and 2020 supervisorial campaigns of Chair Patty. According to campaign finance disclosure statements, Tab Berg of TAB Communications was employed as a consultant for Tom Patty in both 2016 and 2020 elections. In the past 5 years, TAB Communications is reported as receiving $74,557 in payments from Patty's supervisorial campaigns as a constituent in this county, and within the chair's district, I demand a full audit of these campaigns, committees, and payments to TAB Communications from Chair Patty. Chair Patty has alluded to running for Congress, and it is now obvious why he championed the hiring of this newly formed TAB Communications. He is guilty of misusing of taxpayer dollars in this conflict of interest. Sincerely, Zach Denny. The next comment is submitted by Kate White of Manteca, California, and she writes, I am very concerned to learn that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors has moved to hire a consulting firm in order to influence redistricting decisions made by the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Most concerning is the fact that the firm hired the San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition has members with connections to Supervisor Tom Patty, who hired them during his campaign for supervisor. This is a clear conflict of interest and should not be tolerated. The contract must be rescinded. The whole purpose of the Citizens Redistricting Commission is to take redistricting power out of the hands of politicians and give it to citizens. How districts are drawn is crucial to making sure voters' interests are represented without giving special consideration to the desires of politicians. As a resident of Mr. Patty's supervisorial district, I believe this matter, and Mr. Patty in particular, should be fully investigated. Considering that Mr. Patty did not disclose his ties to members of SJRC, the conflict of interest involved in this actions, if not illegal, clearly subverts the intention of California's redistricting laws. The next comment is submitted by William Mutzenberg, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, recent information has surfaced regarding the longstanding political relationships between Chair Patty and members of the San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, LLC. These ties were not disclosed to the board prior to the vote to contract with TAB Communications for lobbying on behalf of San Joaquin County and congressional redistricting. TAB Communications provides political consulting services in the 2016 and 2020 supervisorial campaigns of Chair Patty. According to campaign finance disclosure statements, Tab Berg of TAB Communications was employed as a consultant for Tom Patty in both 2016 and 2020. In the past 5 years, TAB Communications is reported as receiving $74,557 in payments from Patty's supervisorial campaigns. As a constituent of this county, I demand a full audit of these campaigns, committees, and payments to TAB Communications from Chair Patty. Chair Patty has alluded to running for Congress and is now clear why he championed the hiring of this newly formed TAB Communications. He is guilty of misusing of taxpayer dollars in this conflict of interest. Sincerely, William Mutzenberg. The next comment is submitted by Xochitl Padres. In the 5/18 meeting, it was voted that a $150,000 was recommended to be awarded to a redistricting consulting group that was found to be owned by one of Supervisor Patty's campaign contributors. The concerning information of the award is that the review of the recommendation gave high scores even though they were the highest bidder and had only recently become a business as of 5/18/2021. What is concerning with these facts is that the county awarded $150,000 contract to a company that was not even registered as an LLC with the state of California when the recommendations was made. The question is, how did such an evaluation team vet and validate a company? What was the disposition of the inquiry regarding the ethics concerns regarding Supervisor Patty? Under what conditions will the contract be amended without reviewing concerns of conflict or ethical concerns regarding competency of the ability to serve the needs of the contract? The next comment is submitted by David Sengthe, who writes, Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Sengthe, a 16-year-old student of Stockton Early College Academy. I was born and raised in Stockton, California, and I'm a constituent of Kathy Miller. My comment is regarding the agenda item to review and reconsider Board Order B-21-400. I support this agenda item in light of new information about the association between Supervisor Tom Patty and TAB Communications. TAB Communications served as Patty's political consulting firm for both his 2016 and 2020 campaigns. Chair Patty failed to disclose the payments made by his supervisorial campaigns during the past 5 years. The attachments are evidence enough to indicate this. Chair Patty has also problematically advocated for TAB Communications to perform redistricting analysis in San Joaquin County. One must also note the apparent desire of Chair Patty to run for Congress in the next election cycle. Redistricting can maliciously be used as a tool for him to win elections. Supervisor Patty's actions are marked with immoral and unethical talent. He has put his own political desires first over the needs of San Joaquin County. If Chair Patty indeed were fit to run for Congress, he would not attempt to control redistricting efforts to be in his favor. As reasoned above, I call upon Chair Patty to recuse himself from this vote as there is an apparent conflict of interest. Moreover, also implore the other supervisors to vote to reconsider Board Order B-21-400. Thank you for your time. The next comment is anonymous and writes, when the approval with the San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition went to the Board of Supervisors last, the company had not met its responsibilities to be a viable vendor. Supervisor Patty made public efforts to chastise others for them not meeting criteria, which represented to the community that the supervisor had favored them and pressured others to hire them. Now we find that Supervisor Patty had a past relationship in his campaign, and they are not a bipartisan organization. They are clearly making efforts to assist Supervisor Patty in his campaign against Jerry McNerney's position, clearly manipulating the redistricting process. He has been involved in planning meetings where this is highly unethical. Please reconsider using this vendor. And the next comment is from Anne from Manteca, who writes, Dear Honorable Board Members, quote, whataboutism, end quote, is a term for when someone, usually a politician, attempts to discredit an accusation by calling out the messenger for hypocrisy and without directly refuting or disproving the original accusation. It's also called whataboutery. In San Joaquin, our whataboutism is something like, quote, sure, this accusation sounds bad, but the people making that accusation is worse than me. We see that a lot from Tom Petty. Today's example, one, the accusation. There was an undisclosed relationship between Patty and a vendor who will advocate for congressional district lines in our county. Of concern is that the lack of disclosure may speak to bias in the vendor's approach and Patty's motivation. Patty needs the lines drawn favorable to his political aspirations. It helps to have friends on the inside. 2, Patty's denial. Quote, there's nothing to see here. What about the people accusing me? They're so mean to me. They want to ruin my political hopes. Tom Petty's whataboutism comes down to, quote, ignore my potentially shady actions, focus on someone else, end quote. My late mother would say, quote, if those people jump off the Golden Gate Bridge, is it okay if you do it too, end quote. You have to stand on your own and reply to the issue without getting angry, defensive, and uncivil. That's what a leader does. My question to Tom Petty, why not distance yourself from a contract that certainly has appearance of impropriety? To other board members, please review the facts as if you don't know the people involved. And Chair Petty, that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. And I will make a statement to address some of these issues, not directly to any one particular person, although I marvel at a 16-year-old that says he's heard that I'm running for Congress when there's been no announcement, no plan. There's been dialogue that people want me to run for Senate in 4 years, want me to run for State Assembly in 4 years, want me to do a multitude of things, including run for governor in the next month. So as far as, and I'm sure that speaks volumes for every single person up here, we know that Supervisor Miller recently had a run and an attempt to run for State Assembly, abandoning her post here as she sought higher office, all within the perfect choice that she would have to pursue an elected position. We don't know what Supervisor Wynn's going to do when he terms out, but he has a plethora of knowledge and experience in the government, so whatever he does, I'm going to wish him good luck. It really is interesting to me, the through line that everybody says I'm running for Congress when I don't know any of these people. There's no public announcement I'm running for Congress. I don't have a plan to run for Congress. I am engaged, as everybody is here on this board, with regular meetings in the community and conversations with people that like all of us uniquely, just as Mr. Bibb has backed campaigns for Supervisor Miller, Supervisor Villapudua, and myself. It's the way they get involved in their community. So some of these imaginary quotes that I've made and the efforts that are done, and apparently there's this big, I understand this concern and what looks to be a conflict. I want to be very crystal clear. At the meeting that we decided for the single one vendor that answered the RFP, the one single choice that we had as applied by, other than an option of we could hire a lobbyist up in Sacramento or a data analytic firm as a scenario that hadn't put forward a submission of requests for consideration of a job to do on behalf of the county. So what we had is one single vendor, and in that meeting, I clearly stated that they would work in autonomy of the board, not under the board. And if it's the board's pleasure that you want to have oversight of what they do, that's up to the board. But I always thought it's separate. As we've discussed with county council on more than one avenue and aspect of this is my paying a vendor, which a vendor, by the way, I no longer employ. I do employ a competitor of my former vendor. If we pay a vendor, was that a violation of anything? No, is the answer. Based on what we know to this day. This day we know that I paid money to a vendor. Is that a single violation? No, I did not violate the law, nor did anybody here. Were we obligated to and to hide anything from, and by not doing so, did we break the law? The answer is again, no. Was there any look to give favoritism to anybody? No. We're giving favoritism to the county of San Joaquin. That's why in the RFP, it was a proposal to meet with and expand doing polling, community outreach, working with nonprofit organizations, none of which is under my control or influence, because this organization would be working in autonomy. For instance, if we dealt with El Concilio, a very powerful, very influential group, they would not be working under me. They'd be answering questions and helping their constituents' voice be heard. On behalf of Tom Patty, no. Not my influence, not my ability to reach all of these nonprofits and petition on my behalf to my benefit. The single largest focus on the RFP that we put out and anything I conveyed is going to be community engagement. So you had the communities of interest. So we found that people that had water, farming, agriculture, crime, quality of life issues, whatever representation for the state assembly, for the state senate, and for the congressional, as well as they're doing the supervisorial district lines, we want to make sure that there's good, fair representation for this region, however it shapes up, outside of the control. We're going to hear from perhaps the vendor that may have a statement or would like to address some of these issues, but they would be working outside of the purview of the county. They'd be petitioning and working with citizens and attending the commission. By working with the citizens, they're putting together a collective voice. The redistricting will be done by the commission, not this board and not even the any entity we hire. They might have suggestions, but they could back that suggestion up with the science of the community outreach. So while I appreciate the dialogue and all the focus as if this is all on me, we could have the same exact conflict about any of us that receives contributions from anybody ever as this relates to what was or wasn't or any nefarious purpose. There's no single purpose or focus on this being for myself. So I just want to make that a clear statement, and I appreciate the conversation. And as Supervisor Rickman says, where do we go from here? If the problem and the conflict is all about Tab Communications, because he's a prior vendor, we'll talk to Mr. Bibb and remove Tab Communications. The single most important thing for me is that we're doing our job on behalf of the citizens of San Joaquin County. We have tunnels that are being proposed to take away the water that flows through my district and it nourishes the crops that are the economic boom for San Joaquin County. Does that tunnel project have the same concern for Stockton and San Joaquin residents as it does over in Livermore and Pleasanton? I think not. Or how about currently as we are positioned over in Contra Costa with Antioch and Brentwood? Is that the same exact concerns as San Joaquin County? It may or may not be. That's what the job of these gentlemen that we are hiring were proposing to do. Does it have any influence over what I'm going to do? Not at all. Whatever I do in my future is what I'm going to decide, just like whatever Supervisor Miller does, Supervisor Vipudwa, Supervisor Wynn, or eventually Supervisor Rickman. Whatever they decide to do in their lives in their future will not be influenced by any redistricting. You will run with and you will be known in the base that you have, and wherever that support goes and whatever coalition you can mount to your message is most favorable to the voters, whomever will be voting, however the district may be, that's how your election is decided, not by redistricting. So having said that, and I know that we're in an open forum, I'd like to ask Mr. Bibb if there's any comments, anything you'd like to say at this point. We did public comment. We had read in. I'm not sure if there's anybody present that would like to say anything, but Mr. Bibb.
Chairman Petty, I apologize. Before we get started, do you want to limit time to 3 minutes?
Whatever. Probably not, because this is the vendor. So there may be some questions and answers instead of comment and then walk away.
Supervisors, it's late in the day. I know you're getting hangry. And so staff, I will be quick. I love the passion of some of those comments. Redistricting is an absolute critical process in our government and for our voters, and that's why I actually chose this as a passion project that I'm kind of rethinking after hearing all these things. But the San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition was formed to be a bipartisan organization to respond to the state, federal, and assembly redistricting RFP sent out by the County of San Joaquin. As an engaged business person and community member, I was excited that our state's bipartisan redistricting commission is emphasizing communities of interest as part of their redistricting criteria. The commission defines a community of interest as a contiguous population which shares common social and economic interests. This means that while following the other criteria for drawing district lines of equal numbers of populations in all districts, contiguous districts, Voting Rights Act compliance, geographically compact, and nesting districts, The commission wants to hear the voice of the voters and learn their ideas of communities of interest. For state, federal, and assembly redistricting only happens every 10 years. With the emphasis on community of interest and voter feedback, I decided I wanted to get involved. Some time ago, I actually asked a fellow Rotarian and friend, Supervisor Tom Patty, what the county would be doing to make sure San Joaquin County had representation to the redistricting commission. During that conversation, I shared that I'd like to get involved in a bipartisan way to make sure we were represented fairly to the commission. Tom suggested some contacts, and I started reaching out to people, including Tab Berg, which you've heard about today, but also several others, and Leo Briones, a staunch Democrat. I believe these experienced redistricting consultants from both sides of the aisle could be bipartisan and truly believed in the voice of the voter concept as outlined in the RFP response. I then chose to take on the business risk, formed the LLC, and responded to the RFP. Our concept is to survey people throughout San Joaquin County and some surrounding counties to learn what they believe are the social and economic interests impacting their communities. Once we get feedback from the voters, we will summarize the data, learn the communities of interest, draft various district maps, and build bipartisan coalitions with community partners to present those ideas to the Redistricting Commission. The Bipartisan Redistricting Commission will then decide those lines for the entire state. We've had some hurdles in our RFP. I want to thank Jay and your team for working with us. Some things could have done better, I agree. And you guys have worked to, and I know spent a lot of time to review, so I'm grateful for that. And I hope we meet the requirements. If not, I'd still like to try. Regarding the recent public statement that we should have disclosed that one of our key team members, Tab Berg, has worked for Supervisor Patty in the past, and that I have financially supported Supervisor Patty in the past, I'd like to address those statements here and now. We did not strategically or purposefully leave out those facts. The RFP did not require it. The board of the RFP committee did not ask for it, and therefore it was not included. I've actually participated in RFPs in my other business where they wanted to know, have you donated money to any of the council members or whatever, and we supply that information within the RFP. And maybe that's something to think about in future RFPs. The reality is this is all public information, and those relationships have no impact on the good work to be completed by SJRC on behalf of the San Joaquin County voters. I certainly understand why the question was asked, but there's no agenda aside here from a private citizen engaged in a passion project to serve the community. I'm actually truly excited that our county is open to the process of hearing the voice of the voters, coalition building, and letting the results stand as heard and presented to our California Redistricting Commission. Continuing to disclose some of my relationships in this community, I'd like to add the following. In the past, my wife and I have supported the following campaigns financially, either directly into their campaigns or supporting one or more of their events, have attended their social events, have discussed community issues, sometimes family and friends, and I will make clear also that they've also received my votes at some point. And those people are Tom Patty, Kathy Miller, Miguel Villapadua, and I've also had some beers with the CAO when he was a Rotarian, when we were raising money for our community not-for-profits, casual relationship. As all of you know, when you're an active community member, it is common to rub elbows with many, especially when you're working as a leader to better the community. Stockton is the big little city that I love, and it is not unusual to have bipartisan social connections with those who are engaged. Please know that I stand before you today solely to serve our community. I am committed to service above self and the bipartisan work of the San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition, and we will work to meet the requirements of the RFP to obtain the voice of the voters. My sincere hope is that the RFP committee and the Board of Supervisors have heard our voice and will trust us to serve our community accordingly. And I'll add this to the commenters, the naysayers. Please look up Leo Briones. Please look up Centaur North. That man is fierce and will, I think, meet the requirements that I heard in those comments. Nothing further. Any questions?
Any questions from any board members? Supervisor Wynn.
Just a quick question. So have you completed the RFP requirements?
I haven't gotten word if we've met all the RFP requirements as of this moment.
You have your business license?
I do.
And how many outstanding items are there that you last heard?
As of yesterday, 3 that we responded to, and I'm waiting to hear back if we met those 3.
And when did you first submit your application?
Goodness, I couldn't give you a specific date. In the end of May was the RFP. The end of May came out in the RFP.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just for clarity, RFP is request for proposal. So we put out an open RFP looking for anybody that want to come forward and look to work on behalf of this county. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Couple of things. The issue wasn't your contribution to anyone, and the issue was not disclosing it. And I know you, Mr. Bibb, and I believe you when you say that you wanted to do this as an interesting civic service. But the other members of the coalition, they're political operatives. And I don't have that same level of trust with them on their motivations as I do for you. I think it's easy to pick apart the actual wording in the board letter, but the context of the conversation that Supervisor Wynn was questioning Mr. Berg was all about local on-the-ground experience. The individual words, he asked about neighboring counties because we were told they had no experience in San Joaquin County. You hadn't worked together before. It was brand new. That was the context that flavored Supervisor Wynn's questions. I believe Mr. Berg didn't disclose it because he knew it would be off-putting to some members of this board. And that bothers me as an elected official. And, you know, earlier in that same meeting, Chair, you recused yourself from a vote. You pulled an item from the consent calendar, and you recused yourself from a vote on a change in policy to allow county employees to use county electric charging stations for their car on the basis that you drove a hybrid and you might want to use one of them one time, so you were going to recuse yourself just in the interest of, you know, transparency and everything. But you wouldn't disclose a relationship that you'd had for over 5 years with a political consultant that was almost $100,000 had changed hands. I find it troubling, and I'm disappointed. And had it come to light at that meeting, I do not believe this board would have voted. I don't believe 4 of us would have voted to award the contract. And I feel bad for that, Mr. Bibb, because I really do think that you were really enthusiastically looking forward to this. But unfortunately, I don't think it would have happened. And to say that we had no other options, that's not true. You're the only entity that responded to the RFP. But even with that, our staff did not recommend approving it. There was a list of a lot of things that they took issue with. And Supervisor Patty, the issue is, 1, that you didn't disclose the relationship, and then 2, you took the lead in pushing this board hard. You grilled staff, you pushed the board hard to move forward with this particular contract. All of those things put together don't look good to the public. And I don't think that, it's important to disclose if somebody, as in my case, attended a small backyard event, years ago. I don't disclose every single thing like that, Supervisor Rickman, but on larger contributions from individuals where we are literally dealing with a decision, then I try, whenever possible, to issue a disclaimer. Not everybody does. And there is a big difference between saying nothing illegal has happened and something inappropriate happened. There is a difference between illegal and unethical. And I just feel that the way this was handled was inappropriate. I would not support moving forward with this contract for a host of reasons now, but I do feel bad. I thought your concept was good, but I've received a lot of other information calling folks, members of the team, into question, who they've worked for in the past. Perhaps it's not as bipartisan as it appears. It's just, and normally I would just discount that. But because of this, because the way this rolled out, I can't discount it anymore. And so I would not support moving forward with this particular contract. I think we need to empower our staff to work closely with our folks in Sacramento. If you're still interested in helping on a community outreach standpoint, I think we would welcome you to the team. I think the Business Coalition, or the Business Council of San Joaquin, has stepped up and wants to be very, very involved in building a grassroots coalition. And I think our team has the capability of outsourcing quickly for any polling that we might see as absolutely essential to happen quickly. We've done that in the past on other issues before. So that would be how I would recommend going forward. I would not recommend moving forward with this contract, but it's up to the board.
May I?
Sure.
May I respond? I appreciate your comments, and in hindsight, wish we would have disclosed it, obviously. But the emphasis of the contract was on, not the contract, the RFP was on redistricting experience. And with all the people that I met, those two had the most experience. And I believe, I hear what you're saying, political operatives, but I believe that they're so strong that they would have been held to an account, and certainly by me. In fact, in my agreement with them, they could be kicked off the program, and we had people backed up ready to go, and we have a Republican ready to go, as well as another Democrat ready to go with experience. So I don't know if that's something that the board would entertain. I mean, obviously, it's got to go through the CAO and their RFP process and approval, but time is of the essence. I mean, the polls should have been done, surveys should have been done 2 and 3 weeks ago, and because there could be points of clarification, it drives the outreach. It's a huge marketing and outreach program initially to get people to pay attention and engage. You know how hard it is to get a vote and to get people engaged in the community, and so this is no different. And that was actually part of some of the questions that the CEO and his team had. Like, why are you guys putting video production in there? Why are you guys putting, and multimodal surveys? What does that mean exactly? And how do we know what we're paying for? But whatever direction that you go, I want to say thank you and appreciate your time, but please know it is a big deal to get out to the voters. It's work. It's not simple. I've already talked to the Business Council. We're already meeting this week, regardless of how this goes. And we talked grassroots. What's your outreach? Are you pushing any foregone conclusions? And those are the things we'll talk about. We haven't had a discussion on that. But it is important to me to reach out to all members of our community, every single one. So,
I have a question for Supervisor Miller, since she's driving this narrative. If we were to give any level of funding to Blaine and strip away the consultants, and Blaine works with, because I've talked to Bill Trez of the Business Council, and he says, you've got to do the polling. We don't have the money at the Business Council to spend for X amount of dollars. So if in some way, in working outside of this board, because we're not looking, this board and no individual on this board wants to drive a narrative, we want to, and our responsibility is for the citizens of San Joaquin County. So if we are to consider the best interests of the citizens of San Joaquin County that we represent, would Supervisor Miller and or any supervisors here be in favor of allocating a $200,000 allotment? We did $125,000 for districts, supervisorial districts alone. So when you're looking at the entire county and doing polling for the entire region, probably in a 60 or 80 mile radius, whatever that might be, I don't know. I have not talked to the pollsters about it. But according to Mr. Treza, they need more resources. The Business Council does not have dollars to do what exactly the scope of work that was going to be conducted by Mr. Bibb and company. So if we take away the and company from Mr. Bibb, and he as an LLC is still funded in part, at least from the county, perhaps he can join forces with the Business Council and accomplish some of the measurable results that need to be done on behalf of the county. Does anybody have any flavor for that?
That's not at all what's been proposed. It hasn't been fleshed out. Mr. Bibb's not a pollster. I would want our staff that has experience with that to make a determination and come quickly back to this board in terms of what we need. And as far as I'm concerned, if we don't move forward with a contract today, and I've said this many times from here, I don't believe in trying to govern on the fly. I think you end up with bad results. If we opt not to move forward with this contract today, then I have full faith in our county administrator, county council, and our legislative person to figure out what's the best way to proceed. And my guess is some of it could be contracted quickly with an outside pollster to get that ball rolling within the CAO's limit. And if not, the CAO can bring something back quickly to the board. You can even do one-on-one meetings with us in the meantime to make sure that what you're proposing, the plan of action you're thinking of, is good with the whole board. I mean, things can be done quickly if they need to. So, but I'm not in favor of dispensing $200,000 up here from the dais for something where we haven't even seen a proposal.
No, you've seen a proposal. The proposal is there and it's being vetted by the CAO, but it may not be fleshed out enough. And that's fine. I'm just asking possibilities. Supervisor Villapudua, you indicated you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious for the CAO's office, do we have a plan in place if this doesn't work out? Do we have a plan B?
Supervisor Villapudua, yeah, actually we do. And thinking that, I mean, we always want to have some sort of an alternative proposal. And Jolene actually put together Plan B for congressional redistricting. I'll have her go through it.
That'd be great to hear.
Do you guys need me up here anymore, or can I?
I think you're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this on? Yes, okay.
You are live.
Jolene Voris, Deputy County Administrator. So the Plan B that I came up with was to form a local advisory group to help assist the county in the redistricting efforts. And this could include supervisors, CEO staff, E2D2, community development, business groups, the Business Council. Of course, Blaine could be part of that. Nonprofit groups interested in working together on a coalition. The group could be formed by the CEO's office in consultation with the chair and the vice chair. And the principles we adopted on June 8th, which I hope are still good, since we didn't, I think, put those aside. And then the coalition would work on coordinating testimony at the commission, draft talking points. Of course, we could also have our lobbyists on that advisory commission, our media consultant on there, Stephanie Yoder. We could do social media outreach to the community. I was already doing that last week before the commission hearing yesterday, which I did listen to 8 hours of the commission hearing yesterday, the statewide commission. And then we could also do, I also had in here as the Plan B, a polling option, as you've been discussing. We could go out and just do polling with a firm and do that on our own, and find a polling firm that could do that for us in the county and do that polling ourselves. So this effort could be similar, and we've done similar efforts in the past. I'm thinking back to like Clean San Joaquin, or even the efforts we did in the Resiliency Committee, which we brought a lot of groups together and just did it ourselves and didn't have to spend a lot of money on it. We might need some money from polling, but even in the SJRC proposal, the polling was only $50,000. It wasn't $200,000. So that's the Plan B I came up with.
I have a question, Chair.
Certainly.
If you have that idea already, why did we go out and put an FRP out? Why did we do that?
That was the chair's idea.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor?
But correct me if I'm wrong, when you presented using the consultant up in Sacramento, you didn't have any of this that you've now talked about.
No, I didn't. I thought first idea was the lobbyist, and you didn't like that idea, so I was trying to come up with another idea because you wanted a local effort. So this was the other idea I came up with.
But this is new.
Yes.
And presented this prior. Had anybody even thought of polling prior to the plan that was presented by this group?
No, but since you were so intent on doing polling and thinking the survey was so important, and in talks with other counties, because on the statewide commission, I have to say the Central Valley really showed up on that state commission hearing yesterday. There were people on giving testimony for the full 8 hours. Unlike other ones that I've listened to in the Bay Area where there are long pauses. So, but I will say when I talked to Fresno County, I've talked to Stanislaus, it's mostly efforts that are done by their local chambers, getting out people, and it's citizens that are speaking on and testifying. And there's only 2 elected people that even spoke on the commission hearing, 1 supervisor, a couple mayors, but it's local citizens, and it's usually the business groups and communities that are doing that. And I'm not aware of anybody that's doing polling, but if you really want to do polling, we can do that. It's really up to the board.
That's kind of one of the scientific methods behind getting your communities of interest known by doing, getting polling. You had mentioned, you said yesterday you had 8 hours. A week prior, you had mentioned that because there is an actual hearing yesterday, and no matter what we're doing, we're late. We're late to the dance here. You had mentioned that you had it covered, quote unquote. So you had representatives or people from the community. How many voices did you have present yesterday on behalf of San Joaquin County?
I only said I had it covered in that I would monitor the hearing. I would get social media and outreach out on all our channels to let the residents know about the hearing, get the word out. And there were 4 residents from San Joaquin County that provided testimony at the hearing.
Okay, so you were able to get 4 people to speak up yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have one more question.
Yes, Supervisor.
So how did we advertise the RFP? How was it that just they came forward? How was it that no one else came forward?
I would defer to Mr. Terry. He's the purchasing director on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is on, yes. Chair Patty, members of the board, County Council CEO Mr. Wilberding, we advertise our RFPs on not only on our e-procurement system, but we also reach out to departments if they have their own list, and we reach out to other counties, other cities, other agencies that have done one, and we solicit their listing as well. So we make it as the widest outreach that we can.
And only one company applied? Is that right?
There was only one, but I did receive, when we only receive one, we reach out to the ones that were the prospective ones, and asked them why didn't they respond. And we did ask two of them. One was the current vendor with the previous RFP, and they felt there was a conflict, and the other one didn't feel like they were a right fit. And I'll add one more thing.
There were more vendors on San Diego's?
Yes, I did reach out to some of my colleagues in the other counties like San Diego, and I did locate 3 or 4 additional ones that do, that do redistricting and polling and the mapping and the software. So those are 3 additional ones that I did locate.
So we have 58 counties in California. Are majority of the counties using someone, or are they doing it on their own?
I think the majority of them are doing it on their own. I've only located 1 county, San Joaquin County. The rest of them are the city of Berkeley and some other cities. And they have their citizens redistricting commissions. They're doing a lot of it. So there's not many that I was able to locate.
A lot of counties are focused on the supervisorial side. They're not really focused on the statewide side, the Assembly, Senate, and the congressional.
Thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but this, I believe, is a new procedure this year where they were looking for the, quote, communities of interest. It's my understanding, and I'm the newbie here, we've got, veteran politicians at the dais, and it's not me. So in the past, it's my understanding that an assembly member and a senator they spoke to lobbyists, and people could petition all you want. And then, in fact, somebody told me, jokingly, but the reality is Willie Brown would walk in, he'd throw down a piece of paper and say, my contribution to modern art, there's your new district lines. And he'd walk out of the office, and you did pretty much what he wanted.
The California Citizens Redistricting Commission existed in 2011, and they did the lines in 2011. So there was one previously. Mm-hmm. But before that, yes, you're right. And I was around when that happened in the legislature because I was working for the state or working for CSAC at that time. And you're right, it was very political. It was behind the scenes. And you wouldn't know what the lines were until the speaker or the pro tem came out and decided who they liked and who they didn't like and who got their district and who didn't. So
in 2011, that all changed and it went to the commission?
Because it was on the ballot to change it, and so it changed to a Citizens Redistricting Commission. They were sued. Some members and the parties didn't like it, and they tried to overturn it, but it never, it got held up. And so 2011, they did draw the lines.
So, okay, I understood it was new, but again, I'm the rookie up here. I'm not the veteran politician.
Well, it is new in that they have a brand new commission. They have to, in 2011, they had different commissioners and they may have had a different principles and things, but they have to follow the principles in the Constitution as it was laid out in the ballot proposition. Understood.
So when the commission's done doing their work, they draw the lines in autonomy of the state assembly, and then they'll submit to the, maybe the Attorney General, the lines that the commission creates. Is that correct?
Yeah, they submit the lines. I'm not sure who they submit to. I'd have to go back and look at the Constitution. Maybe Mark can help me here. But yes, under the Constitution, they draw the lines. The members of the Assembly, Senate, and Board of Equalization, and the Congress, they have no, they can submit comments, but they have no say in how they draw the lines.
Okay, understood. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Rickman. You overheated your mic earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've been here almost like 12 hours. I probably ran out of battery. But just my question is, so where are we going from here? I mean, are we going to, what's our decision we're going to do? What are we going to, I mean, we got to move on. I mean, I know you're chair, but we still have closed session at 7:10. None of us have eaten yet.
And we're not going to.
I still got to drive back to Tracy. So, at least I just come up with a decision and what we all agree with, and so we can move on.
Well, if I make any motion in any capacity, it's going to be considered a jaded, biased, criminal act. So it's pleasure of the board, whatever they want. Listen, if we go without representation and we get cut up as we are currently we're lobbed in with two different counties as it is, so be it. If that's the will of this board, I've done my part. I absolutely did petition that we have to get moving. Why? Because there was a meeting yesterday. We're behind. I believe we're late to the dance. I don't believe we should go into anything. Being a former boxer, I never go into any type of event, be it a fight or not, unprepared. I go in, I've done my work, I've worked hard, I've prepared myself, and when I step in that ring in between the ropes, or if I'm going to stand in front of somebody, I've done some homework and I've done some preparation, and I believe that in order to represent this region, we have whomever, whether it be Mr. Bibb and Company or the Business Council or Ms. Voris's new plan, which is new, that's wonderful. Whatever we're doing, we're late. We need to move forward. So that's why I said to Supervisor Miller, or if I mentioned to the CAO, we need to monetize something. We need to monetize it. If it's all going to go through the CAO and you don't need any board action to monetize polling and any other action that's in your laid out plan, so be it. Doesn't need board approval. But whatever it is, obviously there's a concerted effort to smear me. Obviously there's a concerted effort to slander me. Obviously there's a narrative that's looking to be painted and projected when clearly County Council said myself nor anybody else broke the law in any capacity. We had one single vendor in an open request for proposals. So there was really nothing, there's no conflict of interest. But I understand the concerns that some people may have, and that's fine. So wherever it goes, it's to the pleasure of this board. I'm neutral. Oh, as far as being neutral, Supervisor Miller, there's a big difference because if I'm plugging in my car and getting free electricity, that would be similar if I'm awarding if I'm awarding a contract and getting a kickback. That's a real serious conflict of interest. So a conflict of interest would be if there was a monetary benefit awarding Mr. Bibb and his consultants, whomever they may be, is an award to them, not part of a kickback or a benefit to me. It was a benefit to the county, not me singularly or individually. To insinuate that there's a similarity would have to assimilate and project that I'm getting some sort of payback or kickback financially or financial benefit, which is not the case. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
yes, Supervisor
been listening to everything, and I appreciate all the comments, but I do have some observations of my own. First of all, this is not about, and you articulate on the one hand that you haven't violated any laws, there's no FPPC violations, et cetera. This is not a matter of legal violations. This is a matter of perception of a conflict of interest, or possibly to the point of cronyism as far as relationships between you and some of the consultants. So that's the issue, really. And I guess, Mr. Bibb, I appreciate your comments, et cetera, but, the old adage, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not going to be fooled twice. And to be honest with you, it incenses me to think when Supervisor Miller talks about and Supervisor Patty articulates that I didn't say San Joaquin County. I think there was a reference to Sheriff Withrow somewhere in there, but the thing is that my question was simply general. So what have you done in the Valley? Period. Just locally. That's all I'm asking. And for someone, whether it be the chair or certainly a member who has been very active in his campaigns, is totally silent, I'm going, why? I mean, as Supervisor Miller said, there's nothing wrong with announcing that you've received contributions or that you've been involved with somebody. You just mentioned your relationship at Rotary. I get it. And as far as Supervisor Rickman, your comment as to announcing contributions, no, it doesn't happen all the time, but I have used it occasionally, especially on very controversial, for example, interviews like the Port Commission, things like that, just to make sure that people know my vote is not tainted by a campaign contribution. And Chair Patty, I guess here's my concern. First of all, Ms. Voris, had a meeting with you in January where you said, we need to have a congressional districting. You didn't mention Senate or Assembly or Board of Equalization. It was just basically congressional. And then when that was brought up in our discussion, you said, well, I don't remember that conversation. Well, okay, we all are busy and we forget things, but that was the impetus to begin with. And we added the other 3 during our meeting in regards to exploring that. And the other part of it is, when you asked for a vote, there was dead silence. Eventually, you moved forward and made the motion, and it was seconded. And I made a comment after Supervisor Miller seconded was, my concern was that all the RFP requirements hadn't been fulfilled. And to be honest with you, it's probably one of the first times that I can recall that I've ever supported or voted for something that didn't have all the boxes checked, all the RFP requirements. And they're still not complete, at least they're in, but they're not back. And it's been a long time since our last meeting. And so my question in regards to this whole process is, Chair Patty, there's this I want to say aggression, for lack of a better term, that you've been pushing this thing since January. And I'm not making accusations in regards to it, but, you know, the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, it's dead. I have no use for this to continue on. I don't care if you replace the other 2 parties. It's over, because I feel like this board has been deceived, or at least there's been an omission which should have been provided during our discussion. And if not by the consultants, certainly by you, Chair Patty, because you obviously knew that and made no comment. So again, I'm concerned. I would make a motion, for example, in regards to that we adopt the plan that Jelena has prepared with the principals, and also I would ask my fellow board members if there is any interest, and I know, Chair Patty, you're very concerned about timing. I get it. And Johnny, you've commented about some other possible, firms, et cetera. But I think, first of all, we need to move forward with what you provided to make sure that we meet these deadlines. The second part of it is, and I would leave it up to the board on whether or not we would put out another RFP. If you have other information as to other organizations that may be eligible or willing, we can do that. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do this, and if it doesn't work out with the RFPs, it doesn't matter, because we already have a game in place and we're moving forward. So I make that motion as far as adopting Ms. Vora's proposal, and that at the same time we look at the possibility, I'm not even saying we do it, but at least look at the viability of an RFP to possibly get another firm to participate in this process. So anyway, I leave it that. That's my motion.
I would second that.
County Council, do we need to have, in order for something like this to be actionable, which I'm in favor of any capacity, because again, we're late to the dance. So I would be a very strong advocate of whatever we need to do to move this forward so that Ms. Voris, through the CAO, if we need to monetize it, whatever we need to do, I'd like to fast track it. I'll even call a special meeting tomorrow. If we need to, in any way, shape, or form, monetize so that they're empowered for polling, community outreach, doing whatever needs to happen, we are late to the dance.
County administrator has a certain spending limit that he can utilize. The purchasing agent has a spending limit that they can utilize. So I don't believe, now, like you, this is the first I've heard of Plan B and what it entails. So if there's some element that needs monetized, I imagine that Ms. Voorhees will have that conversation with Mr. Wilverding and with Mr. Terry immediately. They'll determine whether it falls within their spending authority, and if not, they will make arrangements to get back in front of the board as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you. So, known factors as they may be, what spending limits do you have, or what resources are available so that you can work in autonomy, not under the control of the board or the individuals, but to get the job done by bringing in the experts that you find, Ms. Voris, your lobbyists that you seem to favor up in Sacramento, or whomever it is that's going to do that grassroots effort in conjunction with local nonprofits, in conjunction with business councils throughout the entire county. Whoever's going to coordinate that, I believe we need to expedite that process. And what do you need? What powers of what budget have you put together for the proposal that you have?
I haven't really put a budget together because this was just the Plan B option that Mr. Wolverine asked me to put together to discuss with the board. But I would ask Mr. Terry or Jay if, I don't know I can't remember the limits off the top of my head that we have in the
Mr. Terry, what limits do you have to at your disposal?
To the chair, my disposal is $200,000 per vendor per year, and I work with the CAO to work through that.
And CAO Wolverine, since you had proposed that Ms. Forrest put together a Plan B, what's the budget you've put in for that?
We're probably guessing somewhere over $50,000 is what my understanding was. Maybe
over 50,000?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 50 to maybe 100 and a quarter on the top end.
So we've spent $125,000 for redistricting supervisorial races, and you're looking at 50 to almost 100,000 for Senate, Assembly, and Congressional.
Well, there is some crossover with supervisorial because they're doing a lot of the similar work with the communities of interest and reaching out to community of interest and things like that. So I just think we might be doubling up on some of these things in my discussions with the supervisorial team. So we could certainly join forces with them and what they're doing. So that's why I think that the budget that Mr. Wolverine said it may be reasonable, but if we need more, we can certainly come back to the board. I haven't talked to the business council like Supervisor Miller has, but once we start having those conversations, we can flesh that out more.
And as Ms. Voorhees said, or I believe it was Mr. Terry, that's per vendor. So if he's got 200,000 per vendor and we ran into multiple vendors, I don't think limitation would be a problem. And we were focused more on function rather than budget because, as I'm sure you will recall, I was working till late last night with Mr. Bibb trying to get the finances in order for the RFP that we had in place instead of spinning, numbers on the Plan B. We actually, Ms. Voorhees did that largely on her own because of her knowledge, like she said, with Clean San Joaquin. Apparently, and I think we did another outreach, our county council may know, was it not with cannabis, Mr. Miles, when 2 years ago when we were going to put that on the ballot?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, so we do have other experience. And what was that, around 50 grand?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Real quick, Chair, is this coming back to the board before any decisions are made? Because right now this is, it's just muddy, but if we're going to come back and make a decision, is that what it is?
Well, right now it's just authorizing us to move forward with forming the coalition, as I understand the motion, and moving forward to go out with another RFP to see if we can get another vendor. So a dual track.
Right, but my question
Supervisor
is it going to come back to the board?
I apologize. Can you make sure the mic's on?
It was. You guys are messing with me. But are you going to come back to the board before any decisions are made? Before we
What do you
go
mean
out?
by decisions?
Decisions before we go out and do the public and who we're picking.
I don't think that's what Chair Patty wants. He wants us to move forward and start making decisions, right?
Do we know who the players
Chair
are?
Patty?
I mean,
What's that? I'm sorry?
will we know who the players are?
I'm hands off on at this point. We've got a CAO that's got a good idea, scope of work. We have Ms. Forrest, her experiences. They've got ideas with consultants up in Sacramento, our lobbyists. So whatever it is, I just say that we're late to the party. They've already held meetings as of yesterday, and we have no science. We have no data to support to our communities of interest. So whatever we're doing, we have a motion, we have a second. Where it is,
we can report back to the board regarding progress and who's on the coalition. If you want status reports or something.
Yeah, I just want to know what the heck is going on.
Let me just for Supervisor Rickman, let me just make a quick comment. Supervisor Patty or Chair Patty has made repeated comments that we don't want to be involved. Turn it over to the consultants, let them do their thing, et cetera. Right. I don't agree with that. I think that we should be involved in regards to stages that will take place, and as Supervisor Rickman talks about, I think we want to know what's happened and what the plan is, because obviously you're going to do some refining to your proposal, especially in terms of budgets, et cetera, Mr. Wilverding. So I would say that I would like to see the board involved in the process. I'm not suggesting that we would be fine-tuning it or whatever, because obviously it has to be a resident or voter outreach. But I would say that as opposed to being hands-off, I would say we need at least to be informed as the process goes on. I don't know if that answers your concern.
Thank you, Supervisor Nguyen.
Well, one of the options is to have a supervisor on the coalition. So if a supervisor is interested in being on the coalition, and then we could provide a more fleshed out proposal in the budget. And then if we do have meetings, we can certainly provide the full board of supervisors reports on the meetings.
I recommend Supervisor Nguyen and Supervisor Rickman, since they're asking and kind of going, not myself as chair.
Well, more importantly, it was brought up earlier, I'm not running it for anything in 2 years, so it doesn't matter to me.
And I'm not running for anything. But I wouldn't mind joining Supervisor. At least I'll find out what the heck is going on.
That's fine. I have no problem with that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Fantastic. Carries 5-0. Thank you. We're going to adjourn to closed session.
One moment, please.
I was going to say, County Council, anything to report?
Yes, before we go to closed session. We have an item that we need to add to the closed session agenda. We have a situation in the county with a mobile home park that has raw sewage, human waste discharge, broken and clogged septic drains, sewer lines, accumulated waste, rubbish, combustibles, dilapidated RVs, and blocked ingress, egress, and fire access. We had been working with first the state, because it falls under their purview, and then the district attorney to move forward on an abatement action. We found out late Friday after the agenda was posted that the district attorney was not available to take that on. So we need to add that to the agenda. The urgency is, I don't think we want that mobile home park to continue exist in that situation for another 2 weeks before we can add it.
Do you need a vote?
I do.
I would move that we add that to the closed session agenda.
We have a motion and a second.
Can I do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote, please.
Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapula? Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Supervisor Petty? Chairman Petty?
And County Council, will there be a report coming out of closed session?
There may be a report coming out of closed session.
Thank you. From
Just a moment, Chairman.
Starting up our afternoon evening session, reporting from closed session.
In closed session, on a unanimous vote, the Board of Supervisors has authorized County Council to pursue a lawsuit against Stockton Park Village, LLC, Howard Fairbanks, and Fairbanks and Does 1 through 10, a complaint for preliminary injunction, permanent injunction, declaratory relief, and penalties for maintaining public nuisance.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, and so we are adjourned until July 27, is that correct? 2021, closed.
you